เหลือเวลาอีกหน่อยนึงครับเรามาคุยกันดีกว่าครับแฟนคลับเขาเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะครับแล้วก็เป็นขวัญใจนักพากย์บอกว่าเกาหลีมาแรงจริงๆนะครับมิสเตอร์คังพยองฮุย Right, that's correct, right? Okay. I've been trying to pronounce it correctly. Okay. So, how are you feeling today?
I'm so happy because we had a podium finish yesterday, and we now have more proud. And I also respect all the other Thailand drivers. They taught me how to drive on this track, and they taught our team how to manage these truck setups. So now we are all friends, and today we have a much more better game than yesterday.
Has you gained any extra weight?
We have 10 kilos extra. Yes, so it's not that much. So yeah, there's no stress for that.
So, have you eaten a lot of breakfast?
A lot, yeah, very a lot.
You're supposed not to eat it. You're supposed to eat it because you're gonna have 10 extra weight over here.
Yeah, but I think I had like 5 kilos of the breakfast today.
All right, good luck then. See you at the finish line. Thank you นะครับเขาบอกว่าโอ้ตอนนี้เป็นเพื่อนกับนักแข่งคนไทยหมดเลยน่ารักมากเลยนะเขาถ่อมตัวมากเลยนะบอกว่าแบบว่าทุกคนได้คุยกันแล้วก็มีการสอนแลกเปลี่ยนความรู้ในการเซตอัพรถซึ่งกันและกันให้เกียรติกันและกันนะครับผมเก่งมากครับแล้วก็เพิ่มมา10กิโล
ว้ามารอดูได้เลยค่ะว่าการแข่งขันวันนี้จะดุเดือดเท่าเมื่อวานไหมแต่ดูทรงแล้วดุเดือดกว่าเมื่อวานอย่างแน่นอนนะคะใครรอเชียร์อยู่ก็เดี๋ยวไปชมกันก่อนค่ะเพราะว่ายังมีนักแข่งอีกหลายท่านเดี๋ยวส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอพี่จิมมี่ค่ะ
And that was the interview with our top three. Thanks to our MCs, Patrick and Lita, Kang Byung-hoi, 10 kilos of ballast and an additional 5 kilogram breakfast ballast. Hopefully no ballasts here for Waris Onrayap. He's definitely going to be having a prime position here to try to challenge back for a potential race win that was eluded from him in yesterday's race. Starting alongside here, Titipong, the winner of yesterday's race, already getting himself geared up and ready to go. Starting from 5th position means that he's going to have to do a lot of work. And, he will definitely have ballast included in this truck. 30 kilograms additional for the race winner. And hopefully not too much breakfast ballast for this race here. Next to him, David Dorigo. He's going to be very happy to be starting in the 6th position here. Missed out on the reverse grid, and he's even carrying a pumpkin-branded fan in order to keep himself nice and cool. Already getting a feel for the speed he's about to enjoy out here at the Chang International Circuit. Danawat, such an unlucky fellow here. 45-second time penalty pushed him down to a 7th grid start here. But knowing his potential during the race yesterday, I've no doubt we'll be seeing him again up in the front, battling amongst the top 3 if things go his way, especially for this race start. Anuat Manian 9 is going to be the one starting alongside him. All black, intimidating looking car here, and also dressed in the all black with black carbon fiber helmet to boot. Yeah, this man means business here out on the track. We got also Jack Lemvard, whom I believe is not on the grid at the moment. Instead, we're going to be having a look at Dinasit, who is hasn't have his helmet on quite yet, having a nice little chat with his support crew as he gets himself geared up. Starts in P10 actually. So we still have the missing Jack Lemvard on the grid at the moment. Chakit is actually in P12 in truck number 10. And, it's the last position just outside of the points for him. So he's got to have to make this race start count in order for him to make up those places on the grid. There still appears to be a couple of trucks that haven't quite made their way to the grid. Hence, both Jack Lemvard as well as Kobzak Chinawong Watana are not here yet. But who is here is Alisa Kungwang, the only female driver amongst the trucks here in this grid. Unfortunately, she also caught a penalty, I think, which might have been what resulted in her damage to the front end that we saw in yesterday's race. So she starts in a very, very unlucky 13th place as a result. And another unlucky fellow here, hopefully looking for more luck today, is Perk Wang Pong. in the Evangelion colored truck. Very distinctive. Unfortunately, lost control in turn 3 in yesterday's race, calling out the safety car as his truck was stranded in the gravel pit. And that resulted in quite the exciting finish when it came to our race yesterday. But what will today hold as a 3-minute board comes up, telling the support crews to all make their way out, all led by our Isuzu VVIPs as they make their way back into the paddock. So only going to be a few moments now before we get started with our Isuzu Challenge Thailand. Round 2, race number 4 for these fellas and a lady, of course, not to forget Elisa, who's hoping to get a little bit of a better performance than yesterday's race. So as of right now, only the chief crew will be allowed to stay alongside their driver doing their final preparations. A little pep talk here and there, perhaps, but I think these drivers pretty much know what to expect given yesterday's festivities. And what I would personally be expecting is to see whether Titipong will be able to handle the additional 30 kilograms of ballast. He had pretty much an unopposed, I say almost unopposed. He did have to fight back to get the lead at certain points in this race, but he held the lead for quite a bit before the safety car. Lost it right in the restart, but got it back again and seemed to be able to stay ahead from the pack up until that checkered flag. But now a new challenge with the success ballast being applied to him. And of course, the P5 start, thanks to the reverse grid, certainly going to be pushing himself to the limits of his skills right now, try to get a second race win today. And a lot of fast drivers ahead of him. Waris on Rayup is just ahead, next on the grid, as well as Kang Byung-hui. That's 2 drivers who have been fighting hard with him in that regard. We just saw Jack Lemvard and I think Kobsak Chinawong Watana. Both of them are going to be starting from the pit lane, it looks like. The Power Core team perhaps had to sort out some mechanical issues on their end, and that necessitates them to miss out on this formation lap. So 1-minute board is already up, and that means the drivers will be left to their own devices. So only communications between them and the paddock is only going to be through their radio and telemetry systems. These D-Max trucks are also equipped, I believe, with a emission sensor, although a lot of these trucks are already blowing up some black smoke as they get their engines started for this run. And here we go. Formation lap has begun as Buntaville leads the pack. Now to head out and recce the conditions on the track. As I said, it is cloudy out here. 35 degrees out in the air. You can imagine the track temperature be about anywhere from 7 to 10 degrees above that. It's pretty hot out there, so hopefully the GTR2 tires will be able to provide a lot of grip for these drivers, especially for the race start. Jack Lemvard as well as Kopsak will have to unfortunately wait it out. They will not be allowed to participate in this formation lap, which could give them a little bit less information about the start, especially what the grip condition is going to be like going through those first few turns. That therefore gives them quite the disadvantage, on top of the fact that they will effectively be coming out from the back of the grid, as they wouldn't be allowed to come out of pit lane until the red lights have gone off. So they have a lot of work ahead here, especially for the Power Core team. Their 2 trucks seem to require quite a lot of TLC for this round. Here's Waris on Rayup. Number 88, sky blue car. Qualified in pole position. He had the fastest time. He has the additional 1.5 points, but he could not get that win. instead had to resort to fighting amongst Kang Byung-hoi and Tanawat. And just the last corner on the last lap was able to eke in a second place finish. That will grant him the ability to start in front of our race winner from yesterday, Narion Nonpat. He is going to be starting just behind Buntavi. Nice to see that we have an onboard from him as well, so hopefully we'll be able to get a good view of them making their dives all the way into turn 1. Now, second place on the grid, I think, starts close to the inside. So if Narion Nonpat can actually get a good start, that would allow him to actually sneak his way onto the inside of Buntavi on turn 1. Unless, of course, Buntavi misses the track limit entirely, in which case Narion Nonpat would have to fight his way to get in front into turn 3. So, 14 trucks, or rather 12 trucks are going to be lined up on the grid. 2 trucks in the pit lane, waiting for the lights to go out. The trucks will have to line themselves just behind their grid marker. They're not allowed to have any part of the truck exceed that line, or else they'll incur a penalty for a false start. They're going to have to leave 2 grid slots open there for the 2 missing power core trucks, but otherwise everyone is now in their positions. Marshal on the track is going to give a final look and check to make sure that everyone is in their proper place. He waves a green flag, and here we go. PTRS 2026, round 2, race number 4 for the Zuzu Challenge Thailand is now go! Buntavi gets a really good start. Looks like turn 1 is not going to be too much of a trouble for him as he moves off the cover of Narion Nonpat. But watch out, as Titipong is already looking and already got a much better start. Gets himself ahead of Warriors. Is now going to be following along Buntavi as they go off of the track. Narion Nonpat stays behind the 2 of them and unfortunately loses out of position to Titipong, who now has the maneuver around the outside of Buntavi. The red truck now unable to cover off the yellow truck. As Titipong now makes his way up into turn number 3. On board with Narion Nonpat, he's going to try to take the outside line, hoping to get a good exit out here to try to fight along. As Titipong takes the lead away from Buntavi, he is now back in position here where he wanted to be from the start. Narion Nonpat now alongside Buntavi tries his very best to get that exit but couldn't find the momentum as he now barreled towards turn number 4. Titipong still in the lead here, holding quite a gap away here from Buntavi, who's now able to cover off Narion Nonpat. Meantime, jostling going on behind here as I think Tanawat has a bit of a lockup as he slips into the inside. Narion Nonpat couldn't really do much about that, and there Tanawat moves up into P4. Can he cover up Narion Nonpat? I think he is going to be able to. Now he goes around the outside of Buntavi, trying to make a challenge here for P2. Very good start of the race so far for Titipong as well as Tanawat. Tanawat now having to tuck behind Buntavi has secured his P3 slot, but Narion Nonpat is now under pressure. David Dorigo's looking for an opportunity, couldn't quite find it. Narion Nonpat has him completely blocked out. 99 Latina seat now holding out Chakit as they are running out the back of the grid. There you can see Tanawat starting to get a gain onto Buntavi, moves onto the inside. Narion Nonpat couldn't quite block off Warriors on Rayap. He now moves into the inside as well. Tanawat still stays in P3, still stays up in front. No, he actually drops him behind. Narion Nonpat takes the 3rd position back. A 3-wide situation here as Kang Byung-hoi now in a fight together with Warriors, as well as Narion Nonpat has to stick around the outside. Kang Byung-hoi is able to get into the inside and in front of Warriors. Moves up into 4th position. Narion Nonpat lost out a lot, unfortunately, coming out of the final turn. Whilst Titipong sails away, Kang Byung-hoi looks onto the inside. Buntavi unfortunately couldn't do much about that, but a lockup comes out from the black car of Kang Byung-hoi. And Warriors takes the opportunity to swoop in onto the inside, takes a good exit out, and races the South Korean all the way to turn 4. Kang Byung-hui though has some good momentum. Will be able to get to turn 4 first, so he'll be able to re-secure his P4 position ahead of Waris. Buntavi looks like he has dropped further and further back behind. Waris now under attack for Namyeon Nonpat as they come into the turn. Very tight out here. Turn number 5. Seems like Buntavi still has it though. Stays in P5. Kang Byung-hui and Waris on Rayup now up into 3rd and 4th respectively. Kang is right back where he started in this race. There's 2 new challengers that appeared ahead of him. Tanawat, Suwanarat as well as Titipong Archin Patra. The green and the yellow. The yellow in front as Titipong looks to make it win number 2 here. But it's still a long way to go. 10 more laps after this one here. Can Titipong build that gap? Or will he have to fight it out? Quite a tight battle going on from P3 all the way down to P6. Namyeon Nonpat still trying to find an opportunity against Buntavi, whom we are on board with right now. The gap between him and Waris is actually widening right now as Waris has caught a good toe off of Kang Byung-hui's truck. David Dorigo unfortunately had lost out a couple of positions from the first couple of laps. He's now stuck in the lowly P8, just behind Anuwat though. Should be able to have a good view of what's going on here. And look at that, I think Anuwat is already finding an opportunity against Titipong to try to snatch the lead from him in turn number 3. Slips in and takes the apex first. And Titipong unfortunately is left with no option but to concede the position. Change of the lead right now. Tanawat is going to be looking to make up for disappointment. Yesterday's official results. The race win, no doubt, with a smile on his face. But knowing the caliber of driver he has tucked up behind him, Titipong is not going to let this one go without a fight. He stays close to him through turn 5. One wheel off of the ground there for Titipong. He struggles with the steering wheel, trying to keep that Isuzu D-Max ripped on the track. Titipong still in tow. Still trying to set up for a position to perhaps get a slipstream once they hit the final part of the circuit. Long straight is beckoning ahead after this sequence of corners. That will be a chance for Titipong to mount his counterattack. Tanawat will do wise to keep his eyes peeled. Rear view mirrors, keeping an eye out for Titipong's move. Next, comes into the final turn. Waris on right up, tries to get onto the inside of Kang Byung-hui. I think he's got the position though. And he does indeed close the door onto Kang Byung-hui, but Kang takes off of the track, trying to stay alongside Waris on right up. Looks like he does have momentum coming out of the exit. Namyeon Nonpat now up in the drag race as well with Anuan Pat. Kang Byung-hui still trying to hang around the outside, stays alongside Waris into the long straight. Namyeon Nonpat keeps his truck just in front of Anuwat. That allows him to stay in P5 for now. Buntavi is now in the drag race with David Dorigo, while Waris still tries to look for an opportunity onto the inside. Couldn't quite find it. Goes on the outside, taking the wider line, finding the exit. Kang Byung-hui leaves a gap very wide open on the inside there. This could be the opportunity for Waris to take the position, and he does get his nose slightly ahead, but not enough to cover off the South Korean though. Into turn 4, the 2 trucks will go. Kang Byung-hui will still have a lot of momentum to fight with Waris to try to get to the apex first. Namyeon Nonpat covers off Anuwat. Anuwat tries to have a look on the inside, cancels that decision at the last possible moment here as he brakes for the turn. Waris on right up, concedes a position back to Kang Byung-hui, who locks up going into turn number 5. Waris tries to carry the momentum forward, but he can't get past the blocking of Kang Byung-hui as he stays ahead of Waris through turn 6. Tanawat has already built an impressive gap ahead of Titipong right now. Almost up to 2 seconds between the yellow and the green trucks. As Kang Byung-hoi stays ahead of Waris throughout Sector 2. Now they're coming into Sector 3. Another opportunity perhaps for Waris if he can just get the toe off of Kang Byung-hoi's D-Max. Marion Nonpat still keeps himself nicely tucked in ahead of Anuwat. Waris is still biding his time. Kang's left the door wide open on the exit though. Waris find the momentum. Not quite. Gets the slipstream done on the main straight instead. Tries to set up for position into turn number 1, but Kang Byung-hoi turns in very nicely, hugging that racing line for dear life. Skuntavi goes off the track on turn 1, tries to rejoin but comes out just behind David Dorigo. Couldn't find the advantage this time here, so he's gonna have to try harder next time. A really hard attempt is coming in from Waris as he goes wide. Kang stays very narrow on the inside. Keeps the inside covered off, trying to fend off the late apex entry from Waris. Does the momentum favor the number 88 though. A little bit of slipstreaming action as they pull uphill into turn number 4. Lisa has been able to make her way up into P9, but oh boy, her rear spoiler has just broken off in the middle of the race. That is not going to do any favors for her aerodynamics. Her downforce in the rear is going to be severely affected. '99 at Tinasit right now trying to hold off Perk Let Wanpong. Perk still trying to fight his way back up into a points paying position. He's just outside of that, unfortunately. Jack Lemvart, having joined the grid coming out from a pit start, has been able to make his way up into P10, so he's currently holding on to that final all-important point here that's on store. Still half a race to go, more than half a race in fact, as we now get back to the battle between Kang Byung-hoi and Waris on Rayap. Into the final corner they go again. Waris still behind. Tries to sneak some momentum on the exit here. Slipstream effect. Be very strong coming off of these trucks. Not strong enough for Waris to contemplate making a move into turn 1. Gonna be a slight tap and perhaps even a downshift. As these trucks make it through turn number 1. It's a very fast turn 1. So we do well to get a good exit out of here, and Waris seems to have a lot of momentum to work with. Kang still goes narrow. Taking the wider line here, Waris. He's again attempting the same line of attack. Kang Byung-hoi, ooh, he's sliding and loses control. He opens the gap a little bit here. Waris now pounces on the opportunity. Kang Byung-hoi, just as soon as he lost it, got it back again on traction and stays in front of Waris. More slipstreaming as we come into turn number 4. Kang still blocking off. Keeping the approach steady now. Hard braking now into turn number 5. Waris still having a look around the outside. But Kang Byung-hoi is not giving him any more gaps to exploit here in these next 2 corners. So they will still have to tuck in. Hope that an opportunity presents itself at the 3rd sector. Whilst all that fighting was happening here, it looks like Tanawat has made his way up into P1. Titipong is now the one chasing him for the lead, while Waris continues to fight with Kang. There's already a change of the lead right now. Look at that, even a piece of bodywork is falling out of Tanawat's truck. As he stays in front of Titipong. Still looking for an opportunity here is Waris. Still stuck behind Kang Byung-hoi. There is Tanawat. new leader right now, having found his way in front of Titipong. More fighting around the back is the number 99, Adinasit. Drifts around the final corner on the outside, tries to stay ahead of Perk. Perk tries to maneuver his car into a position to try to fight him into turn number 1. Perk breaks a lot later compared to Tinasit though. Has a position, Tinasit is going to be forced to take off of the shoulder to try to keep up alongside Lurk. Perk loses out on the exit, so still Tinasit breathes a sigh of relief. He still remains in P11. Still needs to make up quite a bit of gap, unfortunately, though, in order to catch up to Jack. The white and blue truck just ahead of him that's holding on to the final points paying position. And Perk at the moment is still really wildly trashing the truck around, trying to keep up. But I think Tinasit will be pretty secure in that P11 position for now. Gap between Tanawat and Titipong is now down to 0.7. As Jack right now is going to be facing a challenge coming out of turn 4 as Tinasit finds some momentum, tries to break hard around the outside of turn number 5. But Jack keeps the apex to his own, stays in position. Again, this is a final points paying position here, and Jack knows that this is going to be all important for the Power Core team. His teammate Hopsak is still stuck several trucks down. The Power Core team definitely needs something of a miracle right now if they want to still be able to score points after both the trucks had to start out from the pit lane. Jack is their best hope. So Tanawat still holds position in front. So open the gap a little bit by 0.1 seconds as they come across start-finish straight. Warriors on right up still has not found any advantage to exploit onto Kang Byung-hui. He's done a stellar job of keeping Warriors tucked in behind. I think the additional 10 kilograms of difference between Warriors as well as Kang Byung-hui is affecting Warriors' ability to try to fight for that position. The additional weight does mean that you're going to be carrying a lot more inertia, especially going through the corners. Not such inertia going on here for Tinasit. He tries to make a move onto Jack, finds a way around the outside. Jack stays as narrow as possible into the entry. Tinasit right now breaks a little bit later, gets himself in front of Jack. He takes a position. Can he keep it though? Sliding his way out of turn number 3. A truck is slowing down along the side, will not get in the way of this battle, and Tinasit confirms his position in P10. That's Elisa, who had slowed down, allowing the faster trucks through. Jack is now going on a counter-attack. Tries to make a maneuver to be faster out of turn number 4. But under braking, Tinasit stays very narrow and brakes hard. Gap's a little bit open here, but Jack cannot quite find the momentum on the exit coming out of turn 4. And will still have to settle for being in 11th place. The Power Core team really needs this 1 point here to make the pit start all that worth it. Frustratingly, Tinasit is just that little bit faster. Things are very remarkably calmed down in the front, so we're going to be focusing on this battle for the final points paying position here at the Isuzu Challenge Thailand. Jack is now making the maneuvers, trying to weave around, but had to straighten up just before the breaking point here. Oh, alert! Perk goes a little bit too wide that time. Is Chucky going to take opportunity from this, though, as Jack continues to take a slipstream from Tinasit. Tries to put himself in position, oversteering into the braking zone here is Jack. As he gets as late as possible and as light as possible on the brakes. Perk is now going narrow here to try to fend off the challenge coming in for Chuckit just behind. While Dinasit keeps his eyes peeled. Jack is going to take onto the grass. He can't make it there. He has to go around the wide and the outside. Dinasit holds his ground, and Jack loses control. He blocks up his brakes, goes completely wide, and loses the gap now to Dinasit. Thankfully, Jack did not lose his position. He still stays in front of Perk. That's definitely going to be putting a cooler now into this battle, as I think Elisa is looking to get in on the action. She finds a way around the inside to chuck it straight Papet. Takes it in the braking zone and stays in front of the number 11. Sorry, the number 10. She's still looking to try to make up for disappointment here. Still having to fight just outside the points, so still has a long way to go. Jack, in the meantime, though, has also conversely lost his ability to hold on to that all-important final point. Also, in the meantime, Danawat stays in the lead. Waris is already in front. Kang Byung-hoi, as we see him back on the screens once more. Waris somehow found a way past, finally. With 2 laps remaining, Kang Byung-hoi now has a lot to play for here. He knows there's only a single advantage he holds against Waris in this instance, and that's going to be the additional 10 kilograms of weight in Waris' truck. As Jack has successfully got the momentum back now, he's right up against the bumper. But Dinasit tries again. Might even dip his wheels a little bit on the grass. Nope, he tries to maneuver around the outside. Dinasit moves the block, but he leaves a gap wide open on the inside. Lockup coming in from Dinasit, but Jack had to evade. He's now trying to get the exit just right, but unfortunately Dinasit is still in the way, forcing Jack to take off on the track and onto the grass. And still, no dice for Jack. Dinasit still holds on to the 10th position. Again, Jack trying to take a shallower line through turn 4. He needs the late braking to work for him. Dinasit has been very consistent on this part. And just again, still stays in front. I think Jack can sense that Dinasit is starting to crack under the pressure. There's still 2 more laps of racing left in this competition. Jack knows that as long as he keeps that pressure turned up, eventually something is going to have to give. Waris now facing a counter-attack as Bang Byung-hoi is now looking for an opportunity. Almost found a peek onto the inside. Now has all the slipstream in the world to work with here as he goes around the outside of Waris. Attempting now to beat him in the break-to-break battle into turn number 1. Rides over the curbs, tries to stay on the outside of Waris. Waris gives him plenty of room on the outside. Kang Byung-hoi still cannot find his way past it quite yet. Gains a little bit more momentum. Slight drafting also working out well for him here as he's now pulling ahead of Waris into the braking zone. He's trying to go narrow here to block off Waris into the 3rd turn. Brakes very hard, but Waris still brakes even harder here. Fights back, snatches the position back here from Kang Byung-hoi and stays in P3. Exciting battle into the final lap here, ladies and gentlemen, as Kang Byung-hoi again dips a wheel into the grass. Almost look like it's going to come into contact with Waris, but he does that just a snatch position from him through turn number 4. He's back up into P3. Can he keep it under braking into turn number 4? Yes, he will. P3 now for the South Korean driver. Juarez still has one more lap's worth of running here to try to fight back. Kang Byung-hoi knows that he does have the weight advantage, in spite of the fact he had gained 5 kilograms of weight from breakfast. That's a breakfast of champions right there for the South Korean, I think. Stanawat is leading on a pack of trucks as they make their way into the final lap. Titipong, he had the lead at the start of this race, but he had conceded to the Tanawat. No doubt some contact had occurred between the two of them as Tanawat's fender is hanging off the side. But that aerodynamic inefficiency is not going to be affecting him too much, and it has not affected him at all during this race. Juarez now finding a final opportunity here in this final lap. Tries to sneak in to get some slipstreaming action onto Kang Byung-hoi. Kang Byung-hoi goes very narrow indeed, doesn't want to concede any sort of opportunity here for Juarez to exploit. So Juarez is going to be forced to take the wide approach into turn number 3. You see the way that Kang Byung-hoi loves to defend coming out at this point. So still stays in a good position. Keeps it on the exit. There's still another opportunity coming up for Juarez if he can just nail exit coming out turn 4 and the braking into turn 5. Tries to take the narrow outside line, but Kang Byung-hoi is having none of it at all. Keeps himself on that racing line, keeping Juarez at bay. Lockup still coming out of these trucks, barrel into turn number 5. And still Juarez finds no opportunity here. Tanawat, who remains 9 seconds ahead in the lead from these two cars, is on a cruise right now to victory lane, where Kang Byung-hoi wants to secure the 3rd position and only has Juarez right now breathing down his neck. Here comes Tanawat. Very solid lead for him and a solid race indeed for Tanawat. This is no doubt going to do wonders as he locks up for the final time in the final turn. Excitement in the air as he comes to take the win here in turn number 4. Tanawat, Suwanarat takes the win. Titipong, Archin Patra takes 2nd place. Kang Byung-hoi had to leave the door open at the final turn, but he still comes through to take P3 from Juarez on Rayap. Naria Nonpat takes 5th position. Anawat finishes ahead of David Dorigo. Buntavi coming in soon. We take the checkered flag. Still fights going on as Jack tries to maneuver onto the inside of Tinasit, but Tinasit still holds on to the 10th position. Buntavi takes a checkered flag ahead of them. Tinasit takes a checkered flag right after for P9, and Jack will take P10. Elisa in P11, but she gets past just at the last moment as Burke comes up just in time to take the 11th position. Chakit as well from the outside steals his nose ahead of Elisa, who finishes P13. And with that said and done, Tanawat has made up for all of the disappointment in the previous race. 45 seconds of penalty time added from the official results put him out of the podium. Well, he replies back with a race win. Supreme effort. No doubt, a lot of banging wheels between him and Titipong and allowed him finally to claim P1. I know what, unfortunately, is caught a 5-second time penalty here for track limits. Given they just finished in front of David Dorigo, I think David might be standing to get another official result in his favor. So as the trucks start to cool down now,
Thailand นะคะ ตอนนี้ 3 อันดับต้องบอกว่าอาจจะยังไม่เป็นทางการ
ใช่แล้วตอนนี้ล่าสุดเนี่ยมีมาแชลเดินมาแจ้งนะครับว่า 1 กับ 2 ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวสลับกันก่อน
สลับกัน
นะครับ
ก่
ผ
อ
ม
น
โดนเรื่องแท็กลิมิตแล้วก็มีการบอกเวลาเพิ่มเหมือนถ้าตามที่พี่โอพี่ที่มีแจ้งเมื่อสักครู่จะเป็น 5 วินาที
ค่ะ
นะครับผมดังนั้น1 2อาจจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวว่าครับตอนนี้เราอยู่กับอันดับ 3 แล้วนะครับผมคังพยองฮุยครับมาพูดคุยกันหน่อยครับ
โอ้ยหนูซ้อม
How was
มาหนึ่
it?
งคำสุขฮัมนิดา
ชุกฮาฮัมนิดาเรซอนิม
감사합니다.
บอกว่า congratulation เป็นภาษาเกาหลีนี่ผมไปเซิร์ชเจมินายมา โอเค how was the race
Wow, it was very long race, and even though we had a very good position at the starting, I had some mistakes at the start again. I need to have more training on launch start and a fast, quick shift up. But still, the battle overall was very clean and nice, and everybody is a very high-level drivers. So there was no big issues or any contact at all, and I really enjoyed the race.
เขาบอกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่สะอาดมากนะครับผมไม่ได้มีการแบบว่ากระทบกระทั่งกันเลยนะฮะแล้วก็มีอะไรที่เราต้องฝึกเพิ่มเหมือนกันนะครับผมแล้วเป็นอีกหนึ่งเรสที่เขาก็โอเคแฮปปี้พอใจนะครับผม you've got a lot of compliments and good feedback from the commentator from the voice actors for your driving style so anything you want to say about that
But I think all the friend drivers here are also very good drivers because we are I think we are at the same level and we can play with each other and that makes this Easter Challenge race more interesting and fun.
บอกไปว่าเรามีการชื่นชมเขาเป็นภาษาไทยเพราะว่าน่าจะฟังไม่ออกอยู่แล้วตอนที่ภาคนะครับว่าเฮ้ยมีเทคนิคการขับแข่งที่ใช้ได้เลยนะครับผมก็บอกว่าเฮ้ยทุกคนอยู่ในระดับเดียวกัน แล้วก็เก่งพอๆกันเลยนะครับผมรวมไปถึงการแข่งก็เรียกว่ารถมันเท่ากันด้วยเนาะมันก็เลยทำให้การแข่งสูสีมากๆนะครับเอาละครับผมสุดท้ายนี้ให้เขาฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆซะหน่อยนะครับผม anything you want to say to your supporter who watching you right now
한국에 계신 시청자분들 저희 초반에 약간 변속기 문제가 좀 있어서 거의 한 6분까지 밀렸는데 그래도 운영 후반까지 좀 잘 해서 재미있는 경기하고 다시 연속 포디움에 섰습니다. 여러분들 덕분입니다. 내일 남은 경기까지 끝까지 응원해 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
ชุกทำดีดา
감사합니다.
congratulations โอเคครับเอาไปกันต่อเลยครับในอันดับที่ 2 ครับพี่โต้งสตันครับ
เย้
มาโอเคเดี๋ยวทางการหรือยังอันนี้ยังไม่มั่นใจนะครับแต่ผมเอาตามที่มาแชลจัดให้ก่อนนะโอเคครับผมพี่โต้งสวัสดีครับ
เป็นไงบ้างคะการแข่งขันในวันนี้
ก็วันนี้เมื่อวานผลการแข่งขันนะครับก็เข้าอันดับที่ 4 แต่ว่าด้วยทำผิดในกฎกติกา มันก็ต้องโดนปรับ5 วินาที ก็กลับไปสตาร์ทอันดับที่ 7 ในวันนี้ ก็ไล่อันดับที่ 7 จากวันนี้ครับขึ้นไปจนขึ้นถึงอันดับที่ 1 แล้วก็ประคองไว้แต่อันนี้ด้วยรถครับมันไม่ได้เซตติ้งมาแบบเราไม่ได้เซตติ้งเลยรอบลึกๆเยอะคือแบบหลายๆรอบ 8-9 รอบนะครับรถก็เลยมีอาการหน้าไถก็คือเหมือนแบบโชคเฟดยางเฟดไอ้ตรงเนี้ยมันเป็นข้อมูลให้เราไปบอกช่างว่าเราจะเซตรถยังไงคราวนี้มันก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าเราพยายามเลี้ยวแล้วแต่มาแท็กลิมิตของเรามันไม่ได้เปรียบมันคือเสียเปรียบเพราะว่ามันไปอยู่ในจุดที่ขาออกมันไม่ได้อยู่ในจุดที่ในขากลางไม่ได้ขาออกก็เสียเปรียบแต่ว่าด้วยกติกาเราต้องยอมรับเราเป็นนักแข่งเรารู้ว่าไปไม่ได้เราต้องถอยกลับมายอมรับคำตัดสินของกรรมการทั้งหมดเพราะว่าเราแข่งขันด้วยในภายใต้กติกาเนาะต้องยอมรับ
ครับผม
ครับ
โอเคครับเรียกว่าเดี๋ยวต่อไปเอาฟีดแบ็กจากการขับมา ซึ่งเป็นเรื่องปกตินะผมว่าพอมันถึงแลปที่ 9 หรือ 10 อะไรแบบนี้บางทีรถมันไม่เหมือนรอบแรกอยู่แล้ว
ใช่
นะครับผม
ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวให้เป็นปัญหาของช่างต่อไป ให้ช่างเหนื่อยต่อ เพราะว่านักแข่งผมเหนื่อยเสร็จแล้ว นะครับผมขึ้นโพลแล้วเรียบร้อยอ้าวอยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆบ้างครับผม
ก็ฝากติดตามครับผมโต้งสตาร์นะครับธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์ครับก็ขับรถเบอร์ 22 ไว้แล้วครับแล้วก็ BM ครับสปอนเซอร์แล้วก็ Nexter แล้วก็หลายๆตัว
โอเคครับผมขอบคุณมากๆยินดีด้วยอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผม
ขอบคุณค่ะ ไปกันต่อกับอันดับที่หนึ่งเอ๊ะหน้าคุ้นๆหน้าคุ้นๆเย้
โอ้โห เจอกันอีกแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ การแข่งวันนี้เอาจากออกตัวก่อนเลยออกตัวเป็นไงบ้างวันนี้
ก็วันนี้ก็ตั้งใจที่จะออกตัวได้ดีครับก็ทำได้ครับวันนี้ครับ ก็เป็นอย่างที่วางแผนไว้ครับผมวันนี้ครับแล้วก็พยายามขับตามเลสเพจตัวเองนะครับให้ได้นิ่งที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็เห็นว่าข้างหลังเนี่ยเขามาเร็วนะครับถ้ามัวแต่กันเนี่ยบวกกับน้ำหนักตัวรถของเราเนี่ยคาดว่าอาจจะเสี่ยงครับก็เลยขับตามคันที่เร็วกว่าครับ
แผนวันนี้คือ จากปกติเมื่อวานคือขับแล้วต้องกันคันหลังด้วย แต่อันเนี้ยคือเราจะมัวแต่กันไม่ได้แล้วเพราะไม่งั้นโพสิชันมันจะแบบเปลี่ยนก็เลยแผนคือตามคันหน้าอย่างเดียว
เมื่อวานพี่บิ๊กเข้าที่ 1เลยถูกไหม
ม
ไม่ค่อยได้เห็นไปเบียดไปกระทบกระทั่งอะไรกับใคร วันนี้เข้าที่ 2เอาจริงก็ค่อนข้างห่างออกมาอยู่เหมือนกัน เมื่อไหร่จะได้เห็นคุณไปแบบว่า 4-5 คันเกาะกลุ่มฮะ
เฮ้ยอันนี้มันดีหรือไม่ดี
อันนั้นก็เป็นเรื่องที่น่าสนุกดีนะครับ แต่ว่านักแข่งค่อนข้างที่จะลำบากครับผม ขอขับแบบนี้ดีกว่าเซฟๆครับ รถสวยครับ
ถ้าเลือกได้ขอไม่ไปเล่นกันอย่างนั้นดีกว่านะ โอเค
กลุ่มหลังเขาบี้กันโหดสุดๆเลยครับผม
นั่นน่ะสิ
นี่แหละด้วยความที่รถเซตอัพมาทุกอย่างคือจากกติกามันเท่ากันหมดไงนะครับความสูสีมันก็เลยเกิดขึ้นแบบนี้นะครับโอเคสุดท้ายอยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆบ้างครับพี่บิ๊กครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์เหมือนเดิมนะครับสำหรับทีม BKC Motorsport นะครับ B63 ครับ ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับ
โอเคขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ เรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับผมนี่แหละครับผมของการแข่งขันนะครับ Isuzu Challenge Thailand ครับแล้วก็ต่อไปเราจะเข้าสู่สยามซีรีส์กันแล้วฮะ
ใช่ค่ะเดี๋ยวรอติดตามชมกันได้เลย แต่ว่าตอนนี้ส่งตัวให้กับพี่โอพี่จิมมี่ค่ะ
ภาพตรงหน้าที่สวยที่สุด จะเก็บไว้ในใจ ไม่มีวันลืม
สุขทันทีที่เที่ยวไทย
GT Tire. Power of precision.
กว่า 40 ปีแห่งการพัฒนา ด้วยมาตรฐานการผลิตระดับสากล ที่สุดแห่งสมรรถนะจากสนามแข่งสู่รถคุณ BK Clutch ที่สุดแห่งคลัตช์คุณภาพ
ถ้ามีคนบอกว่า
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PT Maxnitron Racing Series 2026. My name is Victor Cax, and I've been your English commentator for this weekend. As now, we're going to be jumping into the Siam groups. This first race here is going to be for the Siam Group N. This is going to be race number 4 to them in the mid-season battle. We saw them qualify into their positions in yesterday's race. Today, they're finally going to put all of that results onto the track. We're here at Buriram Circuit, also known as Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. Weather still looking pretty brisk at the moment. Cloudy. Rain later on. And here we go. Pit exit is open now for the Siam Group N. Taking race number 4 here, Chang International Circuit. The Group N is a strictly non-turbo racing series here for the PTRS 2026. This is the 15th of August at Buriram Circuit. Weather is nice and cloudy, still quite warm, plenty of sunlight to speak of. It's the Group N, a group of under 1550 cc's, no turbos. They have to keep their factory intake manifold, and the total weight of the car, including driver, is over 1050 for all of these cars. They have to be at least 20 years old. Have a H-pattern gearbox, no ABS, 15-inch rims, and GTR2 Pro Competition tires being provided on the weekend for them. Success ballast is also applied for Group N here, with the heaviest weight being 30 kilograms in the overall as well as the amateur class, 20 kilograms for those who finish in second, and 10 kilograms for those who finish in third. And if any of these top 3, if the success ballast finish lower than third, they will have the heaviest weight removed. Championship points are of course given out here in every single race. This one has 20 points for the winner, 15 points for second place, and 12 points for third, with an additional weightage of 3 points additional for the winner. And that's exactly why all of these drivers want to fight so hard for these race wins. No bonus points for either qualifying or fastest lap here. Is pretty much going to come down to their race performance here to make the tallies go up in the championship. You see a nice blend of different modeled cars brought into the Group N competition. We've of course got the ever so popular CRZs in this competition, but not as much as compared to the Group A, as they will still have to run in their non-turbo configuration for this specific class. Came to yesterday's race though. Ramachin Watanatanakun took the win in the number 89 for Wise RK team Winghin Motorsports. Nantapan took the second position, while Aiden Chong from Singapore takes the third. And those top 3 will have to face the challenge of a reverse grid this time around. Not reverse grid. It's going to be based on qualifying position. That reverse grid is only going to be applied for tomorrow's race, I believe, for race number 5. So Nantapan, Siri Saritara Cool, is going to be on the front row alongside Aiden Chong. Tana Siwanat, Fongsina Chachun is going to be in the second row alongside David Dorigo. It's now support crews are ready to receive our drivers as they come out onto the track. I believe our lovely hosts, Lita and Patrick, are going to be ready
โอเค
to
ครับ
interview.
มาในรุ่นของสยามกรุ๊ป N นะครับตอนนี้นักแข่งของเราก็มาจอดรออยู่ด้านหลังแล้วโอ้โห1 2 3มาครบเลยครับไปสัมภาษณ์กันดีกว่าครับ
ไปค่ะกับอันดับที่ 1 ของเราก่อนเลยนะคะ หมายเลข 73 นั่นเองคุณพี่นันทพัฒน์ขอโทษค่ะขอโทษนะคะ มาค่ะพูดคุยกันหน่อยกับความพร้อมในรุ่นนี้ขออนุญาตค่ะ แนะนำตัวเองสักนิดนึงนะคะ ผ่านทางโซเชียลมีเดียของเราแนะนำตัวเองพร้อมทั้งบอกความพร้อมหน่อยว่าวันนี้มีความพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนทั้งคนและรถ
ก็สวัสดีครับผมชื่อชุนจินะครับหรือว่านันทพันธ์นะครับก็วันนี้จริงๆเองก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับสำหรับเรสในครั้งนี้ก็ยังไงก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมก็รถก็ตอนนี้ก็ค่อนข้างในพร้อมในระดับหนึ่งนะครับด้วยที่ว่าเราเตรียมพร้อมกันมาทั้งอาทิตย์เลยครับผมก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับเบอร์ 73 นะครับกรุ๊ปสยามกรุ๊ป N นะครับทีม ED Mixed Racing Team ไป AP ครับผม
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะคะอ้อนขอกำลังใจแบบน่ารักสู้ๆนะคะ ไปกันต่อค่ะ
มาครับมาที่หมายเลข 69 นะครับเราอยู่กับไอเดนชงครับมาสัมภาษณ์ความรู้สึกของเขากันหน่อยนะครับสวัสดีครับไอเดนชง Hello how are you feeling
Good. Hot. It's really hot.
Very hot are you used to the weather like this
Similar, but usually I'm not in a car with no air conditioning, so slightly different.
Okay. So are you ready for the race today?
Yes, very ready. I can't remember the last time I started on the front row, so should be fun.
100% for the racer and also the car.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Anything you want to say lastly to your supporters who's watching right now?
I hope I give you guys a good race to watch. Hopefully, I can see you again at the finish line.
Okay. All right. I'll wait for you in the finish line. Thank you นะเขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวรอเจอกันที่ finish line นะครับแล้วก็หวังว่าการขับขี่ของเขาจะทำให้ทุกคนที่ติดตามอยู่เนี่ยสนุกสนานแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นไปพร้อมกัน 100% ทั้งคนขับแล้วก็รถด้วยครับผมอ้าวไปกันต่อครับตอนนี้ลิตารออยู่แล้วครับกับผู้ที่ออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่ 3 ครับ
ได้อีก1คันไหมคะได้อีก1คันไหมคะคันนี้นะคะสตาร์ทอันดับที่ 3 พี่วีค่ะเดี๋ยวมาสัมภาษณ์กันสักนิดนึง
ทางนี้
รออยู่ดีพี่วีอยู่ด้านนี้ค่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างกับการแข่งขันในเรสนี้รุ่นนี้ความพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนคะ
ก็ยังไม่เต็มร้อยแต่ว่าใจเกินร้อยครับ
ที่ไม่เต็มร้อยคือคนหรือรถคะ
เรื่องรถครับก็มีต้องปรับปรุงบ้างแต่ว่าใจเกินแน่นอนครับ
คือต่อให้รถจะไม่เต็มร้อยแต่ใจเต็มร้อยเพราะฉะนั้นมันดูกันว่าใจเต็มร้อยเนี่ยจะไปได้ไกลสักแค่ไหนนะคะฝากขอกำลังใจแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ทางบ้านหน่อยค่ะ
ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 39 รุ่นสยามกรุ๊ป N ครับทีมเลนโซมอเตอร์สปอร์ตครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะสู้ๆนะครับใจเกินร้อยนี่รู้ว่าเสี่ยงแต่คงต้องขอลองไปต่อนะคะ
มาต่อเลยครับผมนี่ฮะอันดับที่ 4 ของเราครับมาแล้วอาจารย์เดย์ของเราฮะพี่เดย์ครับเป็นไงบ้างวันนี้พี่
ก็ตอนนี้รู้สึกเหนื่อยมากเพราะว่าเมื่อกี้เพิ่งวิ่งจากอิลสุชาเลนจ์มาก็รู้สึกแบบพยายามตั้งสติแล้วก็พยายามจะพักเหนื่อยให้เต็มที่ครับแล้วก็ดีใจมากที่ตอนนี้มาออกอันดับที่4นะครับก็แต่ละคนเขาแรงๆทั้งนั้นก็จะพยายามรักษาตำแหน่งตัวเองไว้ให้ดีที่สุดครับก็ฝากช่วยเชียร์ด้วยกันนะครับผมท้ายยีราฟครับจากบ็อกซ่าเรซิ่งครับ
พี่ขับเหมือนพี่ร้อนเงินเลยนะ ขับแบบว่ารุ่นไหนลงได้พี่เอาหมดแต่ว่าวันนี้มาต่อพอดีนะโอเคมีแรงแล้วพี่ได้พักแล้วกินน้ำแล้วโอเคท้ายยีราฟจากบ็อกซ่าเรซิ่งครับผมฝากเชียร์พี่ดาวิเดโรดริโกด้วยครับโอเคครับครบแล้วเรียบร้อยฮะ4อันดับแรกนะครับตอนนี้เราส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่เลยฮะ
ถูกต้องค่ะ
And thank you very much Lita and Patrick for the very spirited interviews with the top 3 on the grid. And yes, Nantapan, in spite of qualifying in P2 yesterday, is going to be starting in P1 thanks to a 10 grid place penalty for Vamanjit Watanatanakun. Yes, Rapakorn from the Motu Thailand by Squad Racing Team. And he's going to be up in the third row alongside, in the third row, right alongside Chinovich Romyanon, RYNNI, Voltronic Secret, co-hood by Rongpo Power Unit in the number 98. So yeah, a lot of these guys are getting a free bump further into the front thanks to this. And Sachai is now on the 4th row of the grid for PT Autobox Team Thailand. Sachai Nantan Kunjorn going to be starting alongside Wasan Suksabai, Good Move Project G, X V60 Performance, Miller Oil, Thailand Max Express. Driving number 33 in the AM class. Then if we have a look on the 5th row here, we got Natawat Plundong driving for Fast Store in the number 71. Yeah, taken two P2 finishes so far in the season. He's going to have a lot of work to do, though, given that he's starting in the 5th row in 9th position. Right alongside Tisanafas Yim Charon, Boxar Racing Motorsport Team. The number 66, currently P12 in the championship, a DNF and a DNS notwithstanding. Varanjit starts in P11 thanks to the 10th place grid penalty, in spite of getting the fastest time during qualifying yesterday. He's going to have to fight his way into the points here for the Wise RK team, Wing Hin Motorsports. And Varanjit is going to be looking to at least make it higher than the P12, the lowest finish he's had so far in this season. Plaren Napa, one of the female drivers in this grid for SC Racing Team, number 35. P10 in the championship with 10 points to her name. So a decent run so far at the start of 2026. Kritin Ratana for TT Motorsport Cusco, Thailand, slot side S63 project, driving the number 93. He's got him P13 in the championship last time around. Currently sits in P10 in the overall. Then we got Zomyo Pang. Hails all the way from Myanmar. Drives the number 96 here for BB Motorsports Voltronic Racing Team. This is going to be a start of a 2026 season for him in the racing seat. Number 23, Chachapon Yayon. Lottery Plus Racing starts in 16th place on that 8th row. Currently sitting in P13 in the overall, but P4 in the AM class with 20 points to his name. Only 10 points behind Natapan, that AM class category. Then we got Chokchai, Jarun Nongkran, Lottery Plus Racing as well, the teammate, but this time in the pro class, driving the number 22. 3 straight DNFs so far in this season here for him, so he's going to be looking to make a result this time. Wiwat Pumprang drives for Gulf Tech Racing Team on the AM class, number 18 in 18th place, 11th when it comes to the AM class standings. Number 15 for Elisa Kung, having traded her truck out now for a CRZ. It's going to be looking to try to make up some places here. Having taken over position, I think, from another driver on the grid, or rather no, Pavic Amon Wong still in this fight. Still going to be looking for an opportunity. Despite its disqualification during qualifying yesterday, it's going to be starting at the very back end of the starting grid. Pavic, who's currently sitting in P7 in the AM class, has yet to place in the overall. So it really has its work cut out, unfortunately, for race number 4. Mid-season war is going to be in full swing now for the Group N. They all know where they're going to start. Now we're going to find out where they all will finish. As of right now, Chinovich Romyanon comes into this weekend as the overall leader, 47 points to his name in the pro class. Tanasiwanat is also looking for an opportunity to try to fight for those additional points here, given that Chinovich is starting one grid row behind him. So perfect start for this one, I think. At least we're going to be seeing some of those sparks fly when we come into this mid-season war. 1 minute remaining before the start of the race, and that's the cue to leave the drivers to their own devices. Nantapan in the front row alongside Aiden Chong. Nantapan at the moment is P7 in the overall championship, P3 in the AM class. So very likely he's going to find himself in a prime position here to try to keep ahead of Aiden and hopefully be able to gain and whittle away a little bit of that points advantage that Aiden is enjoying at the moment. Nantapan had so far gotten a win in 2026. So could this be the second one for him in this competition? The number 66, Tinafas. What has happened as he's not able to get the car started? Will get his car pushed out of the starting grid here just before we're getting into the formation lap, and that's going to be quite the blow, unfortunately, for Tinapas. Boxar Racing Motorsport team going to have a look at that and hopefully get his car back out onto the pit lane. But he's going to have to miss out on the formation lap here, unfortunately. 12 laps of racing to go here in Siam Group N. Driver's waiting patiently now for that green flag, and the formation lap is now kicked off. Number 66 of Dinafas is going to have to be looked at, being pushed to the pits now. Let's just pray that he's going to be able to get the car restarted and ready to rejoin the grid. But he will have to miss out on the start, and I think another car seems to have stalled out as well on this formation lap. And that's number 98. I see some smoke coming out from the engine bay though, so I don't think that this will be able to join us in the race here if that is a fire going on the inside. Chinovich Romyanon, the championship leader, is not able to join us on this formation lap, and that's going to be a huge blow. He's able to get the car started, but the smoke coming out from his engine bay, that's going to be a massive concern right now. But nevertheless, the race will go on. Nantapan, number 73, alongside Aiden in number 69. Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand by AP, alongside Rangpur Power Unit X Shane Ang Racing. On the third row, Tana Siwanat from Lenso Motorsport is going to be starting alongside David Dorigo, who also trade sells his truck for a hatchback here. Lenso Motorsport versus Boxar Racing Motorsport team. Rapakorn from Moto Thailand by Squad Racing team is going to be up alongside, or was going to be up alongside Chinovich, the championship leader. Rini Voltronic Secret Kohu by Rongpo Power Unit will have to get the car sorted out before he can get back into racing. Sachai, it's going to be alongside Wasan. PT Autobox Team Thailand, number 12, versus the number 33 of Good Mood Project GX V60 Performance, Miller Oil Thailand, Max Oil. Natawood, from number 71, going to be alongside Tinafas, number 66, or was going to be alongside until Tinafas couldn't get his car started on the grid. Fast Door will still have a car in this formation lap, though. Varanchit Watana Tanakun, Wise REK Team Wingham Motorsport. It's going to be alongside Playwan Napa from SC Racing Team. The 10 grid place position, penalty position for Watana Tanakun is going to affect him, no doubt. Gritin is going to be starting alongside Zomio Gang, TT Motorsport Cusco Thailand SL Autoslide S63 Project. It's going to be looking for an opportunity here against BPMP Motorsport. Lottery Plus Racing, 2 cars on the same row here with Chokchai. With Chachapon as well as Chokchai in 15 and 16 respectively. Winawat Puanrang is going to be alongside Alisa Kwang, and Pavic is going to round out the 19 cars that are taking part in this competition. Hopefully full 19 here, as 2 of the cars are currently inside the pit lane trying to get the cars sorted out desperately for the start. Siam Group N here at the PT Maxnitron Racing Series 2026. Mid-season war has officially been announced, And the battle will begin as soon as those red lights go out. Drivers are now taking their grid positions. Gonna be keeping a keen eye on that front row here. Nantapan has a very good opportunity to put some good points on the board. Aiden Chong is hoping to make his boss, Shane Ang, very happy. He's also looking forward to getting that interview with Patrick at the end of this, taking some cues off of Shane Ang as well. Last car comes up on the grid. Marshall keenly keeping his eyes open to see if everyone is in the correct positions. 2 cars, unfortunately, are not joining us on this standing start and desperately trying to get it sorted out on the grid. The green flag is waved off. The red lights are coming on now for the Siam Group N. Chang International Circuit is go, go, go! Nantapan gets a good start, keeps himself nicely tucked in ahead. Aiden Chong was now facing a challenge from another CRZ beside him. Nana Siwana gets a position ahead of him now into P2 in turn 1, and it stays ahead of Aiden Chong. Off of the track goes both of these drivers now as they barrel their way towards turn 2 and into turn 3 as David Dorigo now senses an opportunity to go around the outside of Aiden Chong. On board right now with number 46 with David Dorigo as he attempts to try to keep Aiden Chong tucked in on the inside. Tries to break as late as possible. A bit of smoke comes up as well. Some of these cars are going too wide. True into the inside. Around the outside goes another CRZ as he tries to get in between the battle. And indeed does get in front of David Dorigo. Aiden Chong has to stave up another battle coming in from the outside of turn number 4. Diego Dios now looking for position here with David Dorigo getting himself past almost on the inside. Finds a bit more momentum as they enter into turn 4. Stays ahead. David Dorigo now trying to come back into an attack against number 71 and Natawood. Aiden Chong is lagging behind though, still trying to defend very hard, and someone's gone off. Baranjit Monai is off the track. Fire coming out of his exhaust, and that is out of the race now for the number 89. Aiden Chong trying to sweep on the inside of the Toyota Vios, who's hanging around the outside. David Dorigo's trying to find a position, gets into contact. Bumps the Honda Brio onto the outside. The saloon car couldn't quite get position back, loses several cars down. While David Dorigo continues to try to fight on and stays behind Aiden Chong. Natawat Blendong has to tuck it behind David's orange car. David is now trying to get the toe of Aiden Chong. He sneaks onto the inside on the final turn, breaks very late indeed. When Natawat takes the opportunity to go onto the inside of Aiden Chong, forcing him to go off of the track to try to stay alongside. Will keeps a lot of momentum though coming out of the exit, so he stays in pursuit of David Dorigo into the first turn. David does have an advantage in terms of track position. Tries to steal on the inside, but no, Aiden Chong carries a lot of more momentum on the outside. That's contact further in the back. A slow car gets sent into the wall, and another has his wheel completely sideways. Number 23 looks to be out of it here, as does the number 35. Grandpa Ruxkin is inside the wall, while in the meantime, number 23 has pulled up onto the side. Chachapon Yayon is going to be out of this race. Aiden Chong is still in though. Chachapon having to put his car, thankfully, unhurt. But certainly miffed at the fact that he is now completely taken out in the second lap of racing. More action going on in the background as a Honda Jazz moves on the inside, tries to get up into the back of another. Oh, getting the Vios, drifting action going on in the background further. The number 95 tries to split the difference between two saloon cars. But the first gen Toyota Vios is still faster than the Honda, so stays ahead. Sweeping in here. I think I see Aiden Chong being further behind. Let's have a look on the replay here. There's the number 71 of Natawut and David Dorigo in the orange car, number 46. David gets a very good position on the inside. And there is, that's Varanchit pretty much going off on his own. I think his engine must have seized up just as he was entering the turn because the front wheels locked up completely, causing him to spin around dramatically. And that's caused Valenchit an opportunity right now to race for points and one upset for the number 89 car. Here's the other replay of the contact between the number 23 and 35. And that contact definitely has left the number 23 very much worse for wear. One tire hanging off, but the 35 being sent into the wall. I'm not sure if the SC Racing team car will be able to rejoin. Doesn't look like that's the case. These teams are stopped on the side. And we continue on the racing as David Dorigo facing off another challenger coming in behind. Wasan Tabai looking for an opportunity. A bit of tire smokes coming out from David Dorigo as he locks up into the turn. More racing going up in front. I thought I saw Aiden Chong drop behind him. Indeed, he has dropped down to P10. The Singaporean now holding on to the solitary place, solitary point. Jonathan Wanat will be taking over for him. David Dorigo is going to be happy. He's now on a podium position, but with Wasan Sabai continuing to breathe down his neck, he's definitely not going to be able to rest on his laurels. Not the wood, Moji goes a little bit wide. That's going to give Sachai an opportunity around the inside and maybe on the outside on the next turn. As he has to keep his foot planted on that throttle there to try to keep the position away. And they are side by side, not the Woods in the black car on the inside of the next turn. Still hanging on, still stays in front of Sachai. Number 33 of Wasan Suksabai still trying to find the opportunity here against David Dorigo, but the gap's starting to widen between these two cars. Possible position on the podium here for Wasan. Nathan Wood in the meantime has his hands full trying to keep Rapakorn and Sachai tucked in behind them. Rapakorn seems to have been able to get in front of Sachai this time around by the time he got to the final turn. Side-by-side action going on right now on the main straight. Leo's Gen 1 up against the Honda Brio, amazing. Off the track goes the Honda Brio though, to the Leos. Do well to try to stay the line, stay the course, and stay the momentum. Sachai still doing his very best to try to keep Rapakorn at bay. But another one is coming up here, Zhao Mio Yong looking for an opportunity. 3 wide entry into turn number 3. Number 87 still is able to hold the fort. Rapakorn stays in front. Still stays in position of battle with Sachai. Sachai is now on the inside. He loses out of momentum on the exit. Has to concede the position now. Rapakorn up into P6. This is 170 kilometers per hour. It goes a little bit too wide. Dalmio Fong is going to be able to find an opportunity to slip in here and try to snatch away P7 from Sachai. But no opportunity will present itself once they come out the exit, and Sachai is able to recover quite brilliantly despite that lockup. There's Aiden Chong quite far behind. He has fallen out of favor here in the top 3. But is at least still in the running and still in the points. But under threat from Chokchai. Wasan Suksabai having a peek on the inside on the final turn. David Dorigo couldn't do much maneuvering here under braking. Has to leave quite the gap on the inside, but Wasan Suksabai cannot find the momentum required to get into the slipstream of David Dorigo's car. Starting to settle down now in the 5th lap of racing here at the Kiam Group N. Tanasi Wanat is right now in the lead of this race, followed by Nantapan. David Dorigo continues his charge to stay ahead of Wasan Suksabai. Big gap opens up now between P2, P1 and P2. Tanasi Wanat very securely in that lead. More smoke is being thrown up in front of Natawut. Wasan Suksabai tries to make some late-breaking maneuver against David Dorigo. David Dorigo still very much keeps his Honda Jazz up in front. No benefit of a tow here for Natawut. Gonna have to find a way to close that gap. In the meantime, there's David Dorigo actually. Number 46 has fallen back. I think there might have been contact actually or something. He's right now in front of the number 73, Nantapan. He's lost out on his P2 position as David is now in a position to claim P2 for himself. Now has a car between him and Wasan Suksabai, who's attempting now to have a look on the inside of Nantapan. The man who started on the front row is now on the fight of his life to stay on the podium. There you can see Tanasi Wanat on the lower left corner of the screen as he keeps a 4-second lead on the last time around the control line. Nantapan right now stricken. Lost the position, David Dorigo. Bit of side-by-side action going on here as the number 93 slips onto the inside. The Bios. Damage on the rear bumper there is not going to be doing him any favors. The number 22 attempt to find a position here. Chokchai, Gitin, now locked into a battle for P11. Gitin currently in front. While the across the racing car has a dent on the right-hand side. I think these two have already come into blow just off camera. Gitin still has a lot of momentum to use coming out turn 1, so he will be able to pull quite the gap onto Chokchai. He's now within the clutches of Shidovich. He's come back out of the pits and is now fighting to try to get back into the point. There's David Dorigo. Wasan Suksabai is following his way past Nantapan. I think there might be a problem with Nantapan's car because he's losing time and losing places as the laps continue to pile up. Now is in the clutches of Natawut. Natawut in the black car. This is an opportunity now to try to make up a position. Rabat Korn is also following very closely behind, eager to pounce on the opportunity once Nantapan is going to be dispatched. Nantapan is still going to try to defend though. Coming into the final sector. Still trying to keep Natawut at bay. Gap is opening up a little bit, closing up immediately as they swing through this S turn. And into the final sector to go. Natawut is going to find an opportunity to sneak in around the outside. Switches around, trying to get to the inside, but still cannot find it yet. Tries to go for that late braking. That's Natawut. Slips into the inside on the apex and gets himself in front of Nantapan. Rabat Korn not able to capitalize on that. Now he's the one tucked in behind Nantapan. Pressure continuing to mount here as Nantapan couldn't get his car back up into speed here. Moving positions lap after lap. Now he's trying to fight back against Natawut. Rabat tries to go narrow here, trying to find a way to slip in onto the inside of Nantapan. Nantapan couldn't do much here, but Rabat sees an opportunity as well, gets as close as possible onto Natawut. Natawut still hangs it around the outside, keeping his Honda Jazz in position. The momentum is going to favor Rabat at this point. Pulling uphill. Engines revving away into turn number 4 here. Rabat stays in the track race with Nantawood. But Nantawood sneaks it. Stays ahead of Rabat braking and contact! Contact under braking onto Nantawood as he's forced off of the track. He comes back in, losing several positions in one fell swoop. Rabat moves up a place as well as Nantapan. Unfortunately, will still have to tuck him behind. That's gonna be P9 now for Nantawood. Certainly an incident to be reviewed by the stewards. Let's have a look at it under the replay here. There's Robert Korn in the saloon car behind. The Black Jazz being driven by Nantawood. Nantawood seemed to brake slightly earlier. Rather, the Robert Korn braked quite later compared to Nantawood. And that was what caused the contact. Under normal situations, I think Robert Korn will be the one judged to have made a foul in that instance there. And it cost Nantawood his race here. Be pending a decision from the stewards for sure. Nantawood will continue the race on, still inside of the points, mind you. But Robert Korn may be under investigation for just that. The battle had been heating up, but unfortunately now it's all but boiled over. The cars now settle in for another 4 laps of racing. Rana Siwana still in the front of the entire pack. David Dorigo follows in behind with Wasan Putsabai. Robert Korn, who we just saw, pushed Nantawood out of the way. Maybe in for an investigation by the stewards for that contact. Nantapan, who had lost several positions, is still at least happy to still be in the top 5. But he's going to be nursing that car because it seems at this point he's not delivering the performance that he wants. He's already under threat from Sachai. One wheel hanging off of the ground from the Honda Jazz in front. Hatchback being pursued by the Toyota Vios just behind him. In a fight for his life now. Trying to stay in P5. There's Aiden Chong as well, starting to get into the fray. Creeping and creeping back up. He's going to have to try to follow behind Sachai. And if Nantavan is not able to defend successfully against Sachai, Aiden Chong might be able to capitalize on this opportunity. Drive-through penalty given to car number 87. That's Robert Korn. And finally, the decision has come through. He had indeed committed a foul against Nantawood. He comes in now to serve that penalty. So Sachai and Nantapan will be able to inherit P6 and P5 and P4 respectively. But I think Sachai has already beaten, in fact, Nantapan to the line there. And Aiden Chong is now trying to seek that opportunity to get up into P6. Just whipping around. Here's going to be a 3-wide situation. Aiden Chong taking the widest line. He's locked up his rears, unfortunately, as he tries to enter turn 3. So Nantapan will continue to fight another day, or at least another lap. Maybe even just a few corners though, because Aiden Chong is now getting a lot of momentum here going into turn 4. Well, Sachai is continuing to try to build a gap. Brick by brick. Aiden Chong slips on the inside. Nantapan forced to take onto the curbs. We lose out a lot of momentum, no doubt. Under braking, Aiden Chong wrestles his way onto the apex and stays ahead of Nantapan. P5 for the Honda CRZ. Quite a miraculous recovery drive here, but it is still a recovery drive for Aiden Chong. It's number 93. It's off of the track. It's able to get himself back on just in the nick of time. Aiden Chong now trying to put some moves onto Sachai. Three more laps of racing still remains between these drivers here. And Aiden Chong has 3 more opportunities to try to fight his way back up into a top 3 finish. Slipstream off of Sachai's car. This is looking good right now for Aiden Chong. make it even better though. Getting into turn number 1, slips on the inside. Sachai hangs it very much on the outside. Stays up alongside him off of the track. Spin coming in, unfortunately here for Shinovich. As he tries to make an entry into the pit lane, has more trouble befallen. The championship leader here in Group N. Aiden Chang will keep the charge. Stays around the outside yet again. Can he keep his rear wheels not locked up? Indeed, it's going to be Chachai who locks up instead. And more contact between the two cars. Turn the wheels loses a bit of the trim on the rear bumper to Aiden Chang. That's going to be left hanging on. While Aiden Chang still keeps some pressure going. Chang hangs it around the outside. The dragging is coming up from the number 12. It's making it hard for Sachai to defend, but he still will defend under braking wherever he can. Still slips it in front of Aiden Chang. Brilliant maneuver there by Sachai. In spite of the fact that the bodywork is still hanging on, he's gonna hope that it will fall off eventually here. He's also hoping that he stays in front of Aiden Chang for the next 2 laps. Here is the race leader, Thanasi Wanat, coming in now to kick off the penultimate lap. Thanasi Wanat from Lenso Motorsport, who is driving on board right now. Feeling pretty confident of his chances, especially with the championship leader looking like he's out for the count. It's going to be a huge opportunity now for Thanasi Wanat to make up some positions. Oh no, there's number 98. Stricken on the track in a very dangerous position indeed. There's only a slight gap for some of these drivers to get through. Get the car back up into backing out of that though. He's still very much stuck in a very dangerous position here. Would that necessitate a safety car to come out? That's going to be the big question for everyone right now, especially given that we are on the penultimate lap. This means that for Aiden, that might be a last opportunity slipping away for him. And indeed, safety car has come out on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. That's going to put a damper right now. The chances of Aiden, especially against Sachai. Conversely, a relief I think for Sachai at the moment. Still will be able to keep that P4. Thanasi Wanat likely going to be cruising into victory lane under the safety car here. There's David Dorigo, P2 right now, and looks pretty set to keep it. They're going to come out as the final lap board is coming out, so effectively this race will most likely end under the safety car. Man, what a battle it could have been here for Aiden and Sachai if there was just one more lap. But sadly, it has come to naught. A bit of good news, I think, for Sachai as well is that trim that we saw get knocked off his rear bumper has finally fallen out, so no worries of a mechanical flag issue for the number 12. So I think Sachai should still be able to keep his P4. And Natafan would be very, very happy about the fact that he's able to stave off Natawood. Just before the safety car came out. So they will remain in P6 and P7 respectively. With the Myanmar driver, Zhao Mio Pang, still behind them in P8. Elisa does make it to a points paying position here. So this could be her best finish of the season so far. while Rapakorn, who had to serve the drive-through penalty, will have to settle for P10. Several cars down from him and the man that he knocked out of turn number 4, Wood. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be end of racing here for the Group N. Because even if the safety car is going to be released at this point, there's not going to be any laps of racing. It still remains, so the cars will pretty much finish in the positions they got to before the safety car got called. No doubt these drivers' hearts have been pumping so hard over the last 11 laps, and practically a cool down lap now for them as they head the way back into the start-finish straight. So much battle and chaos had gone on in this race here. But now the checkered flag will beckon here for Tana Siwanat, leading the pack of cars now into the final sector. And by default, he will take that race win. David Dorigo, very happy for him, getting a P2 finish here this season. That's surely gonna make up for the disappointment of a start of 2026 for him with a DNF and DNS to his name and a P5 best finish. This is going to be the best haul of points he's gotten all season so far. For Tanasi Wanat, it will surely propel him to the very tippy top of the standings here for Group N. As we come now into the finish line, checker flag is already out. And Tanasi Wanat, Pongsinacha Chun will take the win here for Siam Group N. Race number 4. David Dorigo takes P2 ahead of Wasan Suksabai. Sachai Nathan will take P4 ahead of Aiden Chong. And Natapan Sri Sarit Tarakul will finish in P6 ahead of Natawut. Zamo Mio Paing will finish in P8 ahead of Alisa Kunkwang. While Rapakor and Rong Siri will round out the top 10 here after having taken a drive-through penalty. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Siam Group N. We'll go ahead and let you guys enjoy the highlights from race number 4.
เป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะครับในการแข่งขันของสยามซีรีส์ในรุ่นของสยามกรุ๊ป N ครับ3อันดับแรกตอนนี้กำลังจอดอยู่ข้างหลังของเราแล้วนี่
เป็นรุ่นที่โอ้โหมันดุเดือดมาตลอดแต่ว่าตอนรอบสุดท้ายเนี่ยต้องบอกเลยว่ามีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นทำให้จบเซฟตี้คาร์นะคะแต่ว่าการแข่งขันก็คือดุเดือดเลย
ใช่แล้วแหละครับผมแล้วก็จบเซฟตี้คาร์มาน่าจะได้พักกันในแลบสุดท้ายนี่แหละนะฮะพักกันนิดหน่อยแล้วนะครับผม แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์อันดับที่3กันก่อนเลยนะครับตอนนี้ฮะมาอยู่ข้างหลังของเราแล้วครับกำลังจะลงจากรถนะครับ
เดี๋ยวให้เวลาก่อนนะคะตอนนี้วอลแวร์มากนะคะมาสคอตเราค่อนข้างที่จะวอลแวร์มากอันดับที่ 3 ขออนุญาตให้เขาลงจากรถคามดาวสักนิดหนึ่งนะคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เพิ่งมาจอดเลยนะคะที่โพสิชันตรงนี้นี่ลงมาเรียบร้อยแต่ละคนลงมาคือตัวแดงกันตลอดเลยนะพี่
แนะนำเขาหน่อยสิเขาชื่อว่า
พี่วีธนาศิวนัทนั่นเองนะคะอ๋อไม่ใช่อันดับที่ 3อันดับที่ 3
อันดับที่ 3ครับ
อันดับที่ 3นะคะหมายเลข33นะคะคุณพี่วสันต์สุขสบายค่ะขออภัยค่ะ
โอเคครับเดี๋ยวให้จิบน้ำกันก่อนอีกสักนิดหนึ่งนะครับแต่ว่านี่นะฮะเราอยากจะให้ได้เห็นบรรยากาศแล้วก็ความรู้สึกสดๆร้อนๆนะครับหลังจากที่เขาเพิ่งแข่งเสร็จกันเลย
ครับผม
มารอกันอยู่ตรงนี้นะครับอ้าวถ้าพร้อมแล้วมาได้เลยครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะอันดับที่ 3 ของเรานะคะขออนุญาตแก้อีก1ครั้งหมายเลข33คุณพี่วสันต์สุขสบายนะคะ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่ครับหลังจากแข่งเสร็จแล้ว
ตื่นเต้นมากครับเป็นครั้งแรกแล้วก็มาได้โพเดียมแบบนี้ได้มายืนตรงนี้ตื่นเต้นมาก
ๆอ๋อคือลงสนามครั้งแรกเลยรายการการแข่งขันนี้
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็ได้โพเดียมอันดับที่ 3 เลยด้วย
ใช่ครับผม
แล้วการแข่งขันมีเรื่องราวอะไรเกิดขึ้นกับเราบ้างไหมคะ
พี่เขาโค้งกันเก่งมากเลยครับ
อะไรนะคะ
พี่เขาเก่งกันมากเลยครับ
พี่เขาเก่งกันมากหนูหมายถึงว่ามีอะไรมาจ้องมาจิ้มมาเตาะมาแตะอะไรมีบ้างไหมกับเรา
ยังไม่มีครับ
ยังไม่มี
เดี๋ยวรอดูวันพรุ่งนี้ไหมฮะ อย่าเลยบอกอย่าเลยมีคลีนแบบนี้ดีแล้วนะฮะแต่ว่าจากความตื่นเต้นทั้งหมดเนี่ยกับ12แลบซึ่งเรียกว่าเป็นการขับแข่งที่ระยะเวลายาวนาน แต่ได้มาพักในแลบสุดท้าย
ใช่ครับโอเค
ตอน SC ออกมาเซฟตี้คาร์ออกมารู้สึกยังไงฮะผ่อนคลายไหมครับเอาตรงๆเลย
ผ่อนคลายสุดๆไปเลยครับ
ผ่อนคลายสุดๆไปเลยครับ
feeling good เลยล่ะ feeling good
ไม่ผ่อนคันเร่งลงมาบ้างนะโอเคครับผมอยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆบ้างครับที่รับชมรับเชียร์เราอยู่ฮะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีม Good Move Project G นะครับเบอร์33นะครับกรุ๊ป N นะครับผมว่าตัดสบายครับผมจะสู้สุดใจครับผม
นี่
โอเคครับผมขอบคุณมากๆครับและยินดีด้วยนะครับรับอันดับที่3เลยโอ้โหมาครั้งแรกไปอันดับที่2กันต่อครับท้ายยีราฟของเราครับจากบ็อกซ่าเรซิ่งครับ
เกือบเป็นลมอยู่นะดูจากหน้านะ
พี่หมดเลยไหมสองการแข่งติด
คือมันหมดจริงนะแล้วผมพยายามจะไล่วีให้เต็มที่เพราะว่าหลังจากหลุดกลุ่มตรงกลางมาได้ปุ๊บเนี่ยก็พยายามจะไล่แล้วแต่แบบกัดฟันทุกโค้งเลยนะแต่แบบคือระยะแก๊ปมันเท่าเดิมตลอดก็โอเคครับพยายามจะไล่ให้เต็มที่แล้วก็รู้สึกเหนื่อยด้วยก็ดีใจมากๆแล้วครับที่แข่งจบมาตอนนี้รับอันดับ2โอเวอร์ออลครับ
แล้วทำไมไม่แซงตอน SC ออกมาเผื่อมาเชลไม่เห็น
อย่าเลยครับผมแค่เมื่อวานผมเข้าห้องน้ำออกมากี่สตาร์ทก็โดนได้ทูแล้วอย่าให้ผมโดนอะไรเลยคอนเทนต์อย่าวิ่งเข้าหาผมบ่อยนะครับขอโทษทีครับ
โอเคนะเต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็น่าเสียดายอยู่เหมือนกันนะจริงแล้วเพราะว่าถ้าอยู่ในอันดับที่2แล้วก็พอเซตที่ข่าวออกมาแบบนี้เอาจริงเราก็ได้พักแหละแต่ว่าถ้าอีกฮึดเดียวอีกสัก1รอบเผลอๆอาจจะได้มีจังหวะได้แซงกันหน่อย
โอ้ก็ยากเหมือนกันนะเพราะว่าแก๊ประยะมันไกลมากครับแต่ถ้าเอาต่ออีกรอบหนึ่งก็ไม่แน่ใจแอบบอกนะเมื่อกี้จังหวะSC ออกปุ๊บเครื่องมีปัญหาพอดีเลยฮะ
ช่วยชีวิต
ไม่รู้เซ็นเซอร์อะไรหลุดครับเพราะว่ามันบื่อทั้งทางผมคิดในใจอีกตอนขับรถอยู่ว่าแล้วSC ช่วยกรุณาพาเข้าเส้นชัยด้วยแล้วก็พาเข้าจริง
ๆได้พอออกมาก็เดากันแล้วว่าน่าจะต้องเข้าเส้นชัยกันแบบนี้นะฮะโอเคสุดท้ายจบแล้วที่2นะครับผมยินดีด้วยพี่เดย์เอาฝากหน่อยครับบ็อกซ่าเรซิ่ง
ก็ฝากด้วยนะครับหมายเลข46นะครับกรุ๊ป N ของผมนะฮะท้ายยีราฟครับบ็อกซ่าเรซิ่งมอเตอร์สปอร์ตครับผม
โอเคครับขอบคุณมากครับดาวิดโดริโก้ครับนี่อันดับที่2เราครับและไปกันต่อครับในอันดับที่1ครับ
หมายเลข39ค่ะพี่ปีธนาศิวนันท์นะคะเย้
สวัสดีครับนี่
เห็นบอกหนูเป็นคนสัมภาษณ์เขาตอนที่ออกสตาร์ทเขาบอกว่ารถไม่เต็มร้อยแต่ใจเกินร้อยมาดูกันว่าผลการตัดสินจะเป็นยังไงนี่ค่ะรถไม่เต็มร้อยแต่ว่ามายืนอยู่นี่ค่ะอันดับที่1นะคะ
โอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับการแข่งครับ
ก็ตอนระหว่างที่ขับเนี่ยก็รถมีปัญหาเตือนเรื่องแบตเตอรี่ มันอ่อนลงเรื่อยๆไม่รู้ว่าเป็นเรื่องอะไรคือภาวนาอย่างเดียวว่าอย่าเป็นอะไรเอาให้จบก่อน แล้วก็อาจจะเป็นช่วงที่สตาร์ทเราอาจจะจังหวะดีกว่าเพื่อนนิดนึงก็เลยโชคดีที่หลุดกลุ่มมาแล้วก็รีบไปเลยไปแบบไม่มองกระจกหลังกันไปอย่างเดียวขับอย่างเดียวเลย
ที่เขาบอกอะไรนะออกตัวห้อยๆหน่อยใช่ไหม
ก็คือประสบการณ์เคยออกตัวพลาดบ่อยก็เลยพยายามแบบกลางๆแล้วกันไม่ต้องแบบพุชมากครับ
วันนี้เหมือนแข่งไปแล้วด้วยป่ะฮะรุ่นหนึ่งป่ะก่อนหน้านี้
ไม่ได้แข่งครับส่งลูกศิษย์ไปแข่งกัน
โอเคนะครับผมแต่ว่ามาเจอกันแล้วรอบนี้แล้วครับแล้วก็รับอันดับที่1ไปแล้วเรียบร้อยนะครับผมขอแสดงความยินดีด้วย
ขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่รับชมอยู่หน่อยครับ
ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 39 ทีมเรนโซมอเตอร์สปอร์ตท้ายเรนโซนะครับเบอร์ 39เรนโซมอเตอร์สปอร์ตธนาศิวนัทพงศินาราชันครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับยินดีด้วยครับโอเคเรียบร้อยครับผมในรุ่นของสยามกรุ๊ป N นะครับกับ3อันดับแรกนะฮะต่อไปเป็นรุ่นของสยามกรุ๊ป A แล้วฮะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะเดี๋ยวส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่ค่ะ
There's provisional results. Siwanat, first place with David Arrigo in second, and Wasan Suksabai in third. That will be a handy amount of points here for Dana Siwanat when it comes to the championship. Aiden Chong has settled for a fifth position just behind Sachai, managed to take best of the rest. And that is the end of Siam Group N. We'll be moving on now into our Group A, coming up right after the break.
ตรงหน้าที่สวยที่สุดจะเก็บไว้ในใจไม่มีวันลืม
สุขทันทีที่เที่ยวไทยถ้ามีคนบอกว่าความฝันของคุณมันใหญ่เกินไปอย่าเพิ่งอธิบายแต่ทำให้เห็นชัยชนะไม่ได้สร้างจากวันแข่งแต่มันเริ่มจากช็อตแรกในวันที่ไม่มีใครเห็นเพราะคู่แข่งที่ยากที่สุดคือตัวเราเองและเมื่อความฝันนั้นเป็นจริงมันไม่ใช่แค่ของคุณคนเดียวแต่มันคือความภูมิใจของคนไทยทั้งประเทศ PT เต็มแม็กซ์ในทุกช็อต
เพราะในทุกการแข่งขันที่เข้มข้นความสมบูรณ์แบบในทุกรายละเอียดคือส่วนสำคัญของชัยชนะมะปรางอลิสาค่ะไม่ว่าจะอยู่ในหรือนอกสนามแข่งมะปรางเลือกน้ำมันเครื่อง PT Maxnitron
สว่านไร้สายอยู่ไหนวะ
ความคิดดิพี่ ทน อึด คุ้ม
ยังไง
ทน ใช้ได้นาน อึด เพราะเราเลือกแบตลิเธียมคุณภาพสูง คุ้ม แบตใช้ได้กับเครื่องมือทุกรุ่น
โอ้ก็เหมือนกันแล้ว
ไม่เหมือน เพราะเรามีแบตเตอรี่อัจฉริยะระบบอินทิเกรตชิป อายุการใช้งานยาวนานและมีประสิทธิภาพเข้มเร็ว ซ่อมไว
เชื่อแต่ครับ ด้วยสินค้ามากกว่า 6,000 รายการทำคิดครบทุกเรื่องเครื่องมือช่าง
ธรรมชาติสร้างสรรค์พลังงานผ่านแสงแดดและในวันนี้เราจะเปลี่ยนแสงนั้นให้เป็นพลังแห่งชีวิต KG Solar มุ่งมั่นสร้างสรรค์โซลูชันพลังงานสะอาดเพื่อความประหยัดและโลกที่ยั่งยืนสู่ระบบโซลาร์เซลล์ที่ออกแบบเพื่อคุณ ด้วยประสบการณ์กว่า 37 ปี ภายใต้การบริการมาตรฐานระดับสากลเพื่อโลกและคุณภาพชีวิตที่ดีของคนไทย KG Solar
Hope you guys are getting a good lunchtime right now here at the PTRS 2026. Plenty of food trucks out in Buriram. For all you guys who are enjoying the action live on location here at Buriram Chang International Circuit. Oh, I could really use some pad thai, actually. But unfortunately, we're going to have some work to do here. We're racing still continuing on, and we're going to be moving into another category of racing out here in the PT Maxnitron Racing Series, the mid-season war, as it were. And we've already seen what the Group N have been able to do. Well, now it's going to be up to the bigger class here, the Group A. It's going to be taking to the track in just a few moments. My name is Victor Cax. I've been your English commentator. Special thanks to the S63 project, especially Oat, who is currently commentating right now in the Thai commentary stream, alongside with Jimmy. No doubt will be having enjoyed their time in the booth right now, and hopefully getting some good lunch as well, as we're coming into the evening here in Buriram, just situated to the west of Buriram Castle itself. The weather still remains very cloudy out in the conditions here. There is still a nagging chance of rain, but that's been pushed back to around 5 p.m. And if it does rain, it is forecasted to be a thunderstorm. So I think anyone who is out on the racetrack right now would do very well to get their lunchtime in before the rain starts to pour around the circuit. And maybe even open up a can of Chang beer. Enjoy the festivities, as it were. Plenty of products as well for sale out here. We've got plenty to look out for. Lots of merchandise by Kale. We also have product booths here from Kela, from Sira. Nice little aromatherapy going on there if you like to add a little bit of beautiful scents into your rooms. BK Clutch, Pumpkin, Wise Nexter, GT, and BRD are also selling some of their merchandise out on the track. Here's the Ram Group A.
Activate.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PTRS 2026 PT Maxnitron. It's bringing us now the Group A battle in race number 4, the mid-season war, as it were, here on the 15th of August over in Chang International Circuit. We saw these guys qualify yesterday for 15 minutes. Now the Group A, which has the allowance of turbocharge and force induction with a minimum weight being determined by their engine specifications. We've got tires provided by GT using the GT1 Pro competition tires with the slick and the wets being available here. And hopefully the wets will not need to be used here, although it is getting cloudy out in Buriram right now. The Group A also has success bells being applied to the racers here, with race winners having to take on additional 30 kilograms in their next race, while second place will have 20 kilograms and third place will have 10. That weight, the heaviest one, will be removed if they finish outside of that. Championship points also provided here, 20 points to the leader, a 3-point weighted advantage against a P2, and a further 3-point advantage onto P3. Here are the cars headed out for their formation laps. You will see a lot more CRZs in this particular field here. And with the allowance of force induction into these cars, it's no doubt making that a very competitive platform indeed here for the PT Maxnitron Racing Series. Points leader coming to the championship here is Nunchanon Akasan, who has 55 points to his name and quite a healthy lead ahead of Kantanat Sakpait, who right now, with only 39 points, has to make a very good impression here in this opening race for the weekend for the Group A class. And both of them being on the amateur class as well. It's making it quite a run out for Maita. But right now, it only sits P4 in the overall, P1 still in the pro class. As we have a look as well, another potential competitor here is Alexander Van Morik. Sits ahead of the pro class leader. The brilliantly raced number 24 Honda Jazz. Now, Alexander has already gotten one win to his name, but still missed out on points to Kantanat thanks to a DQ in the first race of the season. Kantanat, who is best finish is only a P2, has been able to swoop in the points and keep himself 9 points ahead of Alexander Van Morik. There's Kantanat in the white CRZ, keeping himself ahead. The red and black number 16. That could be the number 18, actually. As cars now are pulling up to the grid. The number 90 of Naryanonpat will be taking his own grid slot right in the front, having qualified in the position. Support crews are going to be coming in alongside our MCs on the ground. Lita and Patrick are going to be ready to go ahead and have some words together with those who are up in front of the grid. Black number 13 going to be taking to the grid as Bank Rawisin is looking to make up for what could be a disappointing start of the weekend for him. The start of the season. Only a single finish he has managed to put out to DNS. It's not done him in his favors in the championship so far. P8 in the AM class.
มาแล้วค่ะแพทริกกับพัทริยานะคะอยู่ที่สยามกรุ๊ป A เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะตอนนี้ด้านหลังมาประจำกริดสตาร์ทของตัวเองกันเรียบร้อยแล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปคุยกันว่านักแข่งแต่ละท่านมีความพร้อมไม่พร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนยังไงโอเค ไปกันครับกับออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับแรกนะครับอาร์ตี้ครับณฤนนท์พัฒน์รัชเลสินทรนะครับเราเจอเขาวันนี้ขับหลายคันมากนะฮะก่อนหน้านี้มีขับฮอตแลบด้วยนะครับมาอาร์ตี้ครับมารุ่นนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับความพร้อม
ก็สนามนี้ทีมช่างได้ทำการเซตรถได้แบบดีมากเลยครับแล้วก็เวลาควอลิฟายก็เป็นที่น่าพอใจครับก็จะพยายามทำในเรสให้เต็มที่ครับผม
ออกอันดับหนึ่งแบบนี้การออกตัวสำคัญแค่ไหนอาร์ตี้ครับ
ก็สำคัญมากครับสำคัญมาก
พี่รอเชียร์อยู่นะครับผมโอเคฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์สยามกรุ๊ป A เบอร์ 90 ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
โอเคครับผมขอให้โชคดีครับนี่ฮะยังมีแรงเหลืออยู่แน่นอนนะครับแล้วก็ไปกันต่อในอันดับที่2ครับทางด้านนู้นครับ
มาค่ะอันดับที่ 2 ของเราเนี่ยค่ะก็เป็นหนุ่มน้อยไฟแรงน้องออกัสกันธนันนั่นเองนะคะเดี๋ยวมาพูดคุยกันหน่อยพี่ขออนุญาตแหวกม่านเข้าไปเลยนะสำหรับสนามนี้เรสนี้มีความพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหน ทั้งรถทั้งคนพร้อมแบบทั้งคู่เลยไหม
ก็พร้อมครับพยายามพร้อมมากที่สุดครับผม
รถคือ 100% ตอนนี้
99 ครับ
หายไปไหน 1%
ก็ความพร้อมทางจิตใจอะครับ
โอเคเป็นเรื่องความพร้อมทางจิตใจนะ คือไม่ได้อยากให้เต็มไม่ได้อยากใส่สุด แต่ว่าตอนนี้พร้อม 99% ฝากขอกำลังใจแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ทางบ้านตอนนี้หน่อย
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับกรุ๊ป A เบอร์37ครับทีมจูนใบเอกครับขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ S63 ครับขอบคุณช่องไลน์ดีจากคัตโกะครับผมขอบคุณทีมช่างทุกคนครับขอบคุณกำลังใจจากทางบ้านขอบคุณครับผม
สู้ๆครับเต็มที่ครับผมได้อีกคันไหมพี่เนิร์ดได้อีกคันไหมถ้าได้อีกคันวิ่งไปเล
มาย ครับ
วิ่งไปเลย
รอทางด้านนี้แล้วครับผมพรณพัฒน์พันทรัพย์ครับออกสตาร์ทในอันดับที่ 3 นะครับเรามาคุยกับพี่แบงค์กันสักหน่อยครับความพร้อมเป็นยังไงบ้างครับวันนี้
90%แล้วกันครับเท่าไหร่นะ90ประมาณ90
ทำไม 90ทำไมไม่100ฮะ
ก็เผื่อไว้ก่อนเดี๋ยวจะไม่ชัวร์ครับ
เผื่อไว้ก่อนหน่อยนึงเมื่อคืนนอนเร็วไหมครับเนี่ย
ก็เร็วอยู่แน่
เฮ้ยก็น่าจะ 100% แล้วเมื่อวานนี้ในรุ่น GT เหมือนออกท้ายใช่ไหมแล้วมาจบในอันดับแรกๆเลยวันนี้ออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่ 3 ครับผมคาดหวังนะ
ได้เจอกันเดี๋ยวจะได้เจอกันใช่ไหม
รอเจอใน finish line นะครับผมฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับสุดท้าย
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผมกรุ๊ป A เบอร์34ครับ
โอเคฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับพันธพัฒน์พันทรัพย์ครับออกสตาร์ทในอันดับที่ 3 นะครับผมแล้วก็ยังเหลือเวลาอยู่เราไปคุยอันดับที่ 4 กันต่อครับหมายเลข 57 ครับพิมพลครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะหมายเลข 57 นะคะพี่เติ้งนั่นเองมาดูหน่อยซิว่าวันนี้ความร้อนมากน้อยแค่ไหนนะคะกับการแข่งขันในเรสนี้ในวันนี้และอุณหภูมิอากาศสภาพอากาศแบบนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ร้อนครับอบอ้าว
แล้วรถพร้อมไหม
พร้อมครับพร้อมไม่มีปัญหาคนก็พร้อมครับ
ขอกำลังใจแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ทางบ้านหน่อย
ก็ฝากขอบคุณฝากเชียร์ทีมโรงน้ำตาลบุรีรัมย์ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
โอ้ยน่ารักจังฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ไปอีก
เหรอ
ไปให้ถึงเชนอังอ่ะ
เฮ้ยข้างบนเขาอู้ปะเนี่ย
ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวเชนอังต้องการกำลังใจจากแพทริก
จะบอกเลยครูจินอันนี้ครับวีรวิทย์ครับ
ไหนคะขออนุญาตค่ะ
ขออนุญาตครับผมสัมภาษณ์เรามีเวลาครับมาถึงอันดับ 5 ครับวีรวิทย์
วันนี้ความพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนเป็นยังไงบ้างคะกับเรสในวันนี้รถพร้อมไหมคนพร้อมไหม
คนก็พร้อมมาตั้งแต่ต้นปีแล้วครับแต่ว่ารถก็เพิ่งทำเสร็จต้นปีก็เราก็ค่อยๆพัฒนาไปเรื่อยๆครับใช่
ฝากขอกำลังใจแฟน
ๆก็คนที่ดูอยู่นะครับฝากเชียร์เบอร์45ครับสยามกรุ๊ป A พามอเตอร์สปอร์ตแล้วก็มีอีกคันหนึ่งครับเบอร์31ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับรีบเร่งรีบไล่รีบไปจะเอาให้ได้แหละ
ทางนี้นี่ especially for you normally we only have the first 3 but our commentator want me to ask you about how you feeling
because อาเชนเป็น VIP ใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ครับ VIP เชนัง
thank you
so how you feeling today
I'm feeling good lah. We have the car is not 100% yet, but maybe surprise. Maybe you can go to the top 3 and talk to you again. Maybe.
I'm counting on you. Okay. Yes. Are we still have the same promise to meet up at the finish line?
Yeah, I promise lah. I don't know I will break promise or not. I try.
Try your best for me. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate.
จัดให้ครับเดี๋ยวมีสัญญาเดิมครับไปเจอกันที่ finish line นะครับตอนนี้ยังเหลือนักแข่งอีกเยอะเลยนะครับให้ตากล้องเราได้วิ่งกันต่อครับผมส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่ฮะ
ครับขอบคุณครับมากัน
And thank you very much Lita and Patrick and good on Jimmy and Oat for insisting to get an interview as well with Shane Ong. Just behind Shane Ong, though, is Fumaita Pechbordi. Tongtachi Tun Speed by Toronto R Motorsports starts on the 4th row. He's going to be alongside Alexander Van Morik. Fumaita is P4 in the championship. Alexander is P3 in the championship. So this could be a row where sparks could fly between the two. Fortune Racing Team by Trinity Clinic brings the number 24 for Alexander. Then we have the number 13, Bank Rawisin from the iRace team. Bank Sin still needs to find some good performances in this weekend here. Currently sitting P9 to the AM Class Championship. Whilst in the meantime, Charan Chincha, last year she was the champion. This year, she's going to be having her work cut up for her, starting further in the back in the 5th row in P10. Best qualifying that she's managed to pull off in yesterday's race. Enzo Ng will be just behind them. XL Toyota Pattaya 1998 with the number 8 car being brought out to bear here. The Singaporean driver looking to make his mark on this weekend. Right alongside him, Banpot Uit Drakul. Next door, Euphorus HYB Motu by TTR brings out the number 6, hoping that Banpot will be able to bring out some points in today's race number 4. Chotanin Chai Kitila from Nexter XRMR Motorsport drives the number 63 in the pro class. He's looking for an opportunity to try to fight amongst the few cars that stay between him and the points paying position. Right next to him, we have Atavat Aman Nart. Azi by K1 brings the number 12 for him. A brilliant white Honda is hopeful to get themselves into a competitive position for this weekend. Chatapon Jan Wan Tong for BKC Motorsport starts on the 8th row in the car number 10. So far, only a P16 has been the best finish for him so far. This start here could allow him to edge a little bit higher up in the list. Konprom, Pongkanja Nanukul from Rongpo Power Unit drives the number 91. And as we head on to the rest of the grid here, we got the number 19, Bayut Tana War Rarak. Nude by P1 Motorsport brings in the number 19. CRZ looking very racy, but surely would have wished to have qualified a little bit further up in the grid. The number 5, Tan Patra Suti Sawang, also P1 Motorsport, a sister team to Payut's car, starts in that 9th row. Non Pakor Pipata Tanya from Prime Motorsports suffered a DQ, unfortunately, in yesterday's qualifying, so he starts on the 10th row. And he's going to be up alongside number 18, Warun Yu Sankla. Brings in the Toyota Vios Gen 1 for Nexter and Gerben Kart. That is going to be the 20 cars that line up the grid right now for our Group A race. Also 12 laps of racing. Force induction is allowed on these cars, so definitely brings in a little bit more horsepower compared to the Group Ns that we saw race just moments ago. The 5-minute board is up, reminding the teams to finish up whatever last-minute work they need to do on those cars. Can't do much other than perhaps check their tire pressures, making sure that the oil pressures are looking good, making sure those cars are ready for racing condition out here, and also to give final pep talks to the drivers. Discussions about what the strategy is going to be, especially coming out of turn number 1. These sprint races are definitely not Grand Prix length, so definitely are much fewer opportunities to make passes around here. And these cars, they're very, very racy, these CRZs. You can see very clearly the difference in the roof height between them and the other Hondas. And that gives them, especially with the lower seating position of the drivers, gives a lot of a low center of gravity. It makes it very, very handy for them, especially when taking these corners at high speed. And given that Chang International Circuit is a very power-hungry type of circuit, they would need every last horsepower in order to make their way into the front of the grid. Now with the qualifying already done yesterday, Narion Nonpat had taken a 156.9, only driver in qualifying to be able to break under 157. So now the 3-minute board comes out, so that's a cue for our support staff to make their way out of the paddock, into the paddock, I should say. There's still a little bit of cloud cover, but not enough to keep the temperatures cool out here. Still about 31 degrees. There's still that nagging chance of rain, as I've alluded to earlier on. I think that might be falling later in the evening. So hopefully for the Group A drivers, this will be a fairly straightforward dry race. But if the wets are going to be forced to be brought out, we might see a huge flurry of activity inside the pit lane. And the potential as well for things to get a bit mixed up on the grid. That's for sure. So 20 cars line up on the grid. Narion Nonpat is already looking very focused. Pretty much ready to tackle the challenge that's going to be turn number 1. Spectators all looking on. Hopefully you guys are staying well hydrated with the weather that's going on in Buriram right now. I know I've had some really lovely tea to accompany me throughout the commentary here today. The 1-minute board is coming up now, so it is imminent that we'll be getting started with this formation lap. The chief crew is going to have to leave the circuit, leave the drivers now to meditate on the battles to come in the next minute. 20 cars line up the grid, a mix of Hondas, Toyotas. At 1.5s if you're using force induction, 1.8s are even allowed, though I don't think that any of the cars out here right now are running that NA configuration. Only front-wheel drive cars are allowed in this competition, with cars within 20 years old. The vehicle weights are balanced based on their engine configuration. As right now we're headed off onto our formation lap. Everybody's going to be able to get their engines started. So hopefully no disruptions until we get to lights out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Siam Group A for the PT Maxnitron Racing Series. And here we have a look on the grid. Narion Nonpat starts alongside Kantanat, number 90 from PT Maxnitron X Wise BRD Nexter by Rongpo Power Unit, alongside the Tune by EAK car. Both CRZs lining up that front row. In the second row, we got Punapat from our Addict Racing team alongside Pimpol, driving the number 53, the 34 versus the 57. Veravich from Prime Motorsport drives the number 45 against the number 23 of Shane Ong. Rongpo Power Unit X Shane Ong Racing. He enjoyed a race win in the GT class, but starts from the third row. Fumaita is in the number 86 alongside Alexander. Totachi Tun Speed by Tonto R Motorsport. Going up against another big monster in Alexander. Bank is going to be driving alongside Chananchichara. Sorry. She was a champion in last year. Now she's going to have to work her way up the grid. Enzo Ng, number 8 versus Panpot In number 6, Exol Toyota Pattaya 1998 versus Nexter U-Force HYB Motul by TTR. Jotanin, and the number 63 is going to be alongside Atapat. The number 12, Nexter X RMR Motorsport versus the Azi by K1. Then we got Chatupon, who's going up against Korn Prom, BKC Motorsports versus Rongpo Power Unit. Here on row number 8. On to number 9, Bayut Tanah Wararak versus Tanah Patra Suti Sawang. Nude by P1 Motorsport and P1 Motorsports themselves. Nonpakorn, it's going to be alongside Warren Yu. Number 31 versus number 18, Prime Motorsport versus Nexter X Gerben Kart. And that are all 20 of the competitors we're going to be seeing here today in race number 4 for the Siam Group A. As Naria Nonpat leads the pack of cars as they take this start line grid for the Siam Group A. Now they have a very good look at what the conditions are like on the track. Cloud cover starting to be a little bit heavier now. No shadows to be seen, at least from my vantage point on the cameras. Plenty of spectators now keeping a nice keen eye where those positions are. Shane is a little bit further back from his starting grid position. He's allowed to bring that nose all the way up to the line, but just not over it. That's the only stipulation here in terms of the sporting rules. Marshal in the back deems that everyone is in position. The green flag is waved off. The red lights are coming on. PTRS 2026 Siam Group A, and we're off. Naria Nonpad still in the lead, still getting a good start. Keeps himself ahead of Kantanat as we come out into turn number 1. Sweeps in, still keeps himself in the lead. Shane Ong tries very best to try to get his way through the pack of CRZs, but that's not working out for him quite yet. Into the long straight we go. Shane Ong now being flanked alongside the BR car. The rest are able to get through almost unscathed. Shane Ong now trying to block off Toyota Vios just behind him as Naria Nonpat comes into the first place. Vios is actually able to slip onto the inside of Shane Ong and takes a position from him, so Shane is going to have to fight him into turn number 4. So far, so good. Very tidy here from our Group A cars. As Shane Ong still locked in the wheel-to-wheel battle here with the Toyota Vios. Shane is going to have to fight it around the outside in the Honda CRZ. But the Vios will have advantage of the racing line. Will slip in ahead of Shane Ong going to braking, and already someone has spun around. The driver's just barely missing him. Luckily, no contact there. Nothing bruised, except for ego, perhaps. Shane Ong continuing to try to keep himself in the fight for that P4. Bank Rawi Sin seems to have him completely dead to rights. He's already got him in front of Shane Ong, in fact. Let's see in the replay. Want to watch out on the back end of this grid here. We see Shane Ong around the outside. And there was contact. Bank Rawi Sin was on the outside. And that BRR car got spun around, coming into contact from the side. It seemed to be a lot heavier than what it seems on camera here. But the number 57, thankfully, is able to get himself back into running. But Ping Paul, unfortunately, will have to fight his way from the very back of the 20 cars. Here comes the rest of the grid. Naria Nonpat still in the lead. Kantanat in second place. Punapat currently in third. Holding on to that very well. Alexander Van Morik is just behind him. Managed to inherit a place there thanks to Shane Ong losing his 4th position there. Both him as well as Bank Rawi Sin. Got a 3-wide situation going on, forming up in the back here. Maybe even 4 wide. 2 CRZs, a Toyota Vios and a Honda getting into the mix, but the CRZs are able to get themselves just ahead. Still trying to pull alongside here. Still two wide formations coming up into turn 4. There's the next car, number 6. Banpot is attempting to try to find a way past. The car just in front. Oh, somebody's gone off the track there. Thankfully out of the way of the racing line. Number 18. Struggling to try to get himself back on. Waranyo Sankla, unfortunately, will lose out several positions in one fell swoop. Verovic will be able to move up into 7th place as a result. Number 86 of Pumaita is looking to try to make a fight into the turn. Let's see on the replay what exactly happened, and it looks like Waranyo pretty much spun out on his own, lost control on the exit of turn number 4. May have ridden a little bit too much curb, but thankfully managed to get his car stopped on the grass. Some contact with the wall, so hopefully Waranyo not sustained too much damage. On board now, Bang Rawisin, Alexander Van Morik is the car in front, Shane Ang is a car behind. Shane is looking and sensing an opportunity right now as we get into turn 1. Bang Rawisin, the black car. Green and red rims is still trying to fight. Keep his TRZ in front of the other. Shane Ang is still trying to make a maneuver around the outside, going into turn number 2. Rather the inside. Bang Rawisin moves to cover him off from the approach into turn number 3. Alexander try to keep it a little bit narrow, but not by too much. Still trying to keep a lot of momentum. He knows the Honda Jazz. Struggle a little bit on some of these corners as the lower, more streamlined looking CRZs may have an advantage when it comes to these faster corners. Bang Rawisin has done well so far to keep Shane Ang at bay. This could be looking like a career best finish for Bang, but now he's under threat as Shane Ang finds a way to swoop in on the inside. The drone shot giving us a lovely view as Shane wrestles his way with his elbows out to force Bang to take onto the outside curb. Now he's trying to keep the position. Bang is trying to fight back onto the inside on the next turn immediately, but still Shane persists onto the racing line, goes narrow into the next turn. Bang is too far away to even contemplate a chance of a dive. Only 3 laps of racing so far. So far, so good for Shane. Now he's gained the place from where he started, but still a long way to go before he can bring the fight to the top 3. Bang still very much breathing down his neck. Makes a maneuver around the outside on the final turn. Tries to beat him under braking, but Shane still has apex. Will not have the exit here. Bang will keep alongside Shane Ang. Give as much power as he can into the first turn. Shane Ang still moves to try to keep Bang at bay. Bang is still trying to find a gap, but will not find it in this first turn. Turn 2 coming up right about now. Shane Ang still has a lot of momentum on the exit of turn 1, so he should have a good defense coming into turn 3. Stays very narrow. Bang is going to be forced to take to the outside. Shane knows he needs to keep his car in front of Bang onto the exit of this next turn. Will be able to keep that position. Nicely done from Shane indeed. Still in P5. Maita making his way up into P11 right now, while Waranyo, after that spin that he sustained in turn 4, is now making his way up into 16. So 6 places to go before he can actually earn some points here. We still continue to be fixated on this battle between Shane Ang and Bang. Bang Rawisin seems to be falling back a little bit after having gotten close in those last few corners. It feels like Shane might start to be able to settle down a little bit and focus on trying to close the gap to Alexander Van Morik. Now sits approximately 2 seconds ahead of Shane's car. Ooh, a bit of a slide there. One of the next cars as he's struggling to try to keep himself ahead. It's Banpot Retrakul. This is right now locked in the battle here. The King Paul Comtech Quad. Tongtech Wakit. Bang now has to slip into the inside on the final turn. This could be good for him, as the exit is looking a lot better for the Black CRZ. Bang Rawisid into the first turn. He goes in and snatches a position away from Shane Ang. So very much back to square six. Shane, so now he's got Verovich thinking about making a move now. But Shane was a little bit slow coming out of turn 1 and 2. Bit of lockup coming out. Wow, he slips in front, but unfortunately compromises his exit. And Shane retakes a position very easily. Unfortunately, number 45 of Verovich is looking for an opportunity to try to fight him into turn number 5. Needs to gain a momentum through turns 4. All the while, Bang Rabisin is able to pull his car further and further away from Shane. Still hanging on. Still trying to find a bit more of that grip thing. Already close to the halfway point of this race here. Hopefully Shane has not spent too much performance out of the rubber. Right now, a move is being done here. The number 57, Pinpo, trying to fight for a position here. I think that's against Enzo Ng. I think he is in front of Enzo Ng now. Seems to have lost out a little bit of that battle against Pinpo, against Maita. Maita has already made his way up into the points paying position here. Now continuing to have some jostling here. Shane Ang now having to face up a threat from Verovich. Finds his way around the outside. Shane stays narrow, compromising his entry a little bit, trying to keep his car firmly secured in front of Verovich. Jostling still going on behind here as the Nexter number 18 keeps ahead of the Nexter number 63. As Rawin Yu on the recovery drive now finally makes his way up into P14. Still 3 more cars to clear before he can try to fight for points. But at least it's good to see that Rawin Yu is able to still fight on. The car is locked up in front of him. Another has gone wide. Could this be opportunity for Rawin Yu to make a free pass? Indeed, he will get his wheels alongside the other. I think that was Van Pot. Decided to go a little bit too hard into the corner. Now potentially would have lost the place. Here's a look onto Cantanat. I think that's Bunapat just behind him, looking to try to fight him for P2. This is now heating up the front of the grid. So far, have not seen much action. Now, finally, one's being delivered straight to your doorstep. Cantanat currently in P2. Both in this race and as well in the championship here. There's Bunapat. To make his mark right now. He has far more success when it comes to the GT class. Can he make it a good pass right now in the A class? Still no dice as we go through turn number 1, with Cantanat still able to keep his car firmly ahead. Stays the course, stays the momentum, keeps his car as far away as he can from Bunapat. Slight bit of slipstream still available for Bunapat to use here. He needs to close it up in this next sector. Bit of a lockup coming up from Cantanat, also the same for Bunapat as well. Shane Ang in the meantime just lost position to Verovich. So he's now down into P7, 1 place down from where he qualified. Chances of him having a few words with Nitan Patrick is looking very grim right now, unfortunately for Shane. There's issues with his car. It's forcing him to preventing him from being able to put up a good fight right now in the top 6. Lockups coming up yet again for Kantanat. Bunapat is slowly but surely inching his way forward, getting closer and closer as the second tree comes around. Slipping in, oh, it's getting very close now, almost bumper to bumper with Kantanat. That final turn might just determine between these two drivers. They have to make very good balance through this transition corner. Swoops a little bit uphill as well, so those CRZs will have to do best to keep those horses pumping to get into the final turn. Kantanat needs to avoid the lockups that has plagued him in that last lap, and it's just pushing him closer and closer to Bunapat. But Naryanonpat is unabated at all. 4.4 seconds into the lead he is. Yellow flag being shown here. Someone is off the track. Number 86 is unfortunately looking like it's going to be out. That's for Maita. Climbs out of the cockpit and will be out of the race. You're on board with the number 19, Payut Tanawararak. Climb Motorsports car. Fighting, trying to get up some positions, but being in a lowly P17, it's really a race for pride right now for the number 19 in this case. So for Maita, confirmed out of this, it's going to be the second retirement, it looks like. The race continues on. The rest of the top 10 still seems pretty good. Kantanat has lost position here to Bunapat, just off of the camera. So Bunapat Bunsup has moved up into P2 and Kantanat stays in P3. On board right now with the number 63 of Chotanin, as well as the number 6 of Banpot Uretrakul. Naryanonpat should be pretty confident of his chances, given that he's still 4.8 seconds in the lead right now. There is Bunapat ahead of Kantanat. CRZ on CRZ action going on here, and looks like Bunapat has been able to find his way in front. Now just needs to keep it for the next 3 laps. Kantanat in the meantime has the same 3 laps to try to fight for the position back. Kantanat will still remain in the lead when it comes to the AM class, but how he'll love to enjoy an overall P2 here. Seen Kantanat have plenty of lockups throughout this race, so it's made it quite a tricky proposition for him to keep defending, especially when we got a driver the caliber of Bunapat keeping the pressure going for a very, very long time. Laps of racing still remains. Stroking in, eventually make his way up into P13 in the background. Robin Yu is still 1 place away from getting into P10. Sadly, there's a lot of gap to make up in the next 3 laps. Almost 5 seconds of gap, in fact, before it can start to bring the fight to Team Pole. There's Kantanat trying to whittle away the gap between himself and Bunapat. Bunapat's taking a little bit of a wider exit. Here's Shane Ang struggling to keep his position. He's now down into P8 as Chana Chicha has made a way up into P7. Champion of last year's Group A now finds herself in front of Shane Ang, further cementing the fact that there might be some trouble. Number 23 right now is not able to keep up into pace. hope that Shane will still be able to finish in the points somewhat. Kanatan goes off of the track. Still trying to keep up with Punapat. No threat of them losing either their places. Kantanat is now looking for a peek on the inside, but Punapat is still very far ahead. Wouldn't be wise for Kantanat to try to make a dive this time. Might be able to close up on the exit though. As Punapat struggles a little bit to keep the CRZ on the racing line. Now Kantanat is all over him. Not close enough to get the slipstream though, this Kantanat. Turn 4, the gap still remains wider than before. Kantanat finds an opportunity. He has his nose slightly inside. Tries to keep his foot on the door there, but Punapat is still closing it in every opportunity he can. Still hanging on for dear life as he now. Another peek on the inside, still has to close the gap somewhat. Still not long sufficiently to try to battle him into braking. Almost loses a bit of control and actually goes wide on the final turn. That's going to cost him. Loses the momentum. Surely we'd love to have the slipstream right about now, but Punapat was a lot cleaner through that final turn. Arion Nonpat is now on the penultimate lap. That means time is running out for Kantanat. Try to fight back for that P2 position. Punapat has just let his driving do the work for this battle here. Didn't really have to maneuver too much. He's kept his raw pace very much out of reach of Kantanat so far. A tenth of a second pretty much splits these two drivers over that last lap. Kantanat is running out of options here. But the gap is getting wider and wider as Punapat makes it even better run out into turn number 4. So as it stands right now, Narion Nonpat still remains in the lead. Kept it ever since the very start. Kick us off soon for that final lap. Punapat now in P2. Kantanat in P3. There is your race leader coming around into the final sector. Very distinctive, Wise branded CRZ. Green in the front, black in the back. And a very, very happy driver sitting on the inside. Narion Nonpat comes around the final corner with a little touch of lockup. And kicks us off for the final lap. One last chance for some of these drivers to get those battles sorted out. It's very few. You may have the opportunity to do so. Someone is off of the track. One of the Prime Motorsport cars seems to be stricken. Can they get the car restarted in time? Nonpat goes through. There's Punapat. Kantanat goes off of the track once more, out of turn 1. There's a yellow flag coming in for turn number 3, so Punapat and Kantanat have to play a very fine line into the entry. I don't think there's a yellow flag on the exit, so they should be free to continue racing on from here. Kantanat surely would not be happy. A little bit compromised there under the entry of turn number 3. Turn 4 comes up. Punapat still is very secure in his position. I think this battle is pretty much all but done right now. Kantanat will still be able to enjoy first in class. This is out on the overall P2. Narion Nonpat slows down. Oh no, is that a problem for him? Bunapat comes around the outside, takes the lead away from Narian Nonpat, whose car was slow coming out of the sector. And Kantanat also takes the opportunity to move up into P2. What has happened to Narian Nonpat? He's still back into racing speed, it looks like. Some kind of technical issue must have befallen Narian Nonpat, and it's cost him the lead in this race. Bunapat now knows that the win is within sight. Kantanat wants to try to fight him into the final turn, goes wide onto the outside. Bunapat stays narrow, stays on the racing line. 3 cars still comes together. Checker flag comes up, and Bunapat takes first place ahead of Kantanat. And Narian Nonpat had to settle for P3. Alexander Van Morik finishes in P4, while Bank Rawisin makes it into P5. Verovich Wongsanan will be coming around soon, playing the checkered flag for P6. Chanachicha Tanatit Dadakul will be able to come through to make it P7. Danapatra finishes in P8, while Pimpol comes to claim the checkered flag in P9. And Rawan Yu, in spite of the spin, pushing him to the back of the grid, makes it back up into P10. Oh, that's got to be upsetting here for Narian Nonpat, because it looked like he was going to be the winner, but instead it is this man right here, Bunapat Punsup. In the dying moments of the last race, still makes it into the front. Stays ahead of Kantanat throughout the final laps of racing here. Comes to claim the checkered flag first on the track. Provisional winner right now for Siam Group A. Into the highlights we go now, and we'll be taking a short break before we get back to our MCs Lita and Patrick.
ค่ะกับสยามกรุ๊ป A อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้จริงๆในรุ่นนี้นะคะ
แหมเราต้องไปสัมภาษณ์ความรู้สึกของเขากันหน่อยครับ แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวมีแข่งต่อเหมือนกันนะครับสำหรับนักแข่งบางคนนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเราขอสลับการเรียงสัมภาษณ์ปกติเป็น3 2 1เรามาสัมภาษณ์ที่1ก่อนเลยนะครับเป็นพี่แบงค์ครับพนภัทรพันทรัพย์ครับ
พี่แบงค์ครับผม
เย้
เป้าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับการแข่งขันในรอบนี้
ก็คิดว่ารอบนี้น่าจะฟุกเพราะข้างหน้าน้องเขาเร็วใช่ครับผมใช่ครับ
คิดว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นฮะทำไมอยู่ๆมันเป็นอย่างนั้นไป
ก็รถน้องน่าจะมีปัญหาหรือเปล่าเขาอยู่ดีเขาช้าไปเลย
เดี๋ยวผมจะไปสัมภาษณ์ให้ต่อครับ แต่ว่าตอนนี้ได้โอกาสแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าเราก็ต้องขับไปตามเกม ขึ้นมารับอันดับที่1จริงๆได้เจอกันในโพเดียมที่1อีกแล้ว ไปแข่งรุ่นต่อไปด้วยใช่ไหมฮะเนี่ยรุ่นต่อไปสยามทรัค
ไม่เดี๋ยวก็ส่ง
เอาไปจีอันไหนก่อน
ขั้นหนึ่ง
โอ
รุ่น
เค
ก็
โอ
คื
เค
อไปแข่งสยาม GT ป่ะคะเพราะฉะนั้นขอรีบสัมภาษณ์รีบไปพักก่อน
โอเคนะให้ฝากเลยครับผมอยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆอยู่บ้างครับ
ฝากขอบคุณรายการนะครับแล้วก็ผู้สนับสนุนวอลโทนิกครับผมแล้วก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
โอเคครับผมพนภัทรพันทรัพย์ครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ยินดีด้วยค่ะ
เรียบร้อยเดี๋ยวให้ไปเตรียมตัวต่อนะครับแหมขับเนี้ยจริงๆครับ เอามาคุยกับอาร์ตี้กันหน่อย
เกิดอะไร
สงสัยกันหมดเลยเกิดอะไรขึ้น
เขางงกันหมดเลยเกิดอะไรขึ้น
รถดับครับ
ฮะ
ทิ้งมาไกลมากแต่ว่ามันดับแล้วก็พยายามจอดสตาร์ทแล้วพอติดก็รีบไปต่อ
อ๋อคือ
ช่วงที่มัน
ดับ
ผ่อน
ไปเลย
ลงไปอะนะมัน
ดับเลยครับมันเร่งไม่ออก
แต่ก็คือกลับมาได้ใหม่
ใช่ครับ
แต่ว่ากลับมาได้
ยังโชคดีที่มันยัง
ติดอยู่
แต่มันก็วอดไปวอดมาครับเดี๋ยวดับเดี๋ยวติดเดี๋ยวดับ
อ่า
ก็ประคองมาเรื่อย
เพราะเขาชะงนกันหมดเลยข้างบนว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับปาร์ตี้ก็คือ เครื่องดับแต่ว่าเป็นดับแล้วก็ติดมาได้แล้วก็มีวืดบ้าง
ดีแล้วเนี่ยไม่ดับยาวถ้าดับยาวได้เห็นประคองกันไหลเข้าเส้นชัยเลยนะ
ๆน่าจะมีซึมอะฮะ
โอเค ถือว่าเรียกว่าแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้าได้แบบมีประสบการณ์นะอาร์ตี้แบบเนี้ยยังเอากลับมาได้นะ อย่างน้อยยังเข้ามาในอันดับที่ 3 นะครับ ถึงรถมีปัญหา
ครับก็ขอมีครั้งเดียวพอครับประสบการณ์แบบนี้
ไม่เอาแล้วงับแบบนี้ไม่เอาแล้วครับผม
ถือว่าลดให้เราได้โชว์ความเก่าซะหน่อย วันนี้ยังแข่งอีกไหมฮะเนี่ย
ไม่มีแล้วครับหมด
ไม่เอาแล้วเหรอ
ครับไม่ไหวแล้วครับ
วันนี้เจอแต่ฮอตแลบใช่ไหมมีไปแข่งอิสุชาเลนจ์นะครับแล้วก็รุ่นนี้อีก โอเคพักผ่อนนะ แล้วกลับมาเจอวันพรุ่งนี้
ขอบคุณครับ
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟน
ก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์สยามกรุ๊ป A เบอร์ 90 ด้วยนะครับ
นี่แหละ บอกแล้ว หลายรุ่นจริงๆนะครับผมเอาฝากเชียร์อาร์ตี้กันด้วยนะครับผมขอบคุณมากครับ ยินดีด้วยฮะโอเครถดับไปเดี๋ยวให้เป็นปัญหาของทีมช่างทีมอาร์ตี้กันต่อครับ
ๆ ไปกันต่อกับที่ 2 ค่ะกันตนัทนั่นเอง มีบี้มีบังกันมาตลอดกับพี่แบงค์ทุกคนคือเชียร์มาก เดี๋ยวขึ้นเดี๋ยวลงแล้วก็พอจังหวะที่เราจะบี้ขึ้น ตอนนี้คือเขากันละเป็นยังไงบ้างการแข่งขันในเรสนี้
ทั้งประมาณตั้งแต่รอบที่ 5 ผมแบบว่าเบรกมันหายอะครับที่เหลือก็คือขับประคองอย่างเดียวขับประคองแบบรอบสนามให้ได้แบบวิ่งให้จบอะครับพยายามวิ่งให้จบพยายามให้ได้อันดับด้วย ก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับแล้วก็ร้อนมากเหนื่อยมาก
เหนื่อยมากด้วย
เบรกหายตั้งแต่รอบที่เท่าไหร่นะคะ
ตั้งแต่มารอบที่5ก็เบรกไม่ค่อยอยู่เลยครับ
อย่างนี้ในมุมนักแข่งเราใช้เครื่องช่วยเบรกได้ไหมครับ
ผมไม่มีครับเป็นเบรกตีนล้วนๆเลยครับ ก็พยายามปรับระยะให้มากขึ้นนะครับพยายามแบบว่าตรงไหนเบรกอยู่ตรงไหนเบรกไม่อยู่พยายามหาแล้ววิ่งให้ดีที่สุดนะครับเปลี่ยนไลน์วิ่งเรื่อยๆครับผม
เรียกว่าขับ 12 รอบเท่ากันนะฮะแต่ 7 รอบหลังระทึกกว่าเพื่อนครับแบบนี้
ครับผมก็ผมเบรกไปแล้วก็อยู่ดีเฮ้ยกำแพงตึ้งแล้วก็เลี้ยวเลยครับ
นะปกติเขาแข่งกันเนี่ยเขามีแต่คันหน้ากับคันหลังที่เป็นความท้าทายของเรานะแต่อันนี้กำแพงท้าทายกับเราที่สุด เรียกว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งเรียกว่าเป็นเหตุการณ์ที่ได้โชว์ประสบการณ์การขับอยู่เหมือนกันนะ เอาให้อยู่แล้วก็ใช้ประสบการณ์ที่มีประคองเข้ามารับอันดับที่ 2 ไปนะครับ
ครับผมครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับเบอร์ 37 ครับขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์อย่าง S63 ครับที่ให้ค่าในการวิ่งครับขอบคุณช่องไอดีสำหรับคัดโกะขอบคุณร้านแอร์ที่ทำช่องล่างหน่อยอย่างหนึ่งฮะเพราะว่าเฮาครับผมขอบคุณป้ามาครับผมครับขอบคุณมากครับผมไม่มีแล้วคุยแล้ว
โอเคเอาถอดเสื้อพักผ่อนก่อน มันร้อนฮะ
ร้อน
มันร้อน
มันร้อน
จริงครับผมถึงแดดจะเริ่มร่มแล้วนะครับแต่เพิ่งแข่งเสร็จมาแบบนี้ร้อนทุกคนแน่นอนครับอ้าวจบไปแล้วเรียบร้อยในรุ่นของสยามกรุ๊ป A เดี๋ยวไปกันต่อรุ่นไหน
สยามทรอย
นี่ขวัญใจมหาชนนะครับผมเดี๋ยวไปเจอกันแล้วก็เราสองคนเตรียมตัวไปรอข้างหน้าสัมภาษณ์แน่นอนตอนนี้ส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่ก่อนครับ
It's going to be one very exciting race that I hope you guys are ready for. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be back with more action here at the PT Maxnitron Racing Series 2026. My name is Victor Cax, and I'll see you guys on the flip side.
ภาพตรงหน้าที่สวยที่สุดจะเก็บไว้ในใจไม่มีวันลืม
สุขทันทีที่เที่ยวไทย ถ้ามีคนบอกว่าความฝันของคุณมันใหญ่เกินไป อย่าเพิ่งอธิบายแต่ทำให้เห็น ชัยชนะไม่ได้สร้างจากวันแข่ง แต่มันเริ่มจากช็อตแรกในวันที่ไม่มีใครเห็น เพราะคู่แข่งที่ยากที่สุดคือตัวเราเอง และเมื่อความฝันนั้นเป็นจริง มันไม่ใช่แค่ของคุณคนเดียว แต่มันคือความภูมิใจของคนไทยทั้งประเทศ PT เต็มแม็กซ์ในทุกช็อต
เพราะในทุกการแข่งขันที่เข้มข้น ความสมบูรณ์แบบในทุกรายละเอียด คือส่วนสำคัญของชัยชนะ มะปรางอลิสาค่ะ ไม่ว่าจะอยู่ใน หรือนอกสนามแข่ง มะปรางเลือกน้ำมันเครื่อง PT Maxnitron
สว่างไร้สายอยู่ไหนวะ
ความคิดดิพี่ ทน อึด คุ้ม
ยังไง
ทน ใช้ได้นาน อึด เพราะเราเลือกแบตลิเธียมคุณภาพสูง คุ้ม แบตใช้ได้กับเครื่องมือทุกรุ่น
โอ้ก็เหมือนกันแล้ว
ไม่เหมือน เพราะเรามีแบตเตอรี่อัจฉริยะระบบอินทิเกรตชิป อายุการใช้งานยาวนานและมีประสิทธิภาพ
ครับ
เข้มเร็ว ซ่อมไว
เชื่อแต่ครับ ด้วยสินค้ามากกว่า 6,000 รายการทำคิดครบทุกเรื่องเครื่องมือช่าง
ธรรมชาติสร้างสรรค์พลังงานผ่านแสงแดด และในวันนี้ เราจะเปลี่ยนแสงนั้นให้เป็นพลังแห่งชีวิต KG Solar มุ่งมั่นสร้างสรรค์โซลูชันพลังงานสะอาด เพื่อความประหยัดและโลกที่ยั่งยืนสู่ระบบโซลาร์เซลล์ที่ออกแบบเพื่อคุณ ด้วยประสบการณ์กว่า 37 ปี ภายใต้การบริการมาตรฐานระดับสากล เพื่อโลกและคุณภาพชีวิตที่ดีของคนไทย KG Solar
GT Tire. Power of precision.
กว่า 40 ปีแห่งการพัฒนา ด้วยมาตรฐานการผลิตระดับสากล ที่สุดแห่งสมรรถนะจากสนามแข่งสู่รถคุณ BK Clutch ที่สุดแห่งคลัตช์คุณภาพ
สัญญาณธงในการแข่งรถมีอะไรบ้าง ธงสีเขียวสามารถทำการแข่งขันได้ปกติ หรือถ้ามาแชลโบกธงเขียวหลังจากพ้นจากอุบัติเหตุก็คือแทร็กข้างหน้าปลอดภัยครับ สามารถเหยียบคันเร่งต่อได้ ธงเหลืองมีอุบัติเหตุให้ลดความเร็วลงและห้ามแซง ธงเหลืองจะมีหลายระดับด้วยกันครับ คือ ธงเหลืองถือไว้นิ่งๆแปลว่ามีอุบัติเหตุนอกสนาม เช่น รถหลุดโค้งให้ขับอย่างระมัดระวัง ธงเหลืองโบกอันเดียวคือมีอุบัติเหตุในสนามที่ไม่ร้ายแรงมาก เช่น รถหมุนมาขวางทาง ธงเหลืองโบกคู่คือมีอุบัติเหตุร้ายแรง เช่น รถชนกัน หรือรถหลุดออกโค้งแบบที่ต้องมีการเก็บกู้ให้ลดความเร็วลงและเตรียมพร้อมจะหยุดรถครับ ธงเหลืองกับป้าย S4 คือจะมีเซฟตี้คาร์ออกมาควบคุมความเร็วเพื่อให้ทีมเก็บกู้จัดการกับอุบัติเหตุได้อย่างปลอดภัย ธงแดง มีอุบัติเหตุร้ายแรงจนต้องหยุดการแข่งขันให้ลดความเร็วลงและขับกลับเข้าพิทหรือบางรายการก็ให้จอดข้างสนามเลยครับธงแดงสลับเหลืองคือมีสิ่งอันตรายในสนาม เช่นชิ้นส่วนหลุดหรือน้ำมันเครื่องรั่วให้ขับอย่างระมัดระวังธงน้ำเงินหรือธงน้ำเงินคาดเหลืองแจ้งว่ามีรถที่อยู่ในอันดับสูงกว่าหรือเร็วกว่าในรอบนั้นกำลังจะแซงให้เปิดทางโดยปลอดภัยธงดำพร้อมเบอร์รถเบอร์นั้นถูกตัดสิทธิ์จากการแข่งขันต้องกลับเข้าพิททันทีธงดำวงกลมส้มพร้อมเบอร์รถคือรถคันนั้นมีชิ้นส่วนหลุดเสียหายที่อาจจะทำให้เกิดอุบัติเหตุได้ให้กลับเข้าพิทมาซ่อมให้เรียบร้อยครับธงขาวจะใช้ในจุดนั้นไม่ได้หมายถึงทั้งสนามเช่นมีรถช้าข้างหน้าในช่วงโค้งนี้สามารถทำการแข่งขันได้อยู่ครับแต่ให้ขับอย่างระมัดระวังและสุดท้ายคือธงหมากรุกคือจบการแข่งขันครับถ้าเป็นการแข่งสปรินต์เรสและไม่มีใครอยู่ข้างหน้าแปลว่าคุณเป็นผู้ชนะ
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for what's going to be the most exciting race for me to commentate here today. That's right, Siam Truck is going to be up next here, and they're going to be racing in race number 4 of the season. The Siam Truck comprises of all trucks with diesel common rail injector engines being used with a restrictor being applied, and also importantly, an emissions detector with a PTRS smoke detector installed on all these trucks to monitor any black smoke coming out. And if there's an excess of that, they'll be forced to take a penalty, which poses a big challenge for these tuners here. Tires are, of course, provided by GT with the GTR2 Plus. Siam Truck also has success ballasts being applied for the sporting rules, 30 kilograms being the maximum weight across the categories here. We finish in P1, and championship points given for the race results. For this competition here, 20 points for the leader, and only a 3-point weighted advantage for that. So that's why I want to take those wins. But a lot of those wins has been swooped up by our man, Tanapon Tucha Riompon. 3 wins in this season so far, and that's made him pretty much the class of the field with a whopping 30-point advantage to someone Mapakhe, who right now, with a DNF to his name but consistent P2 finishes, is the closest challenger right now to the fastest man in the world. Lots of trucks, big, heavy, brutish machines are going to be taking to the track here at Chang International Circuit. There's the blue Ford Ranger of Tanapon, who's going to be taking his usual position at the very front of the grid. There's also a lot of Isuzu D-Maxes that I brought out in this competition, a very favorite car amongst the Thai competitors. We even have a Hilux or 2 amongst the list here. And this is, of course, a much more open category when it comes to truck racing. Very much a favorite of the truck culture over here in Thailand, and certainly one of the more unique racing series that we have here in Southeast Asia. My name is Victor Cax. I've been your English commentator
มาค่ะแพทริก พัทยารับช่วงต่อจากพี่โอ๊ตและพี่จิมมี่ค่ะ
โอเคครับมาอยู่ในรุ่นของสยามทรัคกันแล้วนะครับตอนนี้ฮะไม่เสียเวลาจะได้สัมภาษณ์ได้เยอะๆครับอันดับแรกก่อนเลยครับนี่ฮะธนพลชูเจริญผลครับหมายเลข15นะครับหรือว่าคุณเบสเทอร์โบยัมนั่นเองครับ
เบสเทอร์โบยัม
เพิ่งได้เจอเขารอบนี้ครับขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์หน่อยนะครับ
ถามให้หน่อยว่าเวลา
เบสครับไม่เจอกันเลยมารอบนี้เพิ่งได้เจอกันรอบแรก
ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับความพร้อม
ก็พร้อมครับผมพร้อมมากครับ
รถล่ะครับ
รถพร้อมด้วยคนพร้อมด้วยครับ
ที่ผ่านมาบอกว่ารถมีปัญหามาอยู่เหมือนกันแต่ว่าวันนี้กลับมา 100% แล้ว
ใช่ครับ100%แล้วครับ
โอเคครับโอเคนะขอให้โชคดีนะ มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกแฟนๆบ้างครับกองเชียร์เยอะมากหัวใจสีฟ้าในช่องคอมเมนต์มาแน่นอนตอนนี้
ก็วันนี้ก็ฝากติดตามผลงานทีมเราด้วยนะครับซิกจูนไบโอ๊ตบายอุดอ่องระยองครับ
จัดไปครับรอดูช่วงหนีอุตลุดของพี่เบสนะฮะโอเคครับสู้ๆครับนี่อ้าวไปกันต่อครับผมออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่2นะครับทางด้านนู้นเลย
อันนี้โอ้หนูว่าจะถามอยู่ว่าร้านชาบูอยู่แถวไหนเอาค่ะ
ชาบูเท่าแก่น้อย
พี่บิ๊กชาบูเท่าแก่บิ๊กวันนี้เป็นไงบ้างคะความพร้อมคิดว่ามีแผนการยังไงที่จะตีตื้นกับนี่พี่เบสขึ้นไปได้บ้าง
ไม่เป็นไรครับตามไปก็พอแล้วตามไปทันก็พอ
ไม่มีแผนแซงเขาเลยเหรอเอาตามเขาอย่างเดียวเลยเหรอ
ไม่มีตามอย่างเดียวครับ
โอเคขอกำลังใจแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ตอนนี้หน่อยค่ะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเราด้วยครับชาบูเท่าแก่บิ๊กครับตั้มคัทCNC และการบายอุดอ่องระยองครับ
4 สาขาที่ไหนบ้างนะคะ
ก็มีชลบุรีบ่อวินแล้วก็สายซีแล้วก็เพชรบุรีครับ
ตามไปกินกันได้เมื่อกี้หนูถามอยู่นะคะจะตามไปกินพอดีไปกันต่อค่ะกับคันที่3
มาครับแพทรออยู่ด้านนี้แล้วครับออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่3นะครับหมายเลข95ครับอนุวัฒน์มณีอินหรือว่าหนุ่ยเปิดสุพรรณครับสวัสดีครับผม
ครับสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับความรู้สึกตอนนี้
ก็จะเต็มที่ครับจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
ขอความพร้อมหน่อย100%ทั้งคนทั้งรถไหมครับ
ความพร้อมไม่ต้องห่วงครับ100%ครับครับ
ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยฮะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับทีมอิซูสุพรรณครับNS พันครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์กันด้วยครับจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับผมขอให้โชคดีครับสู้ๆฮะโอเคเรียบร้อยอันดับที่3ไปต่อยสักหน่อยครับคนนี้อยากคุยกับเขาครับบัณฑิตรัตดาแย้ม
อยากคุยด้วยจังเลยตุ๋มติ๋มสายโม้ไหนโม้ให้ฟังหน่อยสิว่าสนามนี้เรสนี้เราจะได้คุยกันไหมตอนจบนะฮะ
เอาเป็นว่ารอชมหลังจาก12รอบวันนี้ต้องจบ12รอบเท่านั้น
ไม่แผนของแกคือให้จบอย่างเดียวเหรอแผนของแกไม่เอาโพเดียมอะไรเลยเหรอ
บอกเลยว่า3คันหน้าเนี่ยเจอตุ่มติ่มแน่นอน
จันเบสด้วยเหรอ
เฮ้ยต้องเอาอยากได้มาหลายวันแล้วยังไงฝากเชียร์ตุ่มติ่มด้วยนะครับโฟตอนเลกทีมบายอุดอ๋องระยองเสียบิ๊กแล้วก็จานเบสมันแน่นอนแล้วก็มีเสียยูกับเสียเอ็มข้างหลังด้วยมันแน่นอนครับองโดขอบคุณครับ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยค่ะไปได้อีกไหมไป
นี่แหละมาเดี๋ยวมาอันดับ5กันต่อครับโอ้ตุ๋มติ๋มเดี๋ยวใส่หมวกกันน็อกบ้างเดี๋ยวใส่หูฟังบ้างนะครับหลายหน้าที่เหลือเกินฮะ มาที่อันดับที่5ครับตอนนี้ครับธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับผมความรู้สึกตอนนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกยังไงล่ะครับก็เต็มที่กับเกมในวันนี้ครับตื่นเต้นไหมไม่ครับเพราะว่าแข่งชาเลนจ์มาเมื่อกี้
โอเคพร้อม 100% ทั้งคนทั้งรถนะครับ
เราก็เต็มที่ครับตัวเราก็เต็มที่รถก็เต็มที่ตรงไหนก็ตรงนั้นครับ
โอเคครับผมขอให้โชคดีสุดท้ายฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่รอเชียร์อยู่ที่บ้านหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ครับธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์โต้งสตาร์นะครับแล้วก็สปอนเซอร์ที่อยู่ในรถนะครับครับผม
โอเคครับผมขอให้โชคดีนะครับผมเรียบร้อยครับมา5อันดับแรกแล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปกันต่อนะครับผมให้พี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่เลยครับ
ไปครับ
Thank you very much, Lita and Patrick, giving us an interview with the top of the grid right now for the Siam truck. Now to introduce the rest of the grid, we have Aikaluk Naked, drives the number 16 truck here for the 75 Street, 6.9 Richer, coming garage, Frankamat, Bangmat, paint shop, 2 Monster, DFS suspension. And I just only got that all the way down. Very long names some of these truck teams have here. Next, behind him on the grid, Sama Makpahe in the number 9. He drives the Thai Wasadu Nexter Mobile 1 Vietnam Ram Chang Siang Kong GT Residence truck. Right alongside him, it's going to be number 75 of Sunan Nyem Pak Wen. Drives for the 75 Street to Bangmot. Very distinctive yellow truck for this Siam Truck series. And in the back, we got the 5th row, which is currently headed by Prapoch Chuen Wichit, number 31, Atrani Titanium Nexter Racing. Prapoch is currently sitting P8 in the championship, but he was P11 last time around in the GT class back in 2025. So will truck racing bore more results for him. Alongside him, the number 90 of Sangchai Wanathim. Sangchai race for the 6.9 Richard Combing Garage, Frankamap, Iptop, Bangmat Paint Shop 2 Monster DFS Suspension team. His teammate several grid slots in front of him. Then up next, we got Akasit Kreng Komal, drives the number 81. Taiwasadu Nexter Mobile 1. Lenso GT Resistance, another sister team, I think, of the Taiwasadu team. And further down the grid here, we got our sixth row of the competition here. Bolak Grid, Seihang. Pumpkin Tune by AOT Racing Team drives the number 74 with the pumpkin orange colors. P6 in the AM Class Championship. And lots of pumpkin devices to keep that engine bay as cool as possible. In the 7th row, we go now to Daniel Green. A very American looking truck going on here. Drives for the Bass Shop. Then the number 8. And Daniel Green is looking to make some good progress in his championship charge so far in the AM class. P11 so far with 6 points to his name. Witaya Rawai drives for the number 42 Basic Racing Team, AST Remap and Dyno Test. Also in the AM class, also looking to make some good points here. P3 currently in the AM class championship. And the best finish of P2, could a race win be on store here for him in this class? Right next, or rather right behind him, Kitisak Chatapun Witaya, WTech Racing Team, Yoni Jushi, drives the number 52, and his team is cheering him on to try to get himself up into a points playing position. Right next to him, the number 36 of Chanon Rotjana, Total Tools Thailand, BK Clutch, Zik N1 Motorsport Team, fighting right now to try to get himself some points in this race. So far, P9 in the championship for him with 11 points to his name in the Pro AB class. Right behind them, Pichai, Jiang Vilalan, BKC Motorsport, yellow truck. Drives the number 97. He's going to be fighting alongside the number 56 of Gyatisak Chujorn. Looking for an opportunity to try to climb up in the grid is Gyatisak. Currently sitting P5 in the M Class Championship. Tied in points right now to Tanawas at the moment. Rustam Ali drives the number 84 truck. Also in the M Class. This is going to be the start of the season for him, given that he had to miss out event number 1. Number 86, very distinctive teal truck driven by Thanapak Sukjawen. Thanapak right now is also looking to make a climb up into AM class rankings, currently sitting only in P10, tied in points with Pichai, who sits ahead of him in P9. And speak of that devil, Thanapak Sukjawen. Saranyu Ayon Jayayu is going to be in the number 54 truck. Drives for the pro class. Saranyu needs to find quite a lot of performance when it comes to this current situation here, given that he's quite far back amongst a lot of competitors. Very strong ones indeed. As you have a look at the Tanawas Tangchit Maniskakta. Drives the number 87 truck. Also, with his teammate Tanapak just ahead of him, he's going to be hoping to get a bit of a tow when we come down into that first lap of racing. Akachat Miprom drives the number 34 in the 12th row. Driving in the Pro B class at the moment. Still yet to post up a result so far in 2026. Baitun Tamasirikul. Kemaroch Konputsta is actually on the 13th row, just behind Agachat. Drives for the Pumpkin KMR Racing Team in the Pro A class. Kamaruch also has yet to put in a finishing position here in 2026. Then, right alongside, we got Sawalak Saifak, a DQ, unfortunately, in qualifying. So he's going to have to make a big charge from the very back. Drives the number 19 for the Asa Society Wise Racing Team Isuzu Supran Osuka. And on the 14th row, starting in the 27th place, Ekasit Naimsangpa. Zich by Tune AOT ex Utong Rayong also suffered a disqualification in yesterday's qualifying. Then right alongside, we got Tor Sira Chavanon Graves, or Tor Graves, better known. Also a teammate of Ekasit, but of the Pro A class. The number 45 also, unfortunately, disqualified. So we'll have to start from the very back, and looks very focused for the work he has to do up ahead, because you can see just the number of trucks that line up this grid. Last but not least, the number 69 of Tanakiti, Sumkun Punyakun, pumpkin tuned by AOT Racing Team. Also a disqualification for the AM class. Also will have a lot of work to do to try to fight his way to the front. 5-minute warning already up. Support crews are working away, trying to make sure the truck is up into tip-top position. But as I say that, the 3-minute board is up. So now the drivers are going to be left with only their crew chief to make those final checks. Big talking point when it comes to Siam Truck is not only the emissions rule that has certainly brought a big challenge to the tuners of every racing team in this truck category. Because not only do they have to tune the trucks, the diesel common rail injection engine for performance, but also got to keep an eye out for the emissions that these trucks tend to spew out. Such a very interesting engineering problem, I might add, because typically for most tuners, that's not really much of a consideration, isn't it? But that is the rules for the Siam Truck category. Another is going to be about the reliability of these machines. Very different rules compared to the Isuzu Challenge, as they do not have the benefit of a advanced aerodynamic package. They have to have a pretty much a standard flatbed in the back. There are a lot of covers, and some even have removed the tailgate of the pickup truck, perhaps to improve some aerodynamic performance or to reduce a bit of weight. But there is a weight regulation as well. It's a split up between the different categories of cars, and that's why we're allowing many different makes and models to take part in this competition. But the class of the field so far has to be said of Tanapon Chuchariampon. 3 wins this season. Can he make it 4 wins again and continue to defend his championship? Won it 2 times right now. I almost said 3, but it's 2 P1s for him in 2024 and 2025. And a lead right now in 2026. Samon Mapakhe is looking to try to make a comeback, but has to do it from that 4th row. Whereas the nearest competitor, I think, as far as championship is concerned, is Tanawat Suwanarat, who right now starts in that 3rd row. Super Monko Depech is going to be alongside Tanapon, and he's going to be the one to try to fight him into the first turn. It's already problems coming out from the number 86. Tanapak Sukjaroen has trouble getting his truck started before we get to the formation lap. And now, unfortunately, we'll have to be wheeled away into the pit lane, and we'll have to start from there. That's quite the blow. So I have to whisk him away. Hopefully, everyone else is able to get things started for themselves. 1 minute mark is coming and going. 12 laps of racing for the Siam Truck, just like with the other groups. Already has someone who has to start from pit lane, it seems. Unfortunately, we'll have to miss out on the formation lap itself. It's the number 11 that's currently stricken in that position. Paitun Tamasirikul, who we didn't quite get to see in the grid introduction just now. Looks like he had to get something changed up in his truck, and unfortunately we'll have to start this race from behind. Formation lap is off now. Siam truck will be taking to the 4.5 kilometers of the Chang International Circuit. Weather still looks pretty good. Cloud cover still quite thick at the moment. So we have a run through on the grid. Thanapon, fastest man alive, in the front row alongside Supra Mongol. Two trucks will be fighting way into that first turn. Anuwat is going to be starting alongside Bandit. Probably the most badass name out of the whole truck racing group here. Tanawat will be starting alongside Ekaluk, number 22, versus the number 16 up in that third row. Then we have Samon going to be up against Sunan. Samon, P2 in the championship, is going to have to make a hard charge in that first lap of racing. Prapoj will be alongside Sangchai, the number 31, versus the number 90. Then we have Akasit, drives the number 81, going up against the Polakrit, number 74. Daniel Green going to be up against Pitaya, number 8, versus the number 42. Kirizak is going to be alongside Shannon, number 52, versus the number 36. Looking to try to make their mark right now, but have to start from the 8th row. Pichai versus Kyatisak, number 97 versus the number 56, starting in 17th and 18th, respectively, up in the 9th row. In the 10th, we have Rustam Mali, who fights up against Tanapak Sukjaroin. The number 84 versus the 86, and the 86 had to take to the pit lane. Saran Yu is going to be fighting against Tanawas, the number 54 versus the 87. And next we have Paitun Tamasriko and Akachat. Actually starts on the 24th place, despite classing in 23. Then in the next row, we have Kemaruk versus Sawalak, the only female truck driver amongst the competition. Got Ekasit Naim Sangpa versus Tor Graves, or Tor Sirachavanon, number 2 versus the 45. And last but not least, 69 goes for Tanakiti. He's going to be looking to try to take advantage of the few cars, the few trucks that are stuck in pit lane. Siam truck for the PTRS 2026 is about to take their places now for race number 4. When it's called upon, invited by Oat to commentate this. This was the one racing series that I was excited to have a chance to commentate here. I'd heard a lot about truck racing coming out of Thailand. Oh no, the number 69 is taken off the track and looks like maybe out for good here. So I can get it towed back to the paddock in time, but he will be rejoining a very packed grid indeed. So that's one down, 28. Still looking like they may have a chance to fight it out. Danapon in the front in the deep blue truck. The sky blue one of Supra Mongol straddles alongside. The trucks stay in position. Our marshal in the back keeps a keen eye out. Green flag is waved. She signals that things are about to start. Red lights are going on. Siam truck, race number 4 is go, go, go! Tanapon has a very good start. Over the line he goes, very much clear in the lead. While the rest of the trucks continue to shuffle through. There's 3 wide situations going up in the midfield. Bit of contact as well. Some of these trucks had to take off into the shoulder in order to avoid some of that contact. Wonderman is a little bit slow coming out of turn 1. That's going to push them to the back of the grid for sure.
Smoke fills the air. These truck drivers are headed their way into turn number 3. There's a yellow truck that we saw slowing down, has now come to a full stop on the side. The lockups coming in from the behind the grid. Watanapon still remains in the lead, still ahead of Super Mongkol, and Anuwat Manangain is still doing his best to try to keep up with the top 2. Tanawat right now in the black truck, trying to find his way to get himself back up in front. I think he's been passed by Bandit Ladayan. Now sweeps in out of turn number 4. Tanapon still in the lead. Super Mongkol still behind. Anuwat follows in to make it a top 3. Lots of drifting action going on. It is very sharp. Turn number 5. But still, these drivers really have the skills to keep these trucks on the track and still on that racing line. There's a gap now starting to form up between Tanapon and Super Mongkol. A few more trucks are still trying to jostle to keep themselves on the track. A few of them having to take off of the curbs. Still come back into play. Lots of horsepower being brought out to bear. Tanawat, we witnessed early on in the Isuzu Truck Challenge, finished on the racetrack in first, but had a penalty, which pushed him down into second place in the provisional results. Here's a side-by-side action with Tanawat. As he tries to get up alongside Super Mongkol, has the inside. Sorry, that's Anuwat right now on the inside of Super Mongkol. He's already got himself pretty much clear. The number 24 Bandit is looking to take opportunity around the outside as well and takes a position away from Super Mongkol. Bandit now has a draft. Coming into turn number 3. He's going to try to sneak in on the inside. Anuwat cannot cover up in time. And the number 45 has his hood up. Contact, I think, between him and another truck has forced him off of the road with no vision to spare. Super Mongkol still stuck. I think Bandit still up in front of Anuwat. There's number 54. Oh man, he's still right at the pit exit. A marshal's coming to try to help him get the hood covered up. Oh, Anuwat almost loses control coming out of turn 4. And that's opened up the gap between him and Bandit. Bandit Ladayan is now up into P2. Super Mongkol has lost 2 positions. Still remains in the lead for the AM class though. So as our race leader and championship leader Tanapon pulls away into the sunset, Super Mongkol is in a fight for his life right now. He's now caught up by Tanawat, who's attempting to have a look around the outside. Can't quite find the gap nor the speed required to get past Super Mongkol at this juncture. But the straight is opening up soon. And I think Tanawat is close enough to get the draft. Super Mongkol is going to try to take it narrow into the final turn. Hoping as well to try to etch away the gap between him and Anuwat. We're on board here with Tanawat. It's a very clear view. The tailgate. Super Mongkol still will not make the move to turn 1 yet. Still needs to close out the gap a little bit more. Maybe the next stretch is going to give him a little bit more fighting position. This truck still stricken on the outside of turn 1. Now coming to turn 2, Tanawat unfortunately not able to close up the gap to Super Mongkol. Super still has a lot more advantage. No, he goes off the track though. Might have been a lockup. Although there was no white smoke coming off of the tires there from Super Mongkol, so he might have just missed. Had brake issues going into turn 3. He's going to try to fight back and does take the position back from Tanawat just in time to make it to turn 4. Or the number 19 is off of the track, has seemed to have spun around. Sawalak will be able to rejoin here. In the meantime, bit of a battle as well for the number 9 of Samon. Some debris is being thrown up, I think, from some of the contact that we saw between the trucks in the first couple of laps. And now Samon is getting threatened onto the inside. Samon right now loses a position. Even can't quite keep up here. It's been Sunan, who's in number 75, is the one ahead of him. There's the telemetry to see how fast these trucks get as they head into the backstretch. Goes all the way up to just in excess of 180 kilometers per hour before they have to hit the final turn. There's the number 95 for Anuwat taking to the main start pretty straight. There's Samon trying to sneak in on the inside, trying to retake the position from the number 75 yellow truck. Swoops in, doesn't give him a lot of space on the outside, so the 75 has to stay out. Sunan tries to rejoin and rejoins just behind where Samon is. Samon's got the position back. Can he hang on for the next turn? There's a bit of a movement here from Sunan. Coming around the outside and into the inside here goes Samon. Oh, and contact between him and another truck. A flip around as well. Double flip. Samon Namahe is out of this race. Doors opened up just in time. Hopefully he's not too shaken from that, but that was a massive, massive crash for him. Safety car has been called out almost immediately here as the marshals will now be tending to someone who made a very, very over-eager move onto the inside of Super Mongkol, locked up his brakes, and ends up running into the back of Tanawat Suwan Narat. So Tanawat gets spun around, and just like that, gets launched up onto the side, rolls around 2 times before coming to a rest, still on his wheels. There's the marshals tending to the situation there. I think that might be someone. Hopefully. Couldn't quite get a good look at him as he was behind the bollard, the advertisement board. But hopefully he is okay. There's a puncher for the number 56. So that's going to have to be looked at here. As Kitasak unfortunately pulls off to the side. And Kitasak, oh, what a shame for him. He's going to be dropping out the safety car line right now. So that has neutralized the race here. Tanapon still remains in the lead, will be collected by the safety car now. With Bandit Latayam still behind. And what? Where exactly is the... Seems to be still in P5. And Sunan's just behind. Here's a replay of that incident where Samon tries to get on the inside, hooks into Anuwat, spins him around, and then his rear wheel, it seems, hooked onto the front of Anuwat's truck, and that's what caused him to flip around 2 times. So there's a truck still stricken on the side. It's going to take a while to clear that away as they wouldn't be able to tow the truck with suspension damage. It means they have to load it up onto the flatbed of the tow truck. So it looks like we may have a couple of laps of safety cars to run us down. Getting a little bit of a breather right now for some of these drivers, though one of them will, safe to say, will not be rejoining us for this race. Number 56 of Kitisak Chujorn is stuck on the side with a puncher on his front right, and looks like he will not be able to rejoin this race here. Gonna be towed away by our marshals. So as it stands right now, Tanapon still up into P1, Bandit Ladayam in P2. Then we got Anuwat, Mania 9 in P3, and Sunan in P4. Prapoch Chuen Wichit makes it up into P5 ahead of Supramonko Detpech. You can see on the screens right now, it's coming around the 4th turn. So So recovery right now here. Sorry, I think it was actually the number 22 at Tanawat who got into that contact with Samon's car. Yeah, it was indeed the number 22, not Anuwat. Anuwat is very safe in that P3 here, but ooh, lots of black smoke here. So Tanawat now has tried to catch up to the rest of the pack here, who are still under safety car, but he will have to rejoin at the very back end, having come out of pit lane. Man, very unlucky there, I think, for Tanawat. Twice in a row, he's caught a stroke of bad luck on this day. But this one, thankfully, he gets away without any injury. Certainly praying for the best here for Samon, who had 2 rollovers. It seems to be tended to pretty quickly by the marshals. So we have a look on the replay of our race start. So Tanapon again got a very good start, whereas Super Monko actually bogged down a little bit, had to try to defend his position against Anuwat. Then we had contact between 2 trucks. I think that contact onto the yellow truck caused him to have a puncher or something, because eventually that ended up stopped on the side of the grid. And Tanapon, in the meantime, still managed to keep himself ahead. Super Mongkol manages to recover quite well, despite the bogged down start. Had to fight for a 3rd position here. Once in the meantime, there's Bandit Ladayam, as well as Tanawat, who had a little bit of a charge and a little bit of a battle going to into turn 4 for the P4 position. It was quite a sight to see all of these trucks drifting their way in that very sharp left-hand turn of turn 5. The rest of lap 1 still sees a lot of these trucks struggling to try to keep themselves on the racetrack itself. Having to take off the shoulder because there's a lot of weight in these trucks here. They weigh about at least 1.6 tons. So it's a lot of weight for these drivers to contend with on the track. So unlike touring cars, they tend to be a lot more lively to begin with. A lot of credit has been given to the race team and engineers who engineered these trucks to perfection on the race right now in the Siam Truck Series. We had 5 laps of racing and 1 lap under safety car. Looks like someone's truck has been successfully extricated. So no doubt we'll be keeping an eye out for when those safety car lights are going to be taken off. There's Tanawat. Seems to be a little bit slow, or rather maybe just keeping to the speed limit here. Very quick repair job being done onto his front end after that contact with Samon. The safety car, or rather safety SUV, has its lights turned off, so it looks like we'll be getting back to racing now. As Tanapon warms up his steering hand, swings around there trying to make sure that he's ready for the restart. The trucks will have to line up in a 1-by-1 formation, so they will not be allowed to pass until Tanapon makes it to control line and a green flag is waved. Safety car streams far ahead here to get out of the way of our racers. As Tanapon guns it immediately as he sees the backstretch, trying to keep himself as far and away as he can from the Isuzu of Bandit Ladayam. Still tucked behind. Green flag is out, and we're back to racing here in the Siam truck. So again, still single file line. Gonna have to keep an eye out on the first turn. So the trucks are going a little bit wide off of the final turn itself. Number 42 having a little bit of look on the inside as Tanapon continues to lead the rest of the trucks into turn number 2. Bit of movement in the back as well as Super Monko was now under threat from Akachat. Super Monko actually balked it a little bit on the restart here. Left it a little bit vulnerable but still stays a little bit ahead. Going on a run up alongside. Maybe just manages to stay ahead right now. Monko currently in P7, still in the fight for some additional points. Well, in the meantime, further in the back, I think Super Monko lost the position there. Unfortunately, as he come around to turn number 4, he's down 2 places here. Number 75, it's off Sunan, able to get himself a little bit ahead. Number 31, Prapoch, indeed has gotten himself into P5. Super Monko actually has made it up into P6 here. So he's gained a few points. Someone is falling very off of the grid here. Daniel Green seems to have some troubles on the restart here. He's fallen off completely from the leaderboard. Super Monko still hangs on and stays P6 for now. That's Bandit. Number 2, still trying to close the gap to Tanapon, but Tanapon's Ford Rangers just that little bit faster. So he still steams on ahead and builds up quite the impressive gap here. 2 seconds already over the control line on the start-finish straight. Bandit doesn't even have the opportunity of a tow or even any performance advantage here. Crazy that Tanapon is able to pull such a huge gap right now. That's huge kudos to his team for being able to pull that one off on his truck. Anuwat at the moment sits in a very lonely P3, but not really under pressure so much. As his nearest rival Sunan still about 1.8 seconds behind. There's a little bit more action to be found, I think, further in the back. Yellow truck right now, the number 75 of Sunan. Under pressure right now from Papoch, who's in the black and red. Also swamped by Akachat, who's also in a yellow truck behind. Number 19 is off of the track now. Sawalak is out of this race effectively. Well, Sunan at the moment tries to head for another attack, but here comes Prapoch. Hooks in on the inside. Can't find the momentum. He's now left under threat here from Akachat, who's closed the gap and leaves Prapoch very vulnerable right now on the stretch, side by side. It looks like Akachat has the inside this time. Onto the final turn they go. Number 75 will still stream in ahead, and Prapoch loses the position. Tries to get it back on the exit transition. Side by side, it's going to be putting every bit of horsepower out, but it looks like the momentum is a lot better for Akachat as he still secures his P5 position. Sangshai, in the meantime, also moves up ahead of Super Monko. It's a red truck. Stays in front, coming out of turn 1. Now it's going to be a fight between 2 yellow trucks from 2 different teams. Sunan takes the narrower line. Akachat is going to try to find the exit. Unfortunately, Sunan has it blocked off very nicely there. The momentum still looks good for the Isuzu. As he now comes up to creep forward, going to turn out 4. Can he get the door closed in time? I think he will. And Agachat moves up into P4. Oh, a slide around there. Turn number 3. Thankfully, no harm done. It's number 86 continues on their merry way. Back onto it. Agachat leading ahead. Sunan. Now the gap widening up between the two of them. I think that move is very much done here. Agachat now up into P4. Three more laps of racing still to go. Tanapon, Bandit, Anuwat still in the top 3. Still unchallenged at this point. Still a massive battle for P4. Agachat has all but confirmed it. Sunando, some other ideas. Trying to have a peek on the inside, trying to psych out Agachat into the braking zone. Agachat actually took the bait. Went a little bit wide, had to drift around, as does Sunan. Drift from Sunan made him a little bit frustrated there as he lost that momentum on the final turn. Another drift coming in. 42 and a 74 in front are attempting to try to battle it out. Polar Grid lost his position there to Pitaya. Pitaya, who I believe is in that orange truck. Sorry, number 74 is the orange truck there. Still trying to fight for that position. Number 42, Pitaya, still attempting to try to find that position. Goes into the inside of turn number 3. Keeps his truck barely alongside. Will be able to get an exit, but a slight drift comes out from the 42, compromising the momentum. Allowing Polar Grid to currently keep the pumpkin truck still ahead, going into turn 4. Oh, but slips around in the inside there. I think that's a truck that's slowing as they approach into turn number 4. Polar Grid managed to stay out of the way there, still keeps himself in the P6 position. I believe that's a truck that's being lapped right now by the other racers, or is that Saran Yu actually? Number 54 has lost 3 positions in a row. I think he has got some problems of his own. His truck is coming in and slowing down. Daniel Green able to make his way up into 14th place right now, while Tanapon continues to build a bigger and bigger gap. 4.2 seconds now as he comes across the line compared to Bandit. Very secure in that Ford Ranger there for the race win. Penultimate lap now for the Siam Truck Series. So here we are, Anuwat. The gap between him and Agachat is already starting to close up a little bit. 1.4 seconds between these two trucks. While Sunan, in the meantime, still trying to head off any challenges coming in from Prapoj just behind. Number 86, a little bit off kilter there. Has there been suspension trouble for him, or Tanapa? Still elects to stay out on the track though. Probably try to finish off these last 2 laps here and hopefully not incur a DNF. Here the number 31. This is Prapoj, who has been on the chase for the longest time now against Sunan. Still to no avail. Anuwat in the meantime, still trying to fend off Agachat, who is closing that gap between himself and the P3 position. That's now down to less than a second between these drivers over the last control line, so he is creeping closer and closer and possibly setting up for a final lap battle. Speaking of that final lap, here comes our race leader Tanapon on his way now to kick things off. Final lap of racing finally confirmed here. Stanapon still cruises away. One more lap to victory here. Anuwat still holding on. Gap between him and Akachat widened up a little bit over the main start-finish line. But he knows one mistake is all it takes right now for Akachat to be all over him. Sunan in the meantime still has his hands full trying to keep Prapoj behind him. From number 54, Saran Yu still keeps it up into P13. Vitaya Rawai has managed to get in front of Super Monko, so Super Monko's troubles in this race is further compounded, putting him almost on the verge of losing out on a points paying position. Number 86 is being called into the pits, I think, but still remains out on track and still will be taking the final lap here. Whilst in the back, there's still more and more challenges coming up ahead. Super Monko has fallen out of the top 10 now. He's in P11. So it looks like he's out of the points, at least at this juncture. There's Akachat still trying to chase on for a potential place on the podium here, but Anuwat still remains the obstacle in his way. Streaming through, the corners are now drying up here for these drivers. Tanapon right now leads the way into the final stretch now for Tanapon. Flawless in race number 4. Flawless in the past 3 races of the season. The mid-season battle still reigns supreme here for Tanapon as he takes a checkered flag first. Ahead, a bandit. Anuwat successfully staves up Akachat to finish in P3. And here comes P4. Akachat, Sunan makes it into P5. Prapoj will have to claim P6 for himself. Sangchai, Wanatim come in to take P7. Now let's see if Vitaya will come through. Yes, he will. Vitaya will come through into P8 for the checkered flag, and Super Mongkol is nowhere to be found here as Polakrit comes in to take P9 ahead of Tanawas just in the nick of time. Here comes Akasit ahead of Super Monko, who loses another place in these final laps. Oh, Daniel Green slides out in the final corner, comes into contact, and doesn't even make it to the line. Oh, that's disappointing. Quite a lot of fluids left behind there for Daniel. But he finally does get the truck restarted and finally gets past the line there to claim the checkered flag at least. So no DNF here, thankfully for him. That is the finish. A few more trucks still are yet to take that checkered flag here. As Kemaruch comes through just behind Daniel Green. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Siam Truck race number 4 is now over. And we're going to be having an enjoyment of the highlights going on now.
ของสยามทรัคขวัญใจมหาชนนะครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าดุเดือดโอ้คนตัดไฮไลท์น่าจะเหนื่อยฮะช็อตนี้ไม่รู้จะเอาช็อตไหนขึ้นมาก่อนดีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นเยอะแยะมากมายเลยครับ
สมแล้วสมมงมากสมมงขวัญใจมหาชนมากเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นยันวินาทีสุดท้ายอันนี้ของจริง
ตั้งแต่เริ่มจนจบนะฮะห้องเราอยู่ตรงนี้ เห็นฟินิชไลน์อยู่ตรงนี้พอดีแล้วก็หันไปโอ้โหมันเกิดขึ้นตรงหน้าเลยครับผมเดี๋ยวต้องไปเคลียร์แท็กกันแต่ว่าตอนนี้แน่นอนนะหน้าที่ของพวกเรานะครับผมมาสัมภาษณ์3อันดับแรกก่อนนะครับผมอันดับที่3ครับหมายเลข95ครับผมอนุวัฒน์มณีอินหรือว่าหนุ่ยเปิดสุพรรณครับ
เขาถึงอย่างที่หนึ่งครับ คือตอนนี้กำลังเป็นช่วงแบบโอ้โหเมาส์มอยหน่อยครับ
เชิญครับ
รีแคป
ได้จิบน้ำแล้วเอามาพูดคุยกันหน่อยเป็นยังไงบ้างครับการแข่งวันนี้
ก็ออกสตาร์ทที่3การจบที่3ครับก็ประคองรถครับรถมีปัญหานิดหน่อยพรุ่งนี้ฝากติดตามครับมันวันนี้แน่นอน
ทำไมมีปัญหานิดหน่อยคือเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับรถ
มีปัญหาเรื่องสายลมเทอร์โบครับมันแตก
ตั้งแต่ก่อนเริ่ม
แตกตั้งแต่ตอนที่ว่า SC ขึ้นรอบแรก
แตกตอน SC คือเรามันมีอะไรเรื่องราวเกิดขึ้นตอน SC ด้วยเหรอเราโดนด้วยเหรอ
ไม่โดนครับแต่รถมันเกิดปัญหาเอง
ด้วยตนเองด้วยตนเอง
นะคะเกิดปัญหาเองนะครับมี SC มาให้เราได้พักนิดนึงนะ
แต่ตั้งแต่ SC ก็แปลว่าตั้งแต่รอบแรกๆต้นๆเลย
รอบ4รอบ5นะประมาณนี้นะโอเคแต่ก็ประคองมาได้จนจบนะครับแล้วเข้าอันดับ3ไปแล้วก็คืนนี้เดี๋ยวให้ช่างจัดการพรุ่งนี้เรส5ใส่เต็มต่อเอาแตกอีกลูกนึง
แน่นอนครับเต็มที่แน่นอนพรุ่งนี้
โอเคเอาฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์กันด้วยครับถ้าใครอยู่แถวนี้ก็มาเชียร์ที่สนามเลยมันแน่นอนครับ
ฝากอะไรถึงพีทไหมพีทดูอยู่
ก็พีทก็รีบมาที่นี่มาช่วยกันเชียร์หน่อยปีหน้าลุยกันใหม่
เหงาเลยรอบนี้โอเคครับผมขอบคุณมากครับยินดีด้วยกับอันดับที่3ครับไปกันต่อครับต้องคุยกับเขาคนนี้ฮะ
เขาเตรียมมาโม
รัตดาแย้ม
เขาเตรียมมาโมแล้วดันได้ซีนโมซะด้วยสิ
อะไรนะหมดเวลาอีกแล้วเหรอ
โอเค
อ้าวเป็นยังไงบ้างวันนี้
ดีใจที่สุดเลยสำหรับฤดูกาลของปีนี้คือตุ่มติ๋มแข่งปีนี้เนี่ยรถยังไม่จบเลยสักเลสเดียวคือเลสเนี้ยคือโดนชนตั้งแต่ทีหนึ่งเลยคือการปะทะกันผมรู้เลยว่าตั้งแต่พี่อย่านะกูจะโม้แต่สุดท้ายแล้วก็ขยี้กันเล่นขึ้นมาที่2ได้ครับ
มีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นแต่ทีหนึ่งตรงนี้เลยสะกิดกัน
ใช่ครับ
มันเสียอาการหรือยังไงไหมครับตอนนั้น
ใช่ครับเสียอาการมากเลยก็คือรถตูดปัดเลยแต่เรารู้เลยว่าโดนแน่ๆคือเราแก้อาการรอเลยครับแล้วส่วนกันเร่งเลย
ระหว่างรถกับคนใครเสียอาการกว่ากันฮะ
ตอนนี้ตุ่มเสียอาการมากกว่าดีใจมากเลย
แล้วก็มี SC ออกมาในช่วงเรสประมาณ4-5ประมาณนี้นะแล้วก็หลังจาก SC เนี่ยตอนนั้นเป็นอันดับ2เนาะใช่ไหมแล้วก็เราก็เชียร์กันอยู่พี่ผู้ภาคเขาก็แจ้งมาบอกว่าเอาล่ะน่าจะได้โม้แล้วหลังจากนี้แต่เผลอๆเดี๋ยวดูว่าจะไล่ทันจานเบสไหมเป็นยังไงบ้างกับการไล่จานเบสในเรสนี้
ตอนแรกลองไล่ดูครับแต่มันมีระยะที่ไม่แก๊ปไม่เข้าผมก็เลยว่าคงตำแหน่งไว้ก่อนดีกว่าเราไปสู้กันพรุ่งนี้ดีกว่าวันนี้เราขอรับถ้วยแล้วไล่มาโม้ก่อนแล้วพรุ่งนี้เราเจอแน่ครับอาจารย์เบส
โอเคครบแล้วล่ะ
สมฉายาจริงๆสมฉายาเขาจริงๆแม่
วันนี้รับถ้วยแล้วรอติดตามเขาต่อครับ
ได้เลยครับยังไงฝากติดตามตุ่มติ่มด้วยนะครับเบอร์24สยามทักนะครับโฟตอนเลสซิ่งทีมบายอุดอ่องระยององโดเยี่ยม
ไหนท่ารับถ้วยทำท่าไหนดีเตรียมไว้ยังฮะมันต้องอย่างนี้บัณฑิตรัตน์ลายแย้ครับผมยินดีด้วยครับอ้าวไปกันต่อครับอันดับ1ของเรา
เบสซับยา
คุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากันเป็นอย่างดีมาเจอกันอีกแล้วอันดับ1
โค่นไม่ลงเอาไม่ลงใครก็ไม่ลงจริงนะ
แล้วข้างหลังเกิดเหตุการณ์ขึ้นเขาไม่เกี่ยวไม่ยุ่งอะไรไปแล้ว
ลาก่อยไม่รู้เขาบอกว่า
เอาตัวรอด
รู้เรื่องราวทุกอย่างผ่านหูคือตัวเองไม่เห็นอะไรแล้วใจอย่างเดียว
ใช่ครับก็นั่นแหละครับก็อุบัติเหตุเกิดกันได้ครับก็ขับก็ให้ระวังหน่อย
แต่ว่าอันนี้ทีมเดียวกันด้วยพี่สมร
ใช่พี่สมรเขาทีมเมทรวมกับช่างเดียวกันอะไรเงี้ยทำด้วยกันก็ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวซ่อมพรุ่งนี้แข่งต่อ
โอเคแล้ววันนี้รีแคปให้ฟังหน่อยฮะการแข่ง12รอบครองอันดับ1ไว้ยาวๆเลยเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ครับก็ตอนออกตัวไปก็ไม่มีอะไรครับก็นำปกติพอ SC ขึ้นเราก็โอเคมีติดมาเพราะว่าเรานำไปแล้วระยะหนึ่งเนาะ
ระยะใช่
ติดมาติดตัวเรา
ตอนนั้นเรามีเสียววาร์ปบ้างไหมตอนที่เขามาแบบ
ไม่เลย
วายพี่ ตุ้มติมไว้
ไม่เลย
ผมไม่กลัวเลย
หยอกครับก็นั่นนะครับก็ความโชคดีของผมตอนสุดท้ายคือตอนก่อนตีธงหมากรุกเนาะ
อ่า
โบพังตรงนี้คง
อ๋อ
เสร็จ
จริงเหรอ
ไหลเข้ามาโบพัง
จริงเหรอ
จริงครับ
เอาละครับ อันนี้ให้เป็นหน้าที่ของคืนนี้
เอาอีกแล้ว ช่างเหนื่อยกลับโรงแรมดึกอีกแล้ว
ใช่ครับ
พี่เบนนี่เขาสายเขาเวลาเสร็จแล้วเขาอยู่กับช่างตลอด
ไม่เมาเลย เดี๋ยวมอมเหล้าให้เมาเลย
คุณรู้เมื่อกี้คุณไม่ได้ยินใช่ไหม ผมถามเขาว่าตอนที่ SC ออกอ่ะ แล้วพี่ตุ่มติ่มมาตอนมาตีอยู่ข้างหลังเนี่ยกังวลบ้างไหมเขาบอกไม่เลย ไม่เลย ไม่มี
ผมออกตัวอยู่กับที่เลยฮะเขาไปซ้ายไปขวาเลยเหรอวะ
อ่ะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ได้เจอกันอีก1 เรสแน่นอนเต็มๆเดี๋ยวคืนนี้เตรียมรถให้พร้อม 100% ก่อนนะฮะเดี๋ยวฝากอะไรกับแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่หน่อยครับ
ก็ขอบคุณนะครับแรงเชียร์ทุกท่านนะครับก็พวกเราทีมงานซิกจูนไบโอ๊ตบายอุดอ่องระยองนะครับก็ฝากติดตามพรุ่งนี้อีกเลสหนึ่งนะครับว่าจะเก็บแชมป์ได้หรือเปล่าครับ
โอเคนี่แหละฮะหัวใจสีฟ้าของเรานะครับผมเบสเตอร์โบยามครับยินดีด้วยครับขอบคุณครับโอ้โหให้เวลาเยอะหน่อยคู่นี้สยามทรัคเพราะว่าเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นเยอะนะครับผมเดี๋ยวให้เขาถ่ายรูปรวมกันแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกันต่อในรุ่นต่อไปกับสยาม GT ครับ
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Provisional results. Tanapon takes another win here in 2026 ahead of Bandit, who manages a P2 best finish for him. And that really opens up the field, I think, when it comes to the championship battle for P2. And what follows up behind him as well. Also a contender, I think, right now for the top in the championship. Up next, we're going to be having our Siam GTMC GTRC class. So make sure you guys stick around because we're only going to be taking a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Cax. I've been your English commentator, and we'll see you guys after these messages.
ภาพตรงหน้าที่สวยที่สุดจะเก็บไว้ในใจไม่มีวันลืม
สุขทันทีที่เที่ยวไทย ถ้ามีคนบอกว่าความฝันของคุณมันใหญ่เกินไป อย่าเพิ่งอธิบายแต่ทำให้เห็น ชัยชนะไม่ได้สร้างจากวันแข่ง แต่มันเริ่มจากช็อตแรกในวันที่ไม่มีใครเห็น เพราะคู่แข่งที่ยากที่สุดคือตัวเราเอง และเมื่อความฝันนั้นเป็นจริงมันไม่ใช่แค่ของคุณคนเดียว แต่มันคือความภูมิใจของคนไทยทั้งประเทศ PT เต็มแม็กซ์ในทุกช็อต
ที่เข้มข้น
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. For now, the premier series in PTRS 2026, the mid-season war, it's in full swing here at event number 2 on the 15th of August here at Chang International Circuit. And we're right now going into the GT class. Siam GTMC as well as the Siam GTRC are going to be taking to the track. Now, GTMC is more of an open tuning class, open to both two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars, weight regulated based on engine and drivetrain specification, with the intake and boost pressure rules being open. Whereas for the GTRC class, those have an air restrictor
also open to 2-wheel drives and 4-wheel drives, but the air restrictor and boost pressure are regulated for this class. Now, we are allowing foreign vehicles as well as international participants, but at least 50% of the team personnel must be Thai by nationality. We got GT R1 slick and wet competition tires, probably the best of the lineup here, brought to you by GT Tires. And they're going to be using that to race in these 12 laps here on race number 4. We saw race 3 yesterday, and quite the exciting battle it was going on there, especially up in the front. Shane Ong got the win that time around. Let's see if he is going to be able to do it again here. But given that there will be a reverse grid being applied, certainly is going to have his work cut out for him. Siam GTMC, Siam GTRC also has a success ballast applied, a lot heavier compared to the other categories, as up to 50 kilograms will be given onto the race winner themselves. 30 kilograms for second and 20 kilograms for third. Championship points still remains the same though, with 20 points for the eventual winner, 15 points only for second place, and 12 points for third. Higher weightage towards the race win means that that's the most coveted spot amongst all of our GT drivers. There is Shane Ong coming around to take his position on the grid. We already have the support crew ready to receive them, and no doubt our MCs as well on the field. Lita and Patrick will be there to receive them. And this time, let's see if Shane is going to be able to keep his promise of being able to beat Patrick after the race. There's another SAR car. Kenneth Ho, a teammate of Shane Ong, will be up in front. So that poses a very interesting variation. There we go. As more and more of these races come up to line up, a lot of eyes are definitely going to be on Punapat Funsup, who comes in this weekend as the championship leader. He's hoping to try to defend that this time around. The safety car is the SUV brought to you by Isuzu. Very beautiful look around it from the outside. I definitely think it'll be very nice on the inside as well. The Isuzu MU-X-RS serves right now as a safety car for this GTMC GTRC class. As more and more of these drivers are going to be pouring out of the pits. No doubt want to try to keep reliability as best as possible. Now, Punapunsup slated to be one of the drivers to watch out for, but Shane Ong also comes into this weekend as the third position in the pro class for GTMC. When it comes to the championship itself, got his first race win for 2026 yesterday, but now starts from P5 on the grid. For the GTMC AM class, Tim Zielinski came into the weekend as one of the leaders, and he was also overall second in the championship. Whereas for GTRC, though, Techit, who had a brilliant run yesterday, still managed to finish on the podium. He had a win last time around in the first event, but now he's going to be looking for another win to add to the tally here to keep his championship still in play. Kenneth Ho is the leader in the AM class when it comes to the GTRC competition. Overall, still has P1 amongst the GTRC class as well. So still doing much better than Ditchit, and given that he's starting on the front row, is looking likely to defend that championship. So as more and more trucks come up into position. Sorry, now we're going to be switching my brain from trucks to cars. Very highly tuned cars where Reliability is an issue, but it's not going to be an issue for our MCs, Lita and Patrick. Take it away.
มาค่ะสยาม GT ทั้งรุ่น MC และ RC นะคะใครอยากรู้รายละเอียดก็รอฟังจากพี่โอพี่จิมมี่ได้
โอเคครับมาสัมภาษณ์กันดีกว่านะครับตอนนี้อันดับแรกๆมาอยู่กับเราแล้วเรียบร้อยนะครับ2กำลังมาใช่ไหมแต่ว่า1อยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นไปหา1ก่อนเลยครับนี่ฮะ
รันครับ
รถที่คุ้นเคยครับเคนเนโทหมายเลข22ครับ You always try to confuse me the outside car That's the name of Chang outside, but the inside is Keneto.
He's my boss. He's my boss, so I'm driving his car.
But today I want you to beat your boss, okay?
I'll try. Can I ask you to help me push my car?
I cannot help you push your car, but just stay at first place like this for the whole race, okay?
I'll try. Okay.
Say something to your supporters.
Thank you. I hope I can last the first straight over here to be in first place. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we look at this 12 lap later. Look at turn one first, okay? นะครับก็บอกว่ารถไล่มาขับนะฮะรถของคุณเชนอังก็อีกทีหนึ่งนะครับแต่ก็บอกว่าสนุกแน่นอนนะครับผมสำหรับเรสนี้ชอบชวนผมไปช่วยเข็นรถตลอดเลยฮะไปกันต่อดีกว่าครับอันดับที่2ครับออสตาร์ท
มาค่ะอันดับที่2นะคะกับหมายเลข31พี่ก๊อฟพัทรพงษ์นั่นเองวันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับความพร้อม
อะไรนะครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างความพร้อมในวันนี้ทั้งรถและคนพร้อมทั้งคู่เลยไหม
ความพร้อมประมาณ 95% ครับอีก 5% เหลือแต่ดวงครับ
5% รอพึ่งดวงเอาแต่วันนี้มูมาดีมั่นใจว่าดวงเข้าข้างเราแน่นอนแล้วล่ะ
อะไรนะ
คือ 5% นี่บอกว่ารอพึ่งดวงเนี่ยมูมาดีหรือยังคือกะว่าดวงเข้าข้างเรา 100% ยังมูอ่ะได้มูมาเปล่า
ก็วันนี้ก็จะไปให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับแล้วก็พยายามแบบคุมสมาธิแล้วก็ควบคุมอารมณ์ให้ได้มากที่สุดครับเต็มที่แน่นอนครับ
ขอกำลังใจ
กองเชียร์ทุกๆคนด้วยครับเชียร์เบอร์31พัทรพงษ์บางทองด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับคือมีเสียงในหูแล้วพี่เขาก็เลยบอกว่าไม่ค่อยได้ยินนะต้องตะโกนดังๆเมื่อกี้ก็เลยตะโกนเอานะคะไปต่อค่ะกับอันดับที่3ของเรา
มาแล้วครับอันดับที่3ของเรานะครับผมหมายเลข29ครับพี่เตชิตครับสัมภาษณ์ความรู้สึกกันหน่อยครับสวัสดีครับผมตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกยังไงเต็มที่อะครับอยากจะไปแล้วโทษ
ครับพี่ใจเย็นให้เขาแนะนำให้ครบทุกคันก่อนมันเป็นหน้าที่ เดี๋ยวผมไล่แนะนำครบทุกคันก่อนตอนวันนี้พร้อมทั้งคนทั้งรถ 100% นะครับ
ก็ทำดีที่สุดนะครับ
โอเคครับผมขอให้โชคดีฮะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆฝากสปอนเซอร์หน่อยครับ
รบกวนเชียร์ K Sport K1 Racing ด้วยครับ
โอเคครับผมสู้ๆครับผมเอาใจช่วยครับเรียบร้อยครับหมดเวลาแล้วเดี๋ยวให้หน้าที่พี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่ต่อนะครับผมแนะนำผู้เข้าแข่งขันที่เหลือทั้งหมดในรุ่นของสยาม GT ครับ
And thank you very much to our ever reliable MCs on the field here, Lita as well as Patrick, getting us a quick word with top of the grid. Didn't quite get a word with this man right here though, as Bunapat Punsup starts in P4, our addict by Evo Shop KRS. He's definitely looking to try to add some points to the tally to keep his championship lead, in fact, especially against this guy right here, Shane Ang, the boss of Kenneth Ho. Also hoping to get some words with Patrick at the end of this race. Maybe this might be the one to do it for him. But the additional ballast of 50 kilograms, that's not going to be insignificant at all for his chances. Here's Tim Zielinski. Hails all the way from Great Britain. Miller's Oil Toyota Pattaya 1998. And it's very much in fighting shape here, starting on that third row alongside Shane Ang. Next, we have Anonut Jariyapong Sachon, our addict driver here in the number 49. And Anonut, is going to be looking to try to rise up in the tally here. P2 in the AM class, P5 overall. Still have yet to find a race win or even a podium for him, so this might be his lucky shot. Alongside him, we got Metu Swansri, next to Rest Club, driving the number 54. And Metus is going to be going to be attempting to make a good finish this time around. didn't seem to be able to make an entry in the first event, so maybe event 2 might be where we'll see where he stands. Here's a Sri Lankan driver, Sharya Seneviranratne, has been in Thailand for the better part of a decade and joins us as one of the international drivers here for Reworth Racing. Then, on the next row, or rather alongside him, Witawin Sontiraksa, Team Endless X Gato Works, drives the number 33 R33, and definitely one that excites all the RB fans out here in Thailand and maybe even across Southeast Asia. Roy Tang starts in the 6th row, hailing from Singapore as well. Also, a fellow employee of Shane Ang Racing, racing for Toyota Pattaya 1988. The number 25 green RX-7. Alongside him, it's going to be Thanaton. Number 70 could not make the finish in yesterday's race. Be looking to try and make a good finish this time. And hopefully the car will stay just as reliable as the driver that sits within. Up next in the 7th row, Tanakorn Chaibi Rumsri drives for Rotary Revolution Valent T Thunder Slide On. The RX-8 also had to retire from yesterday's race, so starts in 13th place. Alongside him, another Rotary, which is going to be driven by Utain Pong Prapas, this time of the Phuket Kart sister team. Vanity by Rotary Revolution, also in the RX-8. And the first of our female drivers in the GT class, Mewadi Netrayon, drives for the Garage 48 XBRL Motorsports in the number 48. It's definitely seen some better days. Hopefully this time around, we'll be able to add some point tallies to her name. I'm alongside the number 55 Evo of Pratip Tumpraset. Looking like he's taking a bit of a meditation right now as he's getting himself very settled in on the grid. He drives for Bendix SRT Racing Team. Pratip is right now looking to at least make a finish here in 2026. Then further back, another Rotary comes here from Rotary Spirit X Nexka. Trepop Siripun drives the number 9 in row 9. Trepop Siripun also looking to try to make a mark right now when it comes to this Pro Class Championship. Number 26, the cute mascot up in front, and maybe even cuter mascots further behind. Mongkol Kamsung from Millennium Motorsport drives the only Mini Cooper in the grid. Reliability issues still unfortunately plagues him so far in this competition. But hopefully he'll be able to put it together here, as he did finish in P8 in the championship last year itself. Here's the only FT86 in the grid, Kitirak. Kitirak Kacha Mahiti drives for the Wise Rini Jushi Racing Team in car number 19. And the Wise team definitely looks very confident. Giving all smiles right now. Also joined by Narionon as he cheers on his teammate in a different class right now. So we got two, what you could see is like two notable absences right now. Chotani Chai Kitty Lock doesn't seem to be on the grid, as does Tanapon Harmpatana Panich. They're still listed on the entry list though. Might be that they had to get the car sorted out and may have to start from the pit lane if that were the case. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 21 cars potentially taking to race number 4.
A championship battle going on between Punapat, Techit, as well as Shane Ang, all three of whom finished inside of the top 3 when we came to yesterday's race. Or rather, Techit as well as Shane Ang finished in the top 3. Punapat unfortunately had to drop to P4, but would be starting ahead of both his championship contenders. So if there's going to be any chance for him to defend the championship lead, it's going to have to start from here itself. But also with Kenneth Ho as well as Patalapong being on the row in front, it's not going to be an easy challenge here, I think, for Punapat, although we have seen the kind of pace that he can pull off in that Evo. Let's see if that's going to be enough for him as the 3-minute board comes up. While our support crews, friends, and families will have to make their way back into the paddock here. Only crew chiefs are allowed to stay with the drivers on the grid. 12 laps of racing, just like with yesterday. Reverse grid applied to top 5 finishes from yesterday. So therefore, Shane Ang starts from P5. Punapat starts in P2, P4. Techit in P3. Patalapong starts in P2. And Kenneth Ho in P1. So with both the Shane Ang Racing teams being on the same row, let's give them quite a lot of strategic opportunities, wouldn't it? But certainly a lot of constructor points going the way of his team. Although it is a shared team, though. Rompo Power Unit as well as TT Garage. But I think Shane will be no doubt happy to see that his own teammate is going to be the one leading the grid into the rolling start. That's the only difference for the GT class when it comes to the other categories. And understandable given the risk and the higher powered nature of these race cars. Definitely prudent of them to try to make these race starts as uneventful as possible. Although as I say that, we definitely did see a lot of commotion when it comes to the start of yesterday's race. Such a lovely, lovely variety of cars brought up into the grid here. This is certainly JDM heaven when it comes to racing here in Thailand. And with the 1-minute board up, we're going to see those JDMs fire it up as we get ready for the formation as well as that rolling start. Crew chiefs are now going to have to make their way off. Seems to be a marshal hurrying his way as well, trying to get out. Has someone stalled out on the grid or has some issue? These guys coming and investigate as the crew chief makes his way away. Hopefully it's not that rotary RX-7. Seems to be okay for now. But oh boy, they're rushing in to try to tend to another car behind. I think that one, the RX-8, suffered a problem just before the formation lap. Tend to see this a lot. Reliability is one of the biggest challenges as far as the GT class is concerned, and given that there's so much room being allowed for all the race teams and engineers to tweak around and squeeze out every last bit of performance out of these cars, it's no wonder that sometimes something inevitably goes wrong. But they only need to make these cars last the 12 laps of racing. And now we're going to be off for the formation lap. A good opportunity as well for us to enjoy the sights and sounds of these race cars as they take to the track.
Simply music to my ears. Here is a recap of the front grid. Kenneth goes up against Patalapong in the front row. Rumpel Power Unit Exchange on Racing versus the PT Auto Checkpoint. Then on the next row, we got Techit and Punapat up against each other. K Sport K1 Racing versus the R Addict Evo Shop KRS. Shane Ong, winner of yesterday's race, starts alongside Tim Zielinski. Two potential challengers when it comes to that championship lead. Let's see how it goes. Metus is going to be starting alongside Anunut. Anunut in 7th place, Metus in 8th. Our Addict Evo Shop versus Nexter Rest Club. Then we got Charya from Sri Lanka up against Wita Win in the R33. Reworth Racing versus Team Endless X Gato Works. Then further down into the 6th row, we got Roy Tang, who's going up against Tananon Ing Tong Suk. Toyota Pattaya Exchange on Racing versus Miller Oil's Toyota Pattaya 1998 Exter. While Tanakon and Dutayin will be lining up the grid just behind them. Pratit Tumprasit as well as Maywadi Netrayon are going to be looking to try to fight their way up to a points-paying position for this race. Trepop Siripun is going to be alongside Mongkol Kamsung when it comes to the 9th row itself. Then we got Kitirak Kacha Mahiti, who we saw on the grid. Chotanin may be starting from the pit lane, as we didn't see him on the start line, as is Tanapon. And the Sirocco for Reworth Racing may also be starting from the pit lane, if they're able to get the car out in time for the race start. Sun is beginning to set right now, as the GT cars, some of them have their headlights on. Visibility might be a premium by the time we get to the tail end of this race. This is already 6 p.m. over here in Buriram. And the sun will definitely have set by the time we get to our next race on the agenda. Rev it up, baby. Just what I want to hear coming out of these JDM classics. Safety car light is off. And the marshal reminding all the cars to take a 2x2 formation for this rolling start. That means no passing, no overtake until the lights go out. Here is, ladies and gentlemen, the Siam GT MCRC coming up for race number 4. Who's going to be able to take it? Kenneth Ho is one to watch out for in the FK8. Patalapong straddles alongside him as the cars come out onto the grid. The red lights are on as the final cars come through. And we are off for the Siam GTMC GTRC. And look at that. Chain Nong already doing his best to get ahead of Richard Jin. Does get in front. Kenneth Ko unfortunately loses out a lot of momentum. He's only forward several car positions down and will not be able to lead the pack. One of the cars gone off is that Punaput. No, I think it's a number 70. It's gone up the track. Managed to come back on just in the nick of time. Punapat still does take the lead of this race, but Shane Ong is following closely behind. Patalapong unfortunately loses out the position. He stays in P3, just ahead of Tim Zielinski. Other cars file their way through. Unfortunately, Tananon was the one who went off of the grass and had a bouncy return to the track. Now, the Evo is a rally car, but I don't think it's necessarily set up for off-roading in this instance, though. Punapat continues to stay in front. Denchit right now lost a lot of positions. He's still trying to fight back against Tim Zielinski right around. He's right on board with Denchit himself. Oh, a slide! And Tim goes into the wall! Comes out of turn number 5, and tragedy right now for the number 12 of Tim Zielinski. It's stricken on the side of the track. Still racing on, yellow flag is out. And we're gonna see a replay of that. Was there contact? Very hard to tell from this position, but we did see that Techit was racing him for position just before he lost control. And unfortunately, the replay couldn't quite capture from this angle what exactly transpired between the two.
So I think safety car has been called out as Tim, unfortunately, is not able to get the car moving again. With only one lap of racing, race number 4 is neutralized. Unapat, currently the race leader here ahead of Shane Ang. Ditch it, still up into P3. There's Tim Zielinski. Good to see that he's okay. And definitely very disheartened seeing the damage going on the front of his car. There's Patalapong in the Sylvia just behind Techit. Lost a lot of positions on the race start. Shane Ang managed to make quite the climb alongside Punapat. Punapat still is able to wrestle away the race lead. And that will surely do wonders in this attempt to try to stave off Shane Ang. A very direct head-to-head fight right now in the GTMC Pro class. So we'll wait to see safety car get himself moved out the way. If you happen to be following along this championship, well, the next round has been announced. We're going to be taking to Songkhla Grand Prix in the next round. It's going to be lots of sights and sounds to see for sure at this street track. And that's going to be a continuation, rather perhaps the finale, I think, for the PT Maxnitron Racing Series. So definitely it's a race you don't want to miss out on. Make sure you guys mark your calendars, because there's going to be lots of revving action going on in this race. So much variety of things to see and things to do over here. Whilst we get things sorted out right now, the CM GTMC, CM GTRC category is still under safety car at the moment. Hopefully Tim Zielinski's car will be pulled out of the way in time for us to continue racing, and still plenty of laps to do so as well. Okay, it looks like we come back into what I think is a replay of the race start. So there you can see Punapat going around on the outside of Patalapong. That allows him to take the race lead away, while Shane Ang also had a much brilliant start as well. Whilst his compatriot Kenneth Ho unfortunately lost out a lot of positions at the start. There's a number 70 going way off of the track. Tananon having to do a bit of rallying action to get the car back into the race. So while Punapat Punsup was able to stay in front, Techit in the meantime lost out a lot of positions, was in a straight fight together with Tim Zielinski in this opening lap. You will see him on board here. I was trying to close the distance between himself and Tim Zielinski. There was a bit of contact, at least at this point. And we saw that Techit was already doing very well to try to keep up with Tim Zielinski throughout this whole sequence of corners. This is where he got very close. No wonder we're going to see, no, there was no contact at all between him and Tim Zielinski. Zielinski seems to have just lost control all on his own while he was riding hard over the curbs. So that might be a bit of good news actually for Techit. Because if there was contact and that resulted in Tim being taken out of the race, it could have been under investigation, but it seems, at least for Techit's sake, at least for what we could see on the replay, that there may have not been contact between him and Tim Zielinski at all. Race start, though, is still under investigation, apparently. Somebody didn't quite follow the procedures to the letter. Oh well. Still have another 10 laps remaining. I think by this point, Tim Zielinski's car should have been extricated. So we may see about 9 laps of racing to go here as twilight begins to descend upon Buriram. Lights are already very much out for a lot of these drivers. But still plenty of visibility to go, though. So just recap where things stand for our drivers. Kenneth Ho, who started on the front row, dropped all the way down to P6. Patalapong, conversely, does not seem to be listed at all when it comes to the top 5 here. Has he actually been taken out completely? He's actually behind the grid, I think. So may have had to go into the pits to get something sorted out. It remains frustratingly about 1 lap down from the rest. And what a shame for Patalapong, who started on the front row. Techit still remains in P3, had to fight for it really. Got passed by Tim Zielinski at the start. Whilst in the meantime, Bunapat as well as Shane Ang had made the way into P1 and P2 respectively. So they are currently holding the cards right now as far as this championship battle is concerned. So Prateep also made his way up into P4. Anonut also managed to find his way into P5, 2 places up from where he started, especially with Tim Zielinski and Metus being out of the way. Ananon, in spite of his off-roading action, still manages to keep it together, placing the number 70 up onto P7, while Kitira stays the course right now, still in the points paying position in P8. Very good comeback for him, really, having to start all the way in the back of the grid. So certainly some have been very lucky in that regard. And also lucky as well for Maywadi, currently in P9 ahead of Tanakorn. So both of them looking to try to pick up the last bit of points that are paid out in the top 10. All these GT cars will have to line up single file line. Waiting for the cue, which is going to be the safety car lights being turned off before they can resume this race. Only run 3 laps so far. And there you go, the lights are out and looks like Punapat is already pulling ahead. It's actually pulled ahead in the middle of the last stretch. And now we're going to resume racing here. 9 laps to go here for the GT, MC, GT-RC classes. These JDM cars take to the track. Try to take some action here. Patalapong gonna lose a position, I think. To BMW. Oh, and Techit is spun around, coming around turn 1. Tries to get the car restarted, but he's stranded right now as all the other cars stream past. That should move Patalapong up, but then he did get challenged by Prateep while he was going into turn 1. Finally, Techit get the car running again, but by the time he does, he's already further behind the grid. Here is Patalapong in a fight right now with Tananon, and he loses that position though to the Lancer Evo. Trying to get some momentum going here onto turn 4. He is on the inside, so he's going to try to streak his way through. Tananon has to give the space there to allow Patalapong through, but Patalapong will have to defend his way into turn number 5. Will Tananon try to go for the dive? Not quite. Still stays behind the Sylvia for now. Streaking past. Very much at the edge of the seat here for Patalapong. Still tries to keep himself together right now. Trying to stay just ahead of Tananon's car. We also got Kedetro attempting to pick up some scraps from this battle here. Nissan and the Mitsubishi are still fighting neck to neck. Tananon moves up a little bit ahead. He's going to try to stay around the outside, but here comes Patalapong on the inside, as well as Kenneth Ho. Kenneth is going to try to get his car ahead of the Sylvia. He will be able to block up the exit for Patalapong, and Tananon moves up ahead. stays in P4. Panalapong has the inside of turn number 1. Kenneth try to wrestle his way on the next stretch. Can he stay alongside? Has to go off of the track in order to do so. But can't quite find the momentum on the exit. Panalapong survives the challenge. Prateep, I think, has gone into the pits as he found an issue on his car here. Number 55 dropping out and down and out of the top 10. And right now, Panalapong finds the way to get around the inside and ahead. And oh no! What has happened to Shane Ong? His car is on fire. And that's going to be the end of his chance right now to take a race win here. What an upset for Shane Ong. The marshals come now to put that fire out. That should put Anunut up into second place here. Punapat, I think it's still in the lead, as indeed is over the control line. And oh boy, the luck is just not on Shane Ong's side today. There is Punapat, now virtually unopposed for the lead of this race, 16 seconds ahead of Anunut. Only needs to ensure that he brings that car home. Anunut is now coming around the final stretch. That's Tananon, who has been passed by Panalapong. Tananon is still trying to hold position ahead of Kenneth. Has a bit of a lockup as they slow down for the final turn. Panalapong still leads these 3 cars going into that final stretch. And onto the line though, does Kenneth Cole get ahead of Tananon? Streaking ahead, looking in front of the number 70. Pulling ahead as the sun continues to go down. The street lights are on now to give a bit more visibility, but right now, all Tananon needs to see is the inside and an open exit for him to challenge Kenneth Cole alongside for turn number 4, but he cannot find a momentum right out the exit. He's going to try to tuck in behind for a tow. And all the while, Panalapong is pulling and pulling further and further ahead. Kenneth still keeps his Honda very much planted in position in front. And actually caught out the Panalapong. Had to slow down significantly over the last corner. Has a trouble befallen this Sylvia. The pace seems a little bit off as Kenneth goes onto the inside, followed along by Tananon, and they both pass Panalapong for position. Oh, there's some scraping going on in the bottom of Tananon's car. This is extrication to the grass. Caused some body work to be scraping on the ground. That could be a bit of disadvantage for him, but he's still keeping his car firmly ahead of Kenneth through this very fast section. There's a lot of drag, a lot of sparks being flown up here. I wonder if those sparks, is it actually a floor pan, maybe even an oil pan, is actually scraping against the ground? That could be disastrous if that was the case. But Tananon is still going to try to race on. Lots of smoke coming out from his car as well. The car gets pushed down. More and more aerodynamic force generated off of those wings, and that's going to be cause for concern. Kenneth, by contrast, isn't able to capitalize on this too much. Still sparking away as Tananon still trying to hold on to position. Pieces from the inner wheel well is actually flying out. But Tananon's car still persists, still wants to try to finish in this place. But he'll be praying right now he doesn't incur mechanical flags. So much smoke, so much spark. Hopefully no fires here for Tananon. Racing up! Oh! Contact in the back! The number 48 of Maywadi didn't quite make the turn, and that puts Tananon out. Oh my goodness! That was not what Thananon wanted. Not what he expected at all. Trying to keep his car ahead of Kenneth Ho into turn 5. A straight ram into the back there from Waywadi. It's costs both of these drivers. Another safety car has been called, the second one in this race. Napunsup slowed down. I think it was being unlapped as well. I think the other car was not aware, perhaps, that a safety car has been called, but now the race has been neutralized. There's Kenneth Ho taking position. He's going to have to carry the flag for Shane Ang Racing. Because right now, he's the only car that still remains on the grid. Shane himself, unfortunately, had to be out. Here we saw Thananon braking, and Mewadi, I think she experienced brake failure because she completely missed the point in the corner. And that contact was so heavy. Definitely did not see that coming there for Thananon. And he was already struggling so hard with things dragging from the engine bay. But this really just takes the cake, doesn't it? In trouble for one of the rotary engines in this competition, the number 95 of Utayan Prong Papas has unfortunately encountered some issue. And the mechanics are hard at work now trying to figure out what exactly has gone wrong. But I think that should put Utayan out of the top 10 here. Hopefully he can get that car back up and running. Utayan is still staying inside the cockpit right now, so he's hoping that his team can quickly sort out this issue so he can rejoin the safety car. There was going to be 5 laps of racing. The safety car is likely going to cut that down to 3 or maybe even 2. So as it stands right now, Punapat Phunsup still in the lead of the race, still able to push on. I see Maywadi's car. I do not see Thananon. They tow his car first? I think they did. It's the rescue car. Tries to signal the drivers to be careful as they come around this part of the circuit. The tow truck arrives just in time to try to extract Maywadi's car. So that leaves yet another lap of the safety car, I believe. Should push us down to perhaps, optimistically, 4 more laps of racing. Just a reminder for all of you guys who have been enjoying the show so far that the show will continue on in the Songkhla Grand Prix. The street circuit will serve as the tail end event 3 for 2026 for us over here at the PT Maxnitron Racing Series. Make sure you guys don't miss out on this opportunity here. We got a fantastic amount of events as well as sights and sounds to witness at this very track itself. So be sure to mark your calendars and also perhaps take part in, I think, a few competitions here and there. And also, not to mention, this is going to be the finale for the PTRS 2026 championship across all of the different classes. So hopefully, we'll be able to see you guys over there at Songkhla very soon. So we're going to have a bit of time right now. There's Thananon's car. Oh, it looks like he was able actually to get the car back into the pits. He's going to try to get it fixed up, so he wants to at least try to finish this race, no matter the cost. Looks like they will also have to check out the rear end. Hopefully no breakages on the suspension. That would be the worst case scenario, because if there is a breakage on one of those suspension arms, that would spell the end of their attempt to try to get the car back. But at least the front end should still be taped up nicely here and hopefully just keep it together for the next, what will be 4 laps of racing here. But man, you can only imagine the frustration here for Thananon. He unfortunately had to take off-road at the race start, bounced up and down a little bit. I think that's what caused something to go loose in the engine bay at least. Which brought us that dramatic sparking just before he got taken out by Mayawadi. And that's the floor pan indeed. I think that was what exactly fell out from the bottom. So I think they're going to try to, I think they're trying to remove it right now, but if it's secured tight, going to have to at least cut that off somewhere. That might be a bit of work right now. They're in a race against time here to try to get the car back into the drive right now as the safety car still continues. Looks like we might be down to 3 laps of racing by the time things are all sorted out. But thankfully, if only Mayawadi's car being the only one that needs to be towed out of the way, we might be able to get things sorted out much sooner than expected. But Thananon right now is putting his faith in his mechanics to try to get things sorted out. Safety car will be in on this lap. So that leaves us with 3 laps of racing to remain. By the time even the Thananon comes out, I think he will still be 1 lap behind most of the grid here. But he wants to avoid the dreaded DNF. So the safety car lights are off. Bunapat is now the effective safety car in this instance. Ananut is following closely behind him along with Kenneth Ho. Have to file in a single file line on the restarts. No 2x2 formations allowed for this one here. No overtaking either. Bunapat needs to get his head in gear right now. Try to hold out for the next 3 laps, and if he does so, gonna pull quite the coup. Guns it in the middle of the final stretch. Into the final turn he goes. Opens up quite a gap actually. Here's Anunut. Now full gas. Enter the final turn. To restart. 3 laps still remaining right now. Siam GT MC GTRC. Streak away on the sunset. Patalapong resumes his battle right now with Kenneth to try to stay on podium position. Ejit is looking for an opportunity behind while Roy Tang swoops in to try to take him to the inside of the next turn. Patalapong still trying to hold up in a defensive line going into turn number 3. Has Roy Tang been able to find his way past the other car? Ejit still falls his way through. There's Roy Tang getting himself in front of the FT86. He's moved up a place. Time penalties being applied here for the number 25, 54, and 55, as well as 49. That's further back in the grid, but Roy Tang, I think, is amongst that list here. He is the number 25, and he's caught a time penalty of 30 seconds. That's going to be a blow for sure. As right now, Patalapong, as well as Techit, has managed to find a way past Kenneth Ho. To rejoin them, Kenneth Ho now comes past, streaks, and tries to get alongside Patalapong. He gets in front of the Sylvia and moves back up into the 4th position. Techit takes the opportunity to try to move in on the inside, gets himself ahead of Patalapong. Patalapong, who mind you, I think he's actually in P5, but a transponder issue seems to show him further down. There's Kenneth Ho still trying to hold off Ditchit. the Honda of Kenneth Ho, Digit, the Lancer Evo, the older generation Lancer Evo, mind you. They're going to be streaking side by side. RX-8 versus an R33 right now on the main straight, and With the Wind is trying to look for an opportunity on the inside of the number 45, Thanakorn. Can't quite find it in the first turn though. Thanakorn does go very wide. Here's a look on the onboard of the Skyline. And the thing with the Wind is also keeping an eye out for the car just behind him as well. The gap is good enough for him to try to focus on the attack. Let's see if he's going to be able to do so. They're on the penultimate lap right now. Punsup still in the lead. Anonut in second place. Kenneth Ho in third. There's Techit. He's actually ahead of Kenneth Ho now. He's now trying to treasure Anonut. Techit managed to make his way up. There is it confirmed. All over the control line they go. Anonut goes a little bit too wide though, unfortunately, and Techit swoops in to take the opportunity. Moves up into P2. Anonut couldn't really do much, unfortunately. He went way up the track, lost a lot of momentum. Just in time to join us for the final lap here is Thananon. Punsup is now coming around to kick off the final lap. Very clear in the lead right now. Definitely going to be sweeping his way to victory. Here comes Techit. Second place for him ahead of Anonut. There's Kenneth Ho. Comes into the fourth place. Patalapong is actually in fifth, but he is ahead of Roy Tang at the moment. Roy still has that 30-second penalty to serve, which will be done and it will be added actually to his race time at the end. So Patalapong in that regard doesn't really have to worry so much about the pressure, just need to focus on trying to close the gap to Kenneth Ho right now. Bit wiggly there for the RX-7 of Roy Tang. Still fighting right now. Already done with Sector 1. Here we go into Sector 2 of Roy Tang. Still keeps up the pace with Patalapong. Again, the 25 has a 30-second penalty. Here comes Punsup. Oh, sorry, that's Anonut, who had been passed by Techit. Now in the clutches of Kenneth Ho is looking to try to make it back up into P3. There's Techit streaking further ahead, and off of the track again goes Anonut. He loses the position once more to another car, and Kenneth Ho swings away into P3. 31 and 32 have a false start. Time penalty of 10 seconds, and that's to Punaput actually. Well, he's gonna come in anyway to take a checkered flag as Punaput takes first position at the Siam GT MC. Here comes Techit to claim second place. Anonut survives the challenge. The runner does not survive the challenge for Kenneth. He comes in behind Kenneth Ho and claims P3 just in the nick of time. Patalapong confirms his P5 finish along with Roy Tang in the P6. PT Rock in the FT86 will make it into P7 with Thanakorn in tow with the RX-8. Evo. Oh, sorry, the Evo of Metro Swansea actually makes it in front of With the Win. That rounds out our top 10 here for the Siam GT-MC, Siam GT-RC class. Time add-up penalty, perhaps. Roy Tang is going to push him further down. It's behind Anonut, as I can see. But it's going to be a big upset right now for Punapat, as the false start penalty of 10 seconds applied to him means that he loses on the actual race win. Techit will claim it instead. So here we go. Let's jump into the highlights and hopefully get a word by the MCs onto our race drivers coming up right after this.
And here we have provisional results. Techit takes the win here thanks to a decision. Coming in announced at the last moment here that Punapat had a false start, pushing him down into P2. Kenneth Ho will inherit P3, while Patalapong, who also had a 10-second penalty added to his time, seemed to have stayed in P4, at least on this provisional result screen here. Gitirak in P5. And that rounds out our top 5 finishers right now for the Siam GT series. We're going to be coming up next, hopefully, to our next category of racing, which is going to be the Siam Eco. And that will be quite the twilight race indeed as darkness descends upon Chang International Circuit here at Buriram. Hoping to see whether or not we get a few words with our MCs on the ground, but at least for now, a big upset going on here. Techit has actually made it work out for him here. Whilst in the meantime, Punapat is going to be sore about this. A false start penalty for him, not what he wanted to hear, and the announcement came very late indeed. That must have been under investigation since the start of the race. So head now into the victory lane. Hopefully Lita and Patrick will be able to get some words in. There's Kenneth Ho. Pretty much has to hold the flag right now for Shane Ong. Gesturing away at Techit right now. Or rather at his car. Parked up alongside Techit. Very happy that the Honda actually ended up surviving the 12 laps of racing that we had here. And here comes Punapat Punsup. Very late announcement. He did finish in P1. He parks up on the P1 grid. So I think because he's actually of the pro class. So he does at least take that. But certainly will not do him favors for the overall, because Techit would have him beat in that regard. Quite the eventful race we have here. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to see Shane Ong being able to join the winner's circle here. He's out. So we'll have to be content with the race win yesterday. And there is Roy Tang. I think finishes in P3 for the pro class at least. Had a matter of a 30-second time penalty to deal with, though, when it comes to the overall result. But at least with a pro class, still remains in that contention so far. Pro class for the GTMC, I might add. Going off to Lita and Patrick for the interviews with the winner circle.
มาค่ะตอนนี้ทั้ง2รุ่นทั้งสยาม GTMC และสยาม GTRC อยู่ด้านหลังของเราแล้วนะคะกับ3อันดับแรก
ใช่แล้วครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้อันดับ3ของ RC ได้ข่าวมาจากตรงนี้ว่ายังอยู่ในสนาม
ค้างอยู่ในแทร็ก
ไม่มั่นใจว่าเขาอินกับการแข่งแล้วเขาขับรถเล่นชมวิวหรือเปล่าไม่น่าอาจจะดับสันนิษฐานว่าดับแต่ไม่เป็นไรครับตอนนี้เรามาคุยกับผู้แข่งขันที่มาถึงแล้วเรียบร้อยก่อนนะครับผมเรามาคุยกับรุ่น GTMC ก่อนเลยในอันดับที่3นะครับผมกับ Roy Chang ครับสวัสดีครับ
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Quite amazed by the results. Car has a lot of problem over the weekend. We finally get it through the whole night last night, and we are surprised we came all the way to the last and all the way to P3. So very happy with the result.
นี่ครับผมบอกว่าดีใจนะฮะมาจบได้แล้วก็ยากเหมือนกันนะฮะกับการแข่งในรอบนี้นะครับ Is the weather is good for you?
Yeah,
You
it's,
starting still bright, but now it's dark already.
Yeah, it's a perfect sunset race.
Ah.
Perfect weather.
A very romantic race then นะครับเพราะว่าชอบเป็นการแข่งขันแบบพระอาทิตย์ตกสวยงามนะฮะAnything you want to say lastly to your supporter?
No, Thailand is amazing. Do come Thailand for racing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. โอ้ Thailand amazing มากนะครับผมไปกันต่อครับในอันดับที่2นะครับมีโอกาสได้คุยกันแล้วหมายเลข 49 ครับคุณพี่อานนท์นัทฮะ
เย้
ได้คุยกันแล้วนี่เราเดินผ่านเราเดินเจอกันอยู่เรื่อยๆตามพิษนะฮะบอกว่ารอคุยรอสัมภาษณ์ได้สัมภาษณ์แล้ววันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับการแข่ง
วันนี้ก็ตั้งใจทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับผมนี่มือยังสั่นอยู่เลยเนี่ย
กำพวงมาลัยแน่นแน่ๆหรือตื่นเต้น
ด้วยครับ
ตื่นเต้นด้วยเป็นยังไงครับตอนแข่งยังสว่างตอนจบมืดซะแล้ว
ผมก็พยายามแบบรักษาเวลาต่อรอบให้ดีที่สุดครับเพราะว่าเรายังใหม่อยู่ครับถ้าเทียบกับหลายคนก็หลายคนอาจจะเก่งกว่าเราครับเราก็พยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
แล้ว
อยากไปยืนตรงนี้เหมือนกันอยากได้สัมภาษณ์เหมือนกัน
แล้วเหตุการณ์มากมายเกิดขึ้นในสนาม AC ออก2รอบมีอะไรที่แบบว่ามีมาโดนมีมาสะกิดเราบ้างไหม
ไม่มีครับมีแต่ถนนลื่นอย่างเดียวครับถนนลื่นอย่างเดียวครับ
มีจังหวะ
แข่งหลังๆนะฮะอาจจะมีอะไรตกค้างนิดหน่อยนะแต่ AC ออก2รอบเลยมันช่วยหรือว่าทำให้ยากขึ้นกว่าเดิมยังไงบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ทำให้เราได้เซฟรถขึ้นครับอาจทำแบบให้เราได้วิ่งได้ต่อครับได้ใช่ครับ
นะเซฟยางเซฟเบรกมากขึ้นนะครับผมโอเคฮะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่รับชมอยู่หน่อยครับ
ก็ขอบคุณมากครับที่เชียร์นะครับยังไงก็ฝากด้วยนะครับเบอร์ 49 ครับสยาม GT MC นะครับอานนท์นัทครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับยินดีด้วยครับ
ได้คุยกันบ่อยๆนะขอให้ได้คุยกันบ่อยๆนะ
และมาอันดับ1ของเราครับในรุ่นของสยาม FC หมายเลข32ครับ
พี่แบงค์คนดีคนเดิมพูดน้อยขี้เขินของเรานั่นเองนะคะกับรุ่นนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างการแข่งขัน
ก็สบายครับเล่นดีสบายครับผม
คนอื่นเขาตื่นเต้นกันแทบตายเราบอกสบาย
ตอนนี้ยังงงอยู่ว่าจบที่เท่าไหร่เพราะว่าบนบวกแล้วก็โดนแจ้งให้ทราบรอบสุดท้ายซึ่งแต่ผมยังงงอยู่
ว่าคะแนนการขับนัวมากครับในเรสนี้แล้วก็เหมือนเซฟตี้คาร์ผมจำไม่ผิดออกตั้งแต่ยังไม่ครบรอบแรกเลยถูกป่ะยากไหมครับเพราะเหมือนทุกคนก็ได้เตรียมพร้อมมาแล้วว่าที่จะใส่สุดเลยตั้งแต่รอบแรกแต่พอใส่มาแป๊บๆเอาเบรกซะแล้ว
ก็ดีนะครับรถจะได้ไม่โหดมากเพราะมีอีกวันหนึ่งครับผม
ถือว่าเป็นการช่วยเหลือกันไปนะเซฟยางเซฟเบรกเซฟอะไรกันไปเนาะ
ครับผม
โอเคครับพรุ่งนี้เตรียมตัวให้พร้อมแล้วกลับมาเจอกันอีกในเรสที่5นะวันพรุ่งนี้โอเคครับผมขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับยินดีด้วยครับอันดับที่1นะฮะ
อันนี้เดี๋ยวเราต้องไปกันไวหน่อยค่ะพี่แพทย์เพราะว่าสยามมีโคนี่สแตนบายรออยู่ที่กิจเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะมากันต่อกับรุ่นของ GTRC นั่นเองนะคะกับอันดับที่3ของเรา
นักแข่งอยู่ไหมครับ
อยู่ไหมครับอยู่ไหม
หมายเลข19ครับไม่อยู่แล้วนะครับโอเคครับผมขออนุญาตนะครับไปอันดับที่2กันต่อเลยนะครับในรุ่นของ GTRC ครับเคนเนตโฮ
หมายเลข22เคนเนตโฮค่ะเคนเนตโฮ
มาแล้ว
Thank you.
Second place.
You know why I'm second?
Why?
Because you didn't push my car.
เนี่ยจะให้ผมไปเข็นให้ได้เลย Have you talked to your boss yet?
Yes.
I think he's on fire.
He's on fire. Yes, literally.
Right? Yes. Like literally, yeah, not metaphor.
He didn't want to spend more money. That's why the car.
Too much money. Don't know where to spend. Okay, that's the point. Okay, how was the race?
Today's race was actually I thought it was going well. I actually put a gap away from him, but there was a safety car incident, so he bunched up all the way behind me, and that's it. I lost. I cannot catch him. No way.
Okay.
Because you didn't push my car.
Again, back to this again. Okay. Ask your supporter to watch your race tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow I will try to be first. Okay. Tomorrow, please watch.
I'll try to push your car tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. โอเคครับแซวไปครับบอกว่าเชนอังรถไฟลุกเป็นบอสเขาบอกรถไฟลุกเลยบอก he's on fire เลยแต่ไม่ใช่แบบว่าเป็นแสลงอะไรนะไม่ได้บอกว่าเก่งอะไรลุกจริงๆไฟลุกจริงๆเอามาอันดับ1กันบ้างครับผม อยู่กับเราแล้วหมายเลข 29 ครับ
คุณพี่เตชินั่นเองนะคะ
มา
เป็นยังไงบ้างการแข่งขันในรอบนี้ดุเดือดเผ็ดมันเลย
เกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเล่าให้เราฟังสักหน่อยครับ
ก็เซฟตี้คาร์ออกในขณะที่ยางมันยังไม่ร้อนนะครับ แล้วผมวอร์มไม่พอแหละ
อ่า
ต้องโทษผมเองแล้วแหละว่ามันวอร์มไม่พอเจอโค้งหนึ่งแล้วมันมีสภาพพื้นแท็กมันมีเหมือนมีอาการลื่นมีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เลยหมุนนะครับครั้งนี้ก็เป็นรอบท้ายเลย
คันไหนครับคันแรกหรือคันที่2เซฟตี้คาร์
ครั้งแรก
รอบแรกเลย
รอบแรกเลยครับ
คือเซฟตี้คาร์ต้องบอกแบบนี้ว่าออกเร็วทำให้วอร์มยางยังไม่ได้ร้อนดี แล้วเซฟตี้คาร์ดันออกอีก คือจังหวะนั้นยางยังไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นอะไรอย่างนี้ ก็เลยทำให้แบบมีลื่นกันบ้าง
ครับก็เลยหมุน
จัดไปหนึ่ง
Spin
จัดไปหนึ่ง
show
นะครับผมฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับฝากเชียร์วันพรุ่งนี้ด้วย
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์เคสปอร์ตK1 Racing อีกทีหนึ่งนะครับพรุ่งนี้เลทที่ 5 ครับผมครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับผม
สู้ๆค่ะ
เลยครับโอเคนี่แหละครับผมสยามในรุ่นของ GTMC และ GTRC นะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปชมกันต่อเลยนะครับในสยามซีรีส์รุ่นต่อไปกับสยามอีโคครับ
ไปกันต่อ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is now the final race for the evening here today at PTRS 2025. The 15th of August has brought us a lot of thrills and even a lot of spills here at Chang International Circuit. But now it's time for the Siam Eco class. This is a category specifically tailored for eco cars sold in Thailand, 1300cc and under. Engine must match the make and model with market standard H patterns, no dog boxes, no ABS, pure skill required to handle these cars. The 15-inch rims fitted with a GTR2 Pro radial brought to you by GT Tires. This is definitely quite the exciting series to watch, really. It's always fun to see these eco cars take out to the track. Just like with the other classes, they do have a success ballast being applied across all the categories here. 30 kilograms being the heaviest, 10 kilograms being the lightest for number 3. Championship points also doled out based on official results, and that does not include any bonus points when it comes to qualifying nor fastest lap. 20 points for the race winner, giving them a 3-point advantage over the rest of the championship points. That is definitely where they want to be.
กับ
We
รุ่
saw
นส
lots
ยา
of
มิโค
interesting things.
รุ่นสุด
and
ท้าย
they're
แล้ว
back. Lita
ใส่หนัก
Patrick.
ใส่เต็มแน่นอน
ผมเข้าใจตากล้องแล้ว เดินจากท้ายวิ่งมาหน้าสุดอะ
ดูอย่างนั้น
ไปกันครับ มืดแล้วตอนนี้ เรียบร้อยไหมเมื่อกี้เห็นดูล้อดูยางกันอยู่ โอเคนะขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์หน่อยนะครับผมเอาสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่1นะครับหมายเลข53ครับกายสุประโชคครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับตอนนี้ขออนุญาตนะครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับ แต่ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับวันนี้
ทำไมช่างยังดูรถอยู่เลยฮะ
แล้วก็ทำให้รถพร้อมที่สุดครับ
ตอนนี้พร้อม 100% ทั้งคนทั้งรถนะ
ครับพร้อมแล้วครับ100%ครับ
โอเคครับกับการแข่งมืดๆแบบนี้ชอบมากกว่าไหมครับ
ก็เป็นอะไรที่ใหม่ดีครับ ก็เป็นครั้งแรกเหมือนกันครับ ที่แข่งมืดๆก็สนุกดีครับ น่าจะสนุก
โอเคครับขอให้โชคดีฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่หน่อยครับ
ครับ ก็ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับ หมายเลข 53 ครับBKC Motorsport ครับผมขอบคุณครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากขอให้โชคดีครับขอบคุณครับไปกันต่อเลยครับอันดับที่2ลิตารออยู่ตรงนี้แล้ว
ยังได้อีกคันไหมคะ ตอนนี้ลิตาอยู่กับผู้สตาร์ทอันดับที่ 2 นะคะ หมายเลข 11 นะคะ น้องมิวชวิตนั่นเองนะคะ เป็นยังไงบ้าง รอบนี้การแข่งขันคือฟ้ามืดแล้ว คิดว่ามีผลต่อการขับของเรามากน้อยแค่ไหนคือชอบหรือไม่ชอบยังไง
สนุกดีครับ ขับกลางคืนท้าทายครับผม
เคยขับกลางคืนมาก่อนไหมคะ
เคยครับผม
เพราะฉะนั้นแล้วสบายๆอยู่แล้วสายตาอย่างเราอายุน้อยๆแบบเรา ใครอายุเยอะก็ระวังไว้เลย
ใช่ครับ
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ตอนนี้บ้างไหมคะ
ก็ฝากให้กำลังใจเบอร์ 11 ด้วยนะครับผม วันนี้จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผม
ค่ะสู้ๆนะคะ ไปกันต่อไหมคะเนี่ย ไปกันต่อไหมคะ
มาครับออกสตาร์ทในอันดับที่ 3 นะครับผมกองเชียร์เยอะมาก หมายเลข 7 ครับสิตานันท์ครับ ขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์หน่อยนะฮะ โอเคครับอ้าวมาฮะสวัสดีครับกองเชียร์เยอะมากเลยครับวอตส์เขาบอกวอตส์น้องชนพี่อ่ะไม่ลงมาดูหน่อยเหรอ
What?
คนไทยด้วยกันไม่ต้องมาวอตส์เลย
Sai?
ช็อตนี้มีมแน่ อ้าวพูดถึงเรสนี้หน่อยครับ พร้อมไหมฮะ
ก็พร้อมค่ะ เย่ Speak English Speak English
ฝากถึงแฟนๆที่รอวอตส์กับเราหน่อยฮะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะคะ อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์เป็นภาษาอังกฤษหรือว่าภาษาไทยก็ได้ค่ะเสื้อซ้าย
ขอให้โชคดีครับวอตส์ อ้าวแปะมาแล้วเอาอีก10 นาทียังทันอยู่ ไปฮะออกสตาร์ทในอันดับที่ 4 ครับ
มาค่ะหมายเลข 35 เขาฟังปิยวดีนั่นเองวันนี้ ออกสตาร์ทเป็นอันดับที่ 5 กับสนามมืดๆแบบนี้ความพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนถนัดไหมคะกับสนามมืดๆแบบนี้คิดว่าจะทำได้ดีกว่าตอนที่แบบว่าเอาแดดจ้าร้อนจัดเลยไหม
ก็ยังไม่แน่ใจค่ะ แต่ก็เต็มที่ค่ะ
ยังไม่แน่ใจเพราะว่ายังไม่เคยแบบไนท์เรสมาก่อนเลย
เคยแค่ตอนเอนดูรานค่ะ
แต่คิดว่าไม่น่าจะมีผลกับด้านฝีมือหรอกใช่ไหมล่ะ
ก็อาจจะใช่ค่ะ
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์อยู่ตอนนี้ไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์เขาฟังด้วยนะคะ เบอร์ 35 จาก A Motorsport X Benedict Racing Team ค่ะ
สู้ๆนะคะ ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะคะอ๋ออยากได้อีกคันพี่แพทวิ่งเลยครับผม
มาเลยครับผมออกสตาร์ทในอันดับที่ 5 ครับหมายเลข 51 ครับพานุวัฒน์ฮะมารออยู่ตรงนี้แล้ว ยังมีเวลาอยู่มาพูดคุยกันหน่อยสักหน่อยหนึ่งครับ พร้อมไหมครับการแข่งรอบนี้ขออนุญาตนะครับ
พร้อมครับ เต็มที่ครับสนามนี้ก็วางแชมป์ครับ
รอบนี้ไม่ร้อนนะ ผมว่าอากาศดีด้วย แต่ว่ามืดๆแบบนี้ถนัดไหมครับ
ก็ถนัดอยู่ครับ ก็ครั้งแรกแต่ก็เต็มที่ครับ
ไฟหน้าติดใช่ไหมฮะ
ติดครบครับ
ติดครบครับนั่นแสดงว่ารถพร้อมแล้ว คนก็พร้อมแล้วอ้าวฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็รอดูผลงานตอนนี้ที่จะเกิดขึ้นได้เลยฮะรับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับ แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์รถคันนี้เบอร์ 51 ปั๊มกินด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
โอเคครับผมขอบคุณมากครับ ขอให้โชคดีครับสู้ๆครับ เรียบร้อยฮะเอาสัก5 อันดับแล้วกัน
โอเค
ผมว่า
ประณ
ผม
นี้
เริ่มสควอตจน จะได้กล้ามต้นขาละ
คือวิ่งจนตอนนี้เข้าใจตาเนิร์ดแล้วที่วิ่งถือกล้องนะคะตอนนี้โอเคเดี๋ยวส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอพี่จิมมี่ค่ะ
And that's a nice few words there between Lita and Patrick. And amongst our top 6 of the grid, let's run you through the rest of them. There's Kongkyat, Sub-Series Yukong from Top Notch Glass, Windshield X Siranaborn X PLH Performance, starting on that 3rd row here, alongside Panuwat, who we saw being interviewed by Lita just now. Then on the 4th row, we got Tanatas Lomwong. He's going to be driving here for BK Clutch by Pia Autofix. And here we have Firanat Nunta Manop was driving for the Nunta Manop team. Family affair, it looks like here for Firanat. Let's hope he'll be able to bring that 55 up to a nice position for points. Starting for the 4th row, shouldn't be too much of trouble here for Firanat. Up in the 5th row, we got Wichaya Jirapacha Racine. He drives right now for the Honda Banken Moto Thailand by Squad Racing Team. Sitting up alongside Nuntandun Karukos here in the orange Honda Brio. Boxer Racing Motorsport Team driver. Definitely looking very stylish indeed. And very much ready to race out here in the darkness of the night that's fallen upon Chang International Circuit. Up next, we have Gongpop Lila Mian. Drives for the VTEC Modified XBRD team number 91. And also alongside him in that 6th row is going to be Saran Dakeng. Drives the number 24 here for RUK Team Pumpkin PMMC. 52. Amp class driver here. I think he's a relative of Surasat Dakeng. Hopefully we'll be able to have a look at later on. Here's the number 8 of Daniel Green. Still ready for a fight here in spite of his last lap crash. Still looks in very high spirits here for Daniel Green, driver of BKC Motorsport. Alongside Daniel is Kitisak Tantitananon. Drives the number 39 here for Boxar Racing Motorsport team. Asks the cameraman to look ahead because that's where the competition is heating up. Here's the number 12, Ron Tay. Hails from Singapore, drives for the TT Garage X Shane Ang Racing. The number 12 starts number 15 on the 8th row of the grid. And here is Surasak Dakeng. Comes in as the championship leader here. Unfortunately, had to take a 10 grid slot penalty. Must have changed something in his car, given that it was a competitor request. So some technical issues had to be sorted out before this very race. So he's had a lot to work with here, starting from that 8th row. Here's another who has a 10 grid penalty. The number 54, Napchara Komprang. VB Garage by Jean Sangloy, hashtag TailOG. It's going to be starting on that 9th row. Who's going to be alongside Ken Hui, who hails from Singapore. Rongpor Power Unit X Shane Ang Racing suffered a disqualification when we came to the qualifying yesterday. So he starts up in the 9th row. Alongside, when we come to that final row, is Rafael Caceres, hails from the Philippines. Drives for Insane Motorsport by ZIC, the number 77. Also, unfortunately, had a disqualification in yesterday's qualifying, even though he qualified just outside of the points paying position, I believe. So I think he's going to have this work cut out for him. And finally, the last of the ladies, Gladys Lam, couldn't quite make a good appearance when he came to yesterday's qualifying, and has to put on a pair of safety glasses here, given that it's going to be a nighttime race over here. Here's our EV safety car taking off right now, courtesy of Giga EV, which is providing 24-hour charging stations all around. So if you happen to be driving a EV in Thailand, you know exactly where to get your recharge from. And look at that strip of light, putting out a very, very imposing look right now on the racetrack as a safety car. Recce's around to make sure that everything is in place right now to get started with tonight's Siam Eco race. It's not quite a twilight race. I think this is really dark enough to be considered a nighttime race. Street lights have been turned on all around. I think that's David Dorigo looking very jubilant under the lights, dancing around for the cameras here. Love the spirit coming out from our Thai drivers as they are getting ready for the last event of the night. So this is a Tesla Model Y, a YPT, I think, brought to you by Giga EV. They're the ones providing the first fully 100% electric vehicle charging stations out in Thailand. You can certainly see a lot of them lined up the highways. And again, best place, I think, if you want to charge up your EVs over in Thailand. And just look at how the track is looking like. With the sun already down, I think temperatures still remains a little bit brisk. It's not that much different. 29 degrees, as I could see here on the weather forecast. Not much chance of rain, really. I think that period has already passed us by earlier on in the evening, as a 1-minute board alerts the crew chiefs to leave the track and let the drivers now focus with the challenge that's about to come. A formation lap followed by a standing start here for the Siam Eco class. 12 laps of racing going on here.
All the cars will have to have their headlights on, as street lamps are not that bright enough to ensure full visibility, so they will have to keep those lights on throughout the entirety of this race. There's our EV safety car pulling into the pits right now, and the formation lap is go. So as it stands right now, Super Chok is going to be the one on the front row alongside Chawish, Bowen Srikan. Sitanun had a very, very spirited Event 1 performance. Going to be looking forward to that spirit again when she races in that second row alongside BYD. It's not quite ladies first, unfortunately, thanks to the qualification. But knowing the pace they show in racing here, I think sparks will still continue to fly out here in the Siam Eco class. Here we have the recap. Super Chok drives the number 53 for BKC Motorsport alongside Chawish in number 11 Toyota Yaris. Sitanun drives the Honda Brio saloon car for Beefin Racing Complex Elf the Hub alongside Wadi, also in a Honda for Motorsport X Bendix Racing Team. Panuwat for Pumpkin Free Life Just Mate will be starting alongside Kong Kiat, and two of these guys definitely are no stranger to racing each other on track. Up next, Thanatas is going to be up alongside Viranat. He's going to be trying his very best here to try get himself up in a possible podium position. While Wichaya is going to be up against Nuntanun, number 87 versus the 71. Up next, we got number 91 versus the 24, Gongpop versus Saran. Two of them just outside the points have a lot to do at the very start of this race. The American Daniel Green is starting alongside Kitisak, number 8 versus the number 39. As Ron Tay, the Singaporean, starts alongside the championship leader Surasak, 10th grid place position requested due to some sort of mechanical change. So he starts in 16th place. Napchara is going to be alongside Ken Hui, the number 54 versus the 21. Rafael from Philippines is going to be alongside Gladys Lam at the very tail end, rounding out the 20 cars and drivers that will be taking to the grid right now for the Siam Eco class. Again, a standing start is implemented for this one. That does mean that this formation lap requires the drivers to try to get the tires up to temperature. 29 degrees in the air, probably about 36, maybe even 37 degrees when it comes to track temperature. Sun has only just come down about an hour ago, so it still remain quite hot and humid out here at Buriram. Especially with the lights coming out here for the Siam Eco cars. It's quite the feast for the eyes, I think, especially viewed through the lens of the cameras we have all around the track. And kudos especially to the hard-working track crew, the marshals, the race stewards, as well as the cameramen who have to stick it out in the hot sun all the way into the night, working to bring us all these brilliant images for the PT Maxnitron Racing Series. Here we come into the final stretch. Super Chok is going to lead these cars into their starting grids. Two M-Class drivers in front of the two ladies in Sitanun as well as Piawadi. Siam Eco class is going to be the race to close things out here on this Saturday, the 15th of August. One of the cars seemed to have gone into the pit lane. I think an issue has cropped up during formation, so they will have to start from the pit lane. That's Gongpop, number 91, unfortunately having to stay out of the standing start here. So he's going to be effectively all the way in the back. Cars are all lined up. Medical car is in position. The marshal watches on with keen eyes, making sure the drivers get themselves into their proper grid box. Now with Gongpop out, That means there's going to be one grid position left empty on the grid there. That will allow all the drivers now to get into position. Final race of the night here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far, because we're about to get another show on your hands. Green flag is waved. The red lights brightly shine upon our Siam Eco class. And it's go, go, go! Super Truck pulls it out. Keeps himself in the lead going into turn number 1. Chawish is going to try to cover into the inside. Can he actually get a little bit ahead? No, he can't. He stays behind through turn 2. The two ladies coming almost close to each other here. And I think Sita Noon has to take onto the outside of the track. One of the cars is lit out and into the gravel trap. Goes to number 87. Wichaya is out of this race here, unfortunately. Unless he can get the car out of the gravel trap somehow. Meantime, Super Truck continues to try to defend against Chawish. Chawish now finds a way into the inside of turn number 3. He sweeps in and takes the lead of the race. The Toyota Yaris now starting to pull a gap as we get into turn number 4, but Super Truck's troubles are not quite done yet. He's now under pressure. Sita Noon comes around the outside. Banuwat is also in the mix as well. Yellow flag is out on the main straight. As the cars are coming through into the 4th turn. Have to bend quite hard, but you can pretty much keep your foot planted in these eco cars. Just need to keep the balance nicely so they can brake hard for this 5th turn. And Chawish leads the cars as they go through. Sita Noon still a little bit ahead. She has to back out a little bit from that fight with Super Chalk. So Super Chalk stays very much firm in that 2nd position. Banuwat to stay in behind. Pia Wadi unfortunately has dropped down to P7, just behind Farinat's car. The number 96 Quite Rio of Tanatas Lomong also in position to have a good eye on this battle between Banuwat as well as Sita Noon. The car streaking along now into the final sector. Sita Noon is still doing well, riding on board, whom I believe is Chawish. And the Toyota Yaris is now coming around the final turn. Still in the lead of this race. I think Tanatas is under pressure right now, facing a challenge, I think, coming out from Farinat. Suicide King has actually made his way up from P16 all the way now to P7, so he's already in the points, and that's good news for him. A bit more jostling going on behind as Thanatas tries to maneuver off of the track and back on again, trying to stay ahead of his competitor here. That might be Sursat King waiting in the wings there, the white Thanatas. It's very obvious there. He's gone a little bit wide, left the gap wide open on the inside. Trying to push as hard as he can right now to try to keep up. There's not a lot of power coming out of these 1.3 eco cars, so you really have to make sure your exit is pitch perfect in order to be able to stay ahead. I think Farinat is now having an opportunity here to stay up alongside. I think he's already ahead of Thanatas. While in the meantime, up in front of them, Banuwat is now trying to put the moves around the outside of Sita Noon. Brakes are locking up for the lady, but she still keeps her head cool and still stays ahead. Well done, Sita Noon. Standings still show Super Chalk up there, but I think it's already down into P2. Could be a transponder issue, but I think, at least when I see my timing board, it still shows Chawish in the lead. Sita Noon in the meantime still in that P3 position, still trying to hold out Diawadi. Two ladies absolutely fighting it out right now. There's Sita Noon, number 7. The 51 of Banuwat. It's Banuwat who's right behind her. I believe the leaderboard on the left-hand side is not quite updated yet. Panuwat is right now the one keeping the pressure going onto Sitanun, who stays in P3 for now. Piranat is also looking for an opportunity to try to ease into this battle as Sitanun quite far back from the two front runners, so she will not be able to get the toe of those cars. Instead, she's lending it to the two cars behind. This is quite the long stretch here, especially in these eco cars. A good slipstream here might be able to do wonders right now as Panuwat now moves in to try to go on the attack. Sitanun has to leave a gap on the inside. Panuwat still not able to catch her on the apex. Sitanun still carries a lot more performance coming up. Number 24 is stopped on the side. Sarang Dakeng looks to be out of this race here. But Sitanun continues to stay racing alongside Panuwat, who finds his way around the outside to turn number 4. Piranat is also looking to try to catch her on the inside, sandwiching. Piranat inside. Oh, and contact between Piranat as well as Sitanun. Both of them taken out. Sitanun can keep the car rolling again. But I think Piranat might have overestimated his chances of getting into the apex of turn 4. Sitanun is going to be quite shocked by that. She drops down several positions. She's now down into P8. As Panuwat keeps on going, Tanatatas will take the position of 4th. That also upgrades Piawadi and Surasak Dakeng up into P5 and P6 respectively. Let's have a look at that on the replay. We saw it go 3 wide. Sitanun really didn't give much of a gap on the inside. She wasn't quite a rudder. I think it wasn't quite alongside there was Piranat. And Sitanun moved to try to take the racing line, but Piranat's nose was just that little bit ahead. And Sitanun just unfortunately turned right into him, and that caused a collision. Kupachok has just gotten the fastest lap. It's a pass by Sarang Dakeng's car. There's still a chase going on for the lead of this race. Number 77, Rafael Caceres, makes his way up into P8. And that's a handy couple of points for him now, ahead of Nuntanun. Chavez is about to have his hands full. If he doesn't nail these braking points correctly, you have to leave it as late as possible in these CM Eco cars. They don't have a lot of power on what is actually a very power-hungry track. It's a penalty for a false start for the number 54 and the 21. 54 being Napchara, as well as the 21 being Ken Hui, who's up in P10 right now. So it's going to be 5 seconds added to both of their times. Ken Hui, is that going to affect his position? It might not be. It might just, actually, because there's 2 cars who are falling closely behind him. Kitisak as well as Gladys Lam, who makes her way up into P12. Even with Ken Hui out of the way, that would not be enough to allow Gladys to get the points paying position, so she needs to find a way to get past. There's Surasak Dakeng, now facing a challenge here from behind. Piawadi lost a lot of positions at the start of this race. Now she's looking to try to get a position back, but Surasak Dakeng had fought his way from P16 all the way up into P5. He was not going to be letting that go. He does indeed get himself ahead of Piawadi. Stays in front of her for now. Kongkiat is the Honda Brio that's right behind. Here comes Piawadi. Tries to go onto the inside. Surasak Dakeng cannot block her up in time. He's going to try to break as late as possible into the final turn. Stays in front of Piawadi. Successfully staving off a challenge that time around. 8 laps to go in this race here. Surasak Dakeng has been making a monumental climb from P16 all the way up to P5. Can he hang it there though? Piawadi and Kongkiat constantly flashing away, making life very hard indeed for Surasak. Chavez and Shupachok still trying to battle it out for P1. The gap between them 1.4 seconds over the start-finish straight. Hasn't quite closed up the gap enough. Someone slowed down on track. Is that Sitanun? That is Sitanun. She dropped very much out of the top 10 here. Perhaps that contact that she had has now come to haunt her. She's not able to stay in the top 10, and that is quite the shame indeed for Sitanun. Things are settling down here. Gaps between the drivers are opening up in the top 5. Kongkiat is still close enough to Pia Wadi to keep the pressure on. As is Kitisap onto Gladys. Gladys, in fact, did get the pass on the Kitisap, so she's now in the 11th place just behind Ken Hui. So that final point still might be hers yet. Here's Chawish in the dark blue Toyota Yaris hatchback. So keeping a keen eye on the gap between the two. Still 1.3 seconds. A touch under 1.4, so not much movement between the two. Here comes Panuwat. He's effectively taken P3. And that, I think, is the end of Sitanun's race. Stop on the side of the track here. So Marshall urges her to try to go in front a little bit more, try to keep her off of the track. I don't see a gap in the fence there, so I think it's going to be quite hard to extricate her car. There's the Natas flashing away onto Panuwat. Now P3 is under threat here. Stanatas has successfully got himself within 0.3 of a second. He's now trying to move around the outside. The hatchback versus the saloon. Honda on Honda action. Thanatas has a lot more momentum going around the outside though. The 51 does not quite give him a lot of room on the exit. So Thanatas will have to elbow his way through to make sure that he can stay alongside for the run up into turn 4. Panuwat still keeps his throttle foot fully pinned right now as he gets into turn 4. Got to keep the balance just right. Unfortunately though for him, Thanatas does make his way through. He's now ahead of him, breaking into turn 5. Can Panuwat fight back through the breaking points? No, he will not. Thanatas confirms his position, moving up into P3. Around. Panuwat is still not out of this fight yet. He's trying to find a way around the outside Thanatas, but Thanatas still has defensive positions to work with here. Momentum still very good from the hatchback. Panuwat's best bet is to try to break very late into the final corner, but he needs Thanatas to be out of the way as well. Bit of movement going on. Super Cho is now caught up in Chawish. She's gotten fastest lap last time around. Does he have the pace now to challenge Chawish for the race lead? Chawish goes wide, as does Super Chop. And just behind him, Thanatas stays ahead of Panuwat. Sursat King also sensing an opportunity, but I think Panuwat is pouncing on it now. Slide by slide he goes with the Honda Brio. The Brio hatchback versus the Brio Amazing. The Brio Amazing has the inside, but Thanatas has a lot more momentum. Goes way off the track. Sursat King is now also putting an attack onto Panuwat. Thanatas definitely got a bit more advantage going off track that time though. Into turn 3. Sursat King still seeking an opportunity to gain a couple more points ahead. Panuwat blocks up his rears. Still fighting to stay ahead of Sursat through turn 3. So far, so good. Piawadi and Kongkiat following just behind, taking the slipstream here, but Sursat King is now moving aside, trying to make the move right now to Panuwat. Number 55, Afiranat, now comes back out, having fixed the damage after the contact he had with Sitanun. It comes out in 14th place. Here comes Thanatas. He's got Sursat King now just behind him. Panuwat seems to have been dispatched. rather, they have actually pulled further ahead of these. Actually, he's fallen very far off here. What's happened to Panuwat? Didn't quite catch that on camera, but it looks like he is out of this battle right now. Thanatas continues to fight to keep his position in P3, but Sursat Dakeng has now upgraded his seat to P4. Biawadi and Kongkiat falls along as well. Rafael Ceres has also moved up into P7 as a result. Panuwat seems to be still ahead of Gladys Lam, who's also overtaken Ken Poi. A smoking car out on the grid here. Doesn't look like much of a fire going on here, but I think that could be Panuwat. Or is it Firanat? No, I think it's Panuwat. Slowed down. Might be out of the race. There's Gladys Lam and Ken Hui. Here comes Kongkiat. Round the outside, Biawadi. This is a fight for P5. And Kongkiat seems to have been able to get the advantage here. That's number 51 of Panuwat. Indeed, he has stopped on the side of the track and he is out. Fallen far out of the favor here as Kongkiat still keeps his car ahead. Biawadi moves up into P5. Dakeng on your screen right now. What an incredible drive from him, making his way from P16 up into P4, just a touch away from enjoying a podium finish here in the Siam Eco Series. Super Chop still keeps the pressure turned up onto Chawish. There's 5 more laps still remains. Under the lights, these cars continue to race on. Chawish probably wishing he had a little bit more of a gap to work with, but is now within 0.6 of a second between him and Super Chop. So there's not much room of error here. Room for error for Chawish. Super Chop tries to close in right now. Still trying to find an opportunity to outbrake Chawish. Maybe even into turn 5. It looks like, given the momentum that both of these drivers have. A challenge for the lead now. Chawish under massive pressure here from Super Chop. Took the best lap yet again. Or rather, just got overtaken by Kongkiat, but he's faster at least than Chawish by some margin. Chawish takes off onto the road, off of the road. That does give a bit of an advantage for these drivers, unfortunately. A drive-through penalty has been announced here for the number 55. But I think Firanat is already out of this race effectively, so that should not be any concern right now. Thanatas has done well so far to keep Sursat at bay. 1 second is the gap between him and the driver in the other Toyota Yaris, the pumpkin orange one. He's under pressure right now as Kongkiat, fresh off of his fastest lap, is now threatening to try to challenge Sursat for that P4 position. He goes around the outside of turn 4. Already announcing his intentions to challenge him into the next sector. Here comes Sursat, braking quite hard. Kongkiat following closely behind. And Biawadi also looking for an opportunity to regain a place or 2, seeing how the boys in front of her are going to try to sort this one out. Another peek on the inside there for Kongkiat, but he backs out of it. 3 cars now battling for P4. Oh, Biawadi almost had a peek on the inside of Kongkiat that time. Tries to keep a much shallower line. Drew into turn 3. Oh, Super Chok's already overtaken Chawish though. A new leader has come into the fold. 3 laps still going to remain after this. Super Chok now ahead of Chawish. Finally found his way through. And now Chawish will have to fight in order to be able to retain the potential race win here. Chawish takes a shallower line. And Super Chop stays within the track limits. Chawish does not, though. But Super Chop still is able to keep it nice and tidy on the exits. It stays the course. Now trying to brake hard. He's going to slip in the inside. That's Chawish. Super Chop couldn't quite move to defend that time. Goes off of the grass, though. That's Super Chop. Loses a lot of momentum on turn 3, and Chawish streaks ahead, pulls away, and stays back into the lead. That's Surasat King. Now, in a head-to-head battle here with Kongkiat for P4. Piawadi is also getting in on the action. She's the one who was actually alongside Surasat King. He lost out momentum coming out of turn 3 as Kongkiat successfully finds his way in front. And Piawadi also streaks in ahead of Surasat, putting him back down into P5. Surasat's going to try to fight back, locking up the brakes hard as he sweeps into the inside of Piawadi. But Piawadi has momentum around the outside. Can she hang on, though? Surasat King still tries to keep it side by side into the next turn to go. Piawadi actually goes off the track, comes back on again, and stays in front of Surasat throughout all of that. Be cause for review because I think the Piawadi had all 4 tires off of the track limits going on the inside, so that would have been an advantage for her in that regard. So I think she's gonna let Surasat through, or will she actually let him through? The final turn, she still stays the course and stays in front of Surasat. So Surasat down into P6. Kongkiat already moved up into P4. He's now going to be the one putting pressure onto Thanatas. There's Piawadi, very controversial overtake onto Surasat. He's going to try to fight around the outside on the next turn. He's going to bend slightly to the left here for turn 2. But Surasat wants to try to outbrake Piawadi into turn 3, a position by all rights he should have, but he's going to have to fight for it now. Piawadi stays narrow, tries to close up the exit. Surasat still keeps up, but cannot find a way through. Will he have the momentum now to find his way into turn 4? Piawadi still continues to stay ahead. Opens up the gap somewhat. Not enough momentum here, unfortunately, for Surasat, so he still has to contend. He's trying to fight into the penultimate lap. Kawish still is able to stay in the lead here, but the gap is still shrinking between him and Super Chop. 0.7 seconds now between the two of them. Thanatas Lomwong is still able to keep himself about 1.3 seconds in front of Kongkiat. And that's how things stand right now for the top 5 coming into this final lap. With Guileless Lam already in front of Ken Hui, there's still a 5-second penalty to be applied for the number 21 of Ken Hui. That might move Nutan Nun up into P9. Titisak might be able to sneak up and get the final points. Here comes the final lap board as Super Chop tries to dive in on the inside. Didn't quite work out that time as Chawish goes off of the track, still keeping momentum going, and still keeping that lead. Super Chop has done well to close the gap to be within 4/10 of a second. As Chawish goes off once more. Coming up to a hard breaking point right now in turn number 3. Had to spend very little time really in these CM Eco cars to get it stopped. Super Chop is going to go wide. Chawish stays narrow. Tries to narrow up again. He does leave a little bit of gap on the inside there. Super Chop is all over it. He finds it. Gets himself up alongside. No, he cannot find it on the exit though. The momentum shifts back to Chawish, who still keeps ahead going into turn 4. Streaking past these cars here. Chupachar is going to try another attempt around the outside. He wants to try to get a better exit out of turn 4 and hopefully cut the brakes. Still no dice here, unfortunately, for Superchop. Still frustratingly not able to get the momentum in some of these corners here. Heavy inertia, I think, from the Yaris might be aiding in Chawish's ability to negotiate some of these turns. Carrying a lot of momentum. Superchalk, oh, bounces around, takes a dive in the inside, contact between the two cars. Superchalk saves it in the nick of time. Still stays in P2. Had to slow down a little bit right now. Is he stricken though? Chawish pulls up ahead, still stays in the lead into the final sector. Superchalk made an attempt in the final sector, did not work out. So now the number 11 will be taking the final turn and takes the checkered flag for the Siam Eco race number 4. Superchalk claims P2 and Thanatas threatened on the inside, but Kongkyat still able to claim P3. But Kongkyat takes P4, and Surasak in the final moments does get himself up front of Piawadi to claim P5 up from P16. Rafael Ceres comes across, the Filipino driver able to make it up to number 7 for the number 77, as the two Singaporean drivers Gladys Lam and Ken Hui race their way to the checkered flag. And Gladys Lam claims P8 ahead of Ken Hui. Nutanun will take P10, takes it away from Ken Hui to make it up into P9. Kitisak, unfortunately, does not seem to have gotten within 5 seconds of Ken Hui, so he stays outside of the points. A finish and a win for Chawish. Chawish Bowen Sirikan, who stayed up attacks again and again from Superchop, passing him on the cool-down lap. Bit of a frustrating one here. Superchop, by all rights, had the faster car, but Chawish was a lot more tenacious on the defense. Now we're going to be heading into the highlights and hopefully an interview again from Lita and Patrick right after this.
โอเคฮะเอามากล้องหลักเรานะครับ มีปัญหาเล็กน้อยฮะเดี๋ยวเราใช้โดรนในการพูดคุยกันแทนนะครับ ตอนนี้จบไปแล้วสำหรับรุ่นของสยามอีโคนะครับผมแล้วก็อยู่กับอันดับ 1 2 3 แล้วเรียบร้อยกล้องหลักมีปัญหาครับ มองที่โดรนนะฮะนู่นนะฮะโอเคครับ
เป็นไงบ้างคะการแข่งขันในวันนี้
โอเค อันดับที่ 3 ครับมาพูดคุยกันหน่อยเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ดีครับถือว่าเป็นไปตามแผนที่วางไว้เลยครับเหนื่อยมากเลยตอนนี้ขอหายใจแป๊บนึงนะครับ
ครับออกไปเรียกว่าเริ่มแข่งกันก็มืดแล้วมืดตลอดทางเลย มันยากกว่าตอนมันขับสว่างมากน้อยแค่ไหนครับ
ก็ถือว่ายากกว่าเยอะเลยครับ เพราะว่าหนึ่งด้วยถ้าเราไฟไม่พอเนี่ยครับเราก็จะไม่สามารถมองจุดเบรกได้ มันก็จะทำให้ท้าทายกว่าเดิมครับ
แล้วไฟคันหลังกวนตาไหมฮะ
ก็ถ้าบอกว่าไม่รบกวนจะดูไอ้นี่ไหมครับจะดูแอคไหม
เราก็ติดเท่ซะด้วย
นิดหน่อยนะโอ้แหมกองเชียร์มาร่วมเชียร์เยอะมากเลยเอาพูดอะไรถึงพวกเขาหน่อยครับคอยซัพพอร์ตเราอยู่ฮะ
ก็ฝากขอบคุณกองเชียร์ทุกๆคนด้วยนะครับ แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ในวันพรุ่งนี้ด้วยนะครับรุ่นสยามอีโคครับเบอร์ 96 ธนทัศน์ล้อมวงครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับ
ยินดีด้วยครับ
ไหนโดนไปแล้วกลับมาแล้วนะ
พี่นัทกลับมาแล้วนะ
อาจารย์เนิร์ดของเรา มาอันดับที่ 2 กันบ้างครับตอนนี้หมายเลข53ครับ
เป็นไงบ้างคะการแข่งขันในวันนี้
ก็สนุกมากครับเหนื่อยก็เป็นอะไรใหม่ๆดีครับเพราะตอนกลางคืนครับผม
เคยขับมาก่อนเลยไหมคะตอนกลางคืน
นี่เป็นครั้งแรกเลยครับถ้าเกิดสปินเลสตอนกลางคืน
โอ้โหถ้าให้เลือกระหว่างกลางวันกับกลางคืนชอบแบบไหนครับ
กลางคืนก็ดีครับไม่ร้อน
ใช่ไหม พิธีกรก็จะบอกกลางคืนก็ดีฮะเดี๋ยวรอบหน้าเราจัดการแข่งขันเริ่ม2 ทุ่มเสร็จตี 4ครับ
พี่
มาไหมฮะ
ได้ครับ
โอเคเดี๋ยวจะได้ให้พักผ่อนกองเชียร์มาด้วยนะครับผมฝากอะไรถึงพวกเขาหน่อยครับ
ได้ครับก็ติดตามพรุ่งนี้อีกเรสหนึ่งครับหมายเลข 53 ครับ BKC Motorsport ครับ
ชื่อด้วยครับ
สุภโชคนะครับผม
เย้
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับ และตอนนี้ฮะมาถึงอันดับที่ 1 ของเราเมื่อกี้กระโดดเฮกันใหญ่เลย
เฮ้เย็นชื่นใจเลย เป็นไงบ้างคะการแข่งขันในวันนี้จริงๆหนูเป็นคนสัมภาษณ์เขาก่อนออกสตาร์ทแล้วว่าเครียดไหมเรื่องของแบบว่าที่ฟ้ามืดแบบนี้เรื่องของไฟอะไรแบบนี้เขาบอกว่าไม่ครับผมคิดว่าผมน่าจะถนัดนี่ แล้วเป็นไงล่ะครับ
อันดับที่ 1 ของจริงฮะ
ครับผมขอบคุณมากครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างรู้สึกไงบ้างครับ หลังจากแข่งจบแล้ว
โอ้รู้สึกดีใจมากเลยครับที่ทีมทำรถให้อยู่ในจุดที่มันควรจะอยู่ครับผมขอบคุณทีมลุกด้วยนะครับที่ทำรถดีครับผม
นี่ราบรื่นดีไหมครับกับการแข่งขันที่จริงเนี่ยพอที่ 1 ออกตัวไปไม่มั่นใจว่าได้เห็นมีลงกรวดเลยตั้งแต่เทิร์น1ด้วยหรือว่าตอนนั้นเลยไปแล้ว
ไม่เห็นครับ
ไม่เห็นนะน่าจะเลยไปแล้วนะฮะข้างหลังมีชุลมุนกันอยู่เล็กน้อยนะครับแต่ผมว่าของเราคลีนเลย
ครับผม
โอเค
ก็รู้สึกกดดันอยู่ครับว่าที่ 2 เร็วมาก
นะ
จี้ผมตลอดเลยครับทั้งเลสเลย
แสดงว่าวิวของเราก็มีไฟท้ายของเขาอยู่ในกระจกหลังอยู่ตลอด
เห็นไฟหน้าทุกโค้งเลยครับ
ไฟหน้าไม่ใช่ไฟท้ายโอเคครับพรุ่งนี้มีแข่งอีกฝากบอกกองเชียร์มาตามเชียร์หน่อยฮะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 11นะครับทีมพาวเวอร์ไดครับผมพรุ่งนี้จะทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนเดิมครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับยินดีด้วยครับเรียบร้อยครับสำหรับสยามซีรีส์ในทุกๆรุ่นของวันนี้นะฮะ
ต้องบอกเลยว่าดุเดือดเผ็ดมันในทุกๆรุ่นเลย และไม่ใช่แค่วันนี้วันเดียวนะเดี๋ยววันพรุ่งนี้ค่ะวันสุดท้ายยังไงก็ฝากติดตามกันด้วยนะคะ
ใช่แล้วครับผมเริ่มกันแต่เช้าเลยนะฮะตื่นมาให้ทันพวกเราด้วยนะครับกับรายการการแข่ง VTRS Marathon Racing Series นะครับผมตอนนี้ส่งต่อให้กับพี่โอ๊ตพี่จิมมี่ครับ
And there we go. A final confirmation here. Chowish taking the win here in the Siam Eco class. Finishes ahead of Super Chok and ahead of Tanatas. That is the provisional results. And hopefully a handy amount of points here for Chowish Bowon Srikan as we're going to be taking into tomorrow for the finale of event number 2. We're going to be having our Isuzu Challenge truck starting at 10 a.m. according to Bangkok time. So make sure you guys tune in for that. This has been the PT Maxnitron Racing Series 2026. And finally, we are at the end here on the 15th of August. Thank you all so much for all of you watching in the English streams. It's been a lovely night here at Buriram Circuit, and also for us here working hard behind the scenes. My name is Victor Cax. This has been quite a pleasure to join you guys along for this journey, and hope to continue a leg of that tomorrow as we bring you guys the race number 5 across all the classes, and to see how this mid-season war will come to an end. Until then, good night everybody here from Chang International Circuit.